Alright, let's get it started then. Dominion 6. We're going to play as our first victims from the last round, those weird tentacle creatures. So the first thing one must always do in a Dominion 6 game is spend far too long setting up, although I think we can do it a little bit faster this time around. So we're going to play as Narognus, Zenith of the Hermetic Mages. Weird tentacle creatures here. They specialize in astral and air, and they have small access to fire, earth, and glamour. However, because of the astral access, we actually have fairly high access to fire, earth, and glamour in combat, provided we use communions, and depending on how hard our battles get, we may be forced to use communions in order to have enough power to defeat our foes. That means I'm going to need a very strong mage core, and that's probably going to decide how we build our nation here. What do we have access to? Fairly normal scout, except for the fact that they are amphibian. All of my tentacle creatures are amphibian, meaning they fight as well in water as they do on land. A lovely little thing to have, just give you the freedom to move across rivers, go into lakes, even challenge all of the seas. Very standard leader here, except they're a taskmaster, good with using slaves. I don't think we'll be using slaves, so don't worry about that, although leadership 100 is nice to see. It means formations. And it means a morale bonus. We're going to need morale bonuses, which is where the Castilian comes in. Inspirational +1 and leadership 150. So this guy alone gives +3 morale to my units. I'm going to need that, even though he himself is useless at fighting. He's a strange human Illithid crossbreed, and his only attack is a useless kick. But that's okay, we don't need our commanders to be fighting, we need him to be leading, so as long as he sits there under his 19 protection shell, he's all the better to just lead my units to victory. I might actually need you for moving around a lot of human thralls for fortress busting. Here's our very standard mage, not mage, priest rather. Nice and cheap, easy to crank out. This could actually be a very important part of my strategy overall, because this guy, for all of his squishiness, has access to the Mind Blast attack. I will be very heavily leaning on Mind Blast as a theme for our nation here. The idea of thinking my enemies to death sounds like a lot of fun, and the idea that we have a virtually uncapped access to someone with Mind Blast ability strikes me as really good. You could compare it to running as Agartha with their Olms. They're either locked behind not being able to get a lot of them because of their sacred status or needing to summon them. But for me, I could get as many of these guys as I like, provided I have the temples for them in other locations, and because they're commanders, they can go around a small amount of squads, or even be kitted out if for whatever reason I wanted to do that. This squishiness is a big problem. I'm wondering if it's a problem we can solve, or a problem we just accept. I see, says Alpha Gamma, he hears the word Olms and just scrambles out of his futon. You saw how well I used them. You were like, hey, I have these amazing backline guys that can mind blast enemies to death. What if they were my front line and all died, and I begged Jake for every gem he had so I could summon more of them to kill? Maybe I should rewatch that VOD, it's long overdue. Right, we have a more advanced version of them, only due to them having higher priest level and about double the upkeep. Don't think they're worth it though, still the same squishiness, still the same so-so hit points. They have a glaive, though. These guys didn't have a glaive, they had a pestle. That said, these guys should never be in combat, because they're going to die to crummy militia with stats like that. So I don't think the Great Prior is going to have any particular use. What do we have here? The Narognian Follower. 2 in Astral. This looks to be our fairly standard research mage right here. A 9 there, a 2 there, 92 gold. I do wish you were sacred, so you'd be a lot cheaper. Notably, though, you actually have some protection, unlike the priests, but not sacred, too expensive. You're not going to be someone I use in combat often, which is not what could be said about the Hermetic Lord. Bit of a price tag on you, but only recruitment point 2. A very agreeable upkeep cost. Hell, you might be my research mage. Look at that. Upkeep cost 70, as opposed to upkeep cost 92. And these guys actually have another magical path, and they have research ability. +2, thanks to that magical path. This is all thanks to them having the sacred tag, which is so lovely. Sacred halves the upkeep cost, which is a big consideration in who you want to keep around, at least until you have more money than sense. That whip doesn't seem particularly useful. Taskmaster neither. Magical leadership could be of use. What I'm looking at this guy is, yeah, he could be my research slave, and he likely will be. But this guy's utility in combat should not be understated here. He's sacred, and he has astral, meaning he can cast Communion Slave. This guy could be a battery for our big casters. And the fact that he has earth means he actually won't get too fatigued, maybe, from the earth castings of the Communion Masters. I'm not sure I've ever used Communions on stream. I'm not very experienced with them. They are complicated to get going, but they are very powerful. Essentially, people sacrifice themselves as slaves in combat so that the Masters can boost their magical paths and do massive spells while sharing the fatigue cost. We also have access to you, essentially the same unit, but with glamour instead of earth access. That magic resistance should be noted, 16, 16, 16. Looks like my Lithoid commanders have good magic resistance, I love to see it. Then there are the big boys. I will not be having a lot of these, but they will make excellent Communion Masters. Even if they aren't casting, they also have Mind Blast for range. Yeah, but I do want them casting. They don't do anything else if they are Communion Slaves. So we got this guy and this guy. I think the only difference between them is their magical paths. One of them has Earth 1, the other one has Glamour 1, otherwise they've got Fire 1, Air and Astral 2, Fire 1, Air and Astral 2, and then a mystery bonus to Fire, Earth, Air, or Astral. Still only Astral 2. I do wish these guys were Astral 3 so I could boost up to 4 and start doing fun Astral things, but you always want for more in Dominion. Seldom do you sit back going, gosh, I have too many resources and my units are too strong. Got the sun all going on. That shouldn't be very relevant, although I do like their big chunky hit points, their passable protection, their mind blast, but they're a mage. They shouldn't be out there doing combat. That's what the little thralls are for. These guys are here to be Communion Masters and cast those big spells. What big spells am I thinking about? They could boost up air and do living air to summon a large amount of air elementals. They could do some big earth things. Army of Steel, Army of Sharpness. I'm not overly familiar with Glamour, so I don't know what big Glamour casts there are, but I might be forced to find out. The fire could be boosted, but we don't have fire protection, so maybe not Heat from Hell or the likes of that. How about our rank and file then? What are we looking at? This, I reckon, is my Fortress Buster. This unit is almost completely useless. His skills are terrible, he has no protection, standard human hit points, standard human size. It is just a human, which has been completely mind broken. The only big advantage this guy has is that he will never break in combat. With morale 50, he will only go away to turn timer or commanders just going. He's a slave, meaning he has almost no upkeep, so I could have 100 of these guys, wouldn't even dent my finances. Very few resources to recruit them as well, so these guys entirely exist to bust fortresses for me. Which is good. You always want some solution to taking down forts. It's actually something we lacked a bit with our Bool people. We just had to mass our Bools. Sea strength is actually a little bit higher than a standard human. I like that. The problem with these guys is this tag right here. For some reason, these are magical human thralls. I assume their mind is only being kept operational through some magical force, which means the leadership they need is actually magical leadership. And my Castilian can only manage 50 magical units. That is actually quite a lot for a standard commander. So maybe I need more of them. You've got magical 20. You've got magical 10. Generally mages do magical leadership, like 60 on the warlord, and these big chungas get 210. Holy moly, you could lead thralls, couldn't you? All a consideration, but I think I just mass Castilians. They're not that expensive to get, although their upkeep's a bit... But yeah, you can lead a fair amount of them and other units. Unfortunately, I will not be making use of the hybrid heavy infantry or the hybrid cavalry. I think something is broken in the randomizer mod where it doesn't actually give them all of the assets that they need. So these guys will spawn and have no weapons and just be useless in combat because all they can do is charge into an enemy and then headbutt them or useless kick them. So unfortunate, because these guys can spawn on giant toads, and that just thematically looked so awesome to me. Dr. Zoidberg running around in a giant toad, poisoning and smashing the enemy with glaives seemed cool, but won't be happening. Jake, you don't need to right-click. Magic leadership is shown at the bottom of the second column on commanders. Wow. I didn't even notice these entries. Why didn't I notice them? Because they're not there on regulars, that's why. Good job, Alpha. Right, what do we have? Basic Spear Champion. He has either a Coral Spear or a Bronze Spear. I'm not interested in either of these guys. Their resource cost is extremely low, but they come with low goodies to come with it. Look, these guys would just die in the front line with Protection 6. Their skills are unremarkable. It's not like they're going to do a good job at repelling enemies or sustaining damage, so I'm not very interested in these guys unless I wanted flak. But if I want flak, I already have the thralls that come at under 1/5 of the upkeep cost. And 1/3 of the cost to create as well. Holy moly, these things don't even cost recruitment points. They might be absolutely useless, but these guys are great. Sometimes a lot of something is a strategy in and itself. You know, I can't help but wonder, could these guys be fluffed to be competitive in combat? You would need Army of Gold or Army of Lead to get over their no protection. But a completely mindless magical being coming at you with a damage 11 swiping attack. Give them blades of sharpness to make that armor piercing. They have no morale worries about being repelled. Yeah, there's 101 different ways to kill them though. Poison them, freeze them, fire them. Nah, certainly wouldn't. You'd have to catch someone unawares with that. Yeah, Earth can buff the strength as well, but they could still die in 100 different ways. Right, this is probably going to be my rank and file right here, the Glaive Champion. He's got a glaive. It's not magical. That does bother me a bit, because I do have access to magical glaives. But he's got fairly militia-like qualities, but his job might just be hold the line. With protection 14, hit points 15, and a length 3 weapon to potentially repel, I think he'll do a passable job of just holding the front line. At least until something bigger and scarier comes in. These guys could get trampled rather badly. I would know because I trampled them rather badly. The alternative to the guy with the glaive is the guy with the sleep touch and the hypnotize. Maybe not the easiest of call to make here. The hypnotize guy could probably easily be repelled though. Low morale, low skills. Yeah, that sleep touch I think would get repelled easily. The hypnotize... Can it be repelled? Ah, here we go. Cannot be repelled. Does stun damage. Doesn't miss either. I think it'll boil down to the extra protection on the Glaive Champion. I want him to hold the line. Also much cheaper on the recruitment points to get the Glaive Champion. So yeah, I'm looking at this as my rank and file guy. I'm going to crank out as many of these guys as possible to just hold the line and protect people of value. As I said, we're not going to be touching the cavalry just because it doesn't generate properly. If it did, I'd certainly love to do that. And hey, this Nation Randomizer is publicly available on GitHub if you want to fork it and fix the issues. Surely we have many people that love working with Java here. Right, here's the guy. Here's the guy that got me all sorts of excited about the Zoidberg Nation. The Mind Champion. Why does he interest me so? Well, I'm not capped on the amount of these I can make because he's not sacred. In a way, I wish he were sacred, but being uncapped on a unit is pretty nice, meaning I can just crank out as many of these guys as I have the gold, resources, and recruitment points to get. Since of all of those, recruitment points is the biggest linchpin, I'll want to max out the recruitment points by going high in order. Amphibian, he goes into water. Blunt resistance probably not important. Magical being is important. That's yet another unit that I need special magical leadership to move around. But that's okay, I suppose. If he does end up in melee combat, he can life drain his foes. Unfortunately, he would probably get repelled very easily because it's a length 0 attack and his morale isn't very good. But he shouldn't be getting into melee combat very often. His whole job is to mind hack. Somebody during our previous stream said the mind hacking isn't that good, it only does 1 damage. To which I would say it is 1 armor negating damage, which then gets a dice roll added to it, and it's an exploding d6. So it's very possible that this guy just keeps on smashing you for high damage. And even if he doesn't, he paralyzes the enemies, breaks up their formation, and then they get trickle-fed into my wall of glaives. And whilst this guy's stats aren't very good, glaive stats are. Smashing for 23 damage is pretty good from a rank-and-file human-sized soldier. So yes, I have big things in mind for the Light Mind Champion, at least until I can pivot into having the inferior prior being my stand-in Mind Blaster. Difference is these guys might be a little bit more difficult to make mass use of, because I will be limited on making 2 per fort out of them. But they are pretty cheap. Look at that. The upkeep cost on these guys is 26 compared to these guys 40. So about half the price. The problem is the light mind champions far eclipse them in protection and hit points. 28 and 7 versus 14 and 4. So I think I'll end up having a mix of both. Commanders are good and bad, and units are good and bad for various things on the battlefield. They have big things in mind, like their minds, exactly. Is your melee sacred capital only? Yes. My holy warrior here is okay, but he is capital only. He has some really good things and some really bad things. The really bad thing is the protection. Only protection 7. Also, really bad skills. 11 and 10 for my sacreds, that is bad. I could fluff them up in a lot of different ways, but then I'm investing in blessing and fluffing. And even if I do mass these guys, they actually cause unrest for every unit. So if I have 100 of these guys, that's 20 unrest in a province every turn. That's pretty bad. I'd want them on campaign constantly. Which might not be all that bad, but I intend on taking the lands that I'm fighting in, so I'm still going to inherit a load of unrest. So whilst their equipment is okay, the Meteor Glaive is amazing, the Curious is bleh. I'm just not turned on by these troops. It's possible I could use a few of them as some select bodyguards, but in the end, why would I even use them over just using my Glaive champions? The reduced upkeep is nice due to their sacred, but I'm just not sold on it, which is good. It means I don't need to bother with a bless that deals with my frontline troops. Which means I'll be thinking about a bless for my commanders. I have already thought about the build that I want to make. Can I completely remember what it is? Maybe. Let's do it. Let's do it. So, knowing that recruitment points is what I want a ton of, I am looking towards getting the Monument as my god. A powerful spirit inhabiting an enormous stone construction. Virtually indestructible with 500 health and 30 protection, although could be destroyed. Pierce and blunt resistance, so you need to come at this guy with big chunky maces or magic to destroy him. All the while he's got innate spellcaster, so this guy would be a horror show to fight in combat. I once fought a similar god, and I couldn't kill him. Fortunately, he killed himself. He summoned meteorites out of the sky, magical meteorites, but he missed and shot himself. Good freaking times. So the reason I want him is because he boosts the cap on order, and I need order for recruitment points, and we're going to be looking to just maxing out our scales. I don't need this god anytime soon, so we'll just throw him in prison, and then I need to think what I eventually want out of his magical paths, and I suspect I want nature access. I am a huge proponent of Gift of Health, Mother Oak, and Riches of something. Help me out here, game. Gift of Nature's Bounty. If you have this up, you have virtually unlimited money. Income 15 per Dominion, that's 150 if you capped out at 10 Dominion. And growth scales massively increasing, all lovely. Although I don't think that raises the cap. Maybe that's less important, a gift stapled on. Need level 7 nature to get that down, but that's much more of a later problem. I could always boost up to 7 by getting something like a Tree Lord, give him some hands. There are options, many options. Point is, I want this guy and I want to add nature to him. So, what will I do? I got points to play around with. I might want an extra point or 2 in Dominion. It's a shame you can't upload your own god images very easily, because swapping it with Mother Brain would be a slam dunk. I need to look more into Dominion's modding. I've certainly modded all the names in this, and by I mean Nick's put together the mod, I just shoved the names in. Right, what about a bless? If these are the paths we have, then these are the blesses we have access to. I don't particularly mind if it's incarnate only, but there's no real point in going down that path, I think. My great plan is to take a bless I almost never use, and that is Reinvigoration. Blessed units recover from fatigue at a much higher rate, +1 per turn. And you can stack this, I don't know if there's an upper limit to the amount of times you can stack it. You can stack it quite a lot. My thinking is, if I have reinvigoration, I'll be able to use my priests to Mind Blast forever. A weakness that became apparent whilst fighting the Illithids was that they only cast their fatiguing Mind Blasts until they reach 50 fatigue, then they close in for melee, and I don't really want them going into melee because they're a bit squishy in melee. Life Drain is an excellent attack, but you need the skills to go with it, and they don't have it. But if I were Mind Blasting with my priests, they're sacred so they can take the Bless, and they will recover all their fatigue every turn. Or at least most of it. It's unlikely the battle would go long enough for them to actually run in and mash people with their pistols. Yeah, daggers out, lads! Not quite. So I think it'll be Reinvigoration with some Arcane Command to boost up the magical leadership. That leaves me with a point or two left over. I'm going to consult what I'd actually built with this guy. I knew I would forget, so 4 and 2 with all of this? Yeah, this seems perfectly fine by me. So we're going to gain 4 fatigue back, or reduce our fatigue by 4 every turn, plus 1 by default, so that's 5, and it costs 5 to do the Mind Blast. I don't know if Encumbrance is added to that, but even if it is, it shouldn't cause too many problems in battle. 5, 2, and 5, good enough for getting Nature Casting down. This guy is an inept smith, so I can't do some high-level forging, but that shouldn't be a problem. Better not be a problem. He only has 1 item slot. I might attach an arm to him so that he can carry a Tree Lord staff or something to that effect. Point is, we're going to use Chefrin here. We have maxed out our scales and we have a very low-level Bless. So quite the opposite of what we were doing last time, where we invested heavily in a Bless and we essentially had one strategy. The strategy worked very well, meaning I didn't need to lean on other strategies that I had prepared but wasn't needing to use. This time, we'll see how this goes. So yeah, let's play with Chefrin, shall we? Let us create our world and make it so. We'll run with map 2. It's got 134 provinces in it. Game name. I don't know. Tentacle creature. That's not how you spell tentacle, is it? There's like an A in there, isn't there? Oh well, let's just call it then Zoidberg. So. I make sure that I claim Narognus. I'm going to fight against 1, 2... We're going to fight on Master. I was fighting Mighty last time, and I was very disappointed by the AI's performance. Mighty should be more than enough boosts on the AI to make them competitive. But I found the AI was breaking after one bad battle. So I'm going to pump them up to Master. This just gives them a big boost to the amount of resources that they get. And I find if you put it onto Impossible, they just have a ridiculous amount of army size to deal with. It becomes kind of unfun, just constantly killing their chaff. I'm going to try with Master, though, see if they're a bit more competitive. The question is how many of them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think I said we could have about 8, right? So let's add 2 more. And I want some of them to be the new random nations and some of them to be a pick of random and old ones. So I'm just going to scatter my eyes around and grab whatever. Wait, how can I have air mark twice? Forget that. Give me... Okay, I guess I won't close my eyes. I'll just look at them. Actually, that's a good way to pick people that we haven't fought before, isn't it? Right. Weird fungal people? Sounds a bit dull to me, actually. What about Fagerborg? Yeah, come on, Fagerborg. And then how about... Where are you? Yeah, those guys are a bit bleh to fight. Lizards and people on giant cave drakes. I like it. Who was that? Oh wait, didn't we try and fight Scythia last time and they failed miserably? I think they did. How about we fight against the people we were last time, right? Kagassia, Cave of Bones. Yeah, I want that. I want a piece of that. Otherwise, just give me random whatever. Why not add some random water nations? You're amphibious after all. I just don't find the water nations to be particularly enjoyable to have in a game. Alright, that'll do for me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of us. Very good. And here we are, and although the load button seems to be gone, if I control L, we can load in Chefrin. Perfect points. This is like putting together a Warhammer army and using all of your 2,000 points. I don't know if that's still what's done. That's what I remember from 20 years ago. The 525, the Reinvigoration, the Arcane Command. The Arcane Command is going to boost our Castilian up to being able to lead 75 thralls, which is fine. Hang on, no, that won't work for you because you're not sacred. Ooh, I hadn't considered that. But it does mean that the priors will be able to gather 35, so it could be that these guys could be used to move around thralls. Maybe not in enough bulk for me, though. Ah, but the Hermetic Lords. I hate to take away my studious individuals, but they're very good for moving them around. Same could be said for the Hermetic Master. In fact, you might just be the thrall mover. It's a shame that the humans need to eat. But it also doesn't really matter if they get diseased and die. These guys are so expendable. I won't even bother feeding them. And since they're slaves, they're bottom of the pile for getting food. So yeah, humans get a very, very bad time in Dominions. They get all the worst stats and all the worst treatment. It's still 2,000 points for a standard army in 40k. 40k. Very good. Alright, Chefrin, we're all praising you. Let's get our setup done here. Renaming is allowed. Somebody said there's a way to save these settings, by the way. Yeah, look at that. No button for it, but if you Control S, you save settings. But then you Control L to load previously saved settings. I'll have a look at that in a moment. Right, to leave that as default. Score graphs, yes. Diplomacy is binding. Max Hall of Fame. Maximum enchantments. I don't like limited artifact forging. I do like limited legendary spell research rate, because the legendary spells are very powerful. If you get access to all of them at one go, like in Dominions 5, it can be, well, a landslide of power. As for the thrones, no to Cataclysm. What do we need in here? Let me think. There are 8 of us. Alright, if that's the case... throne each at level 2, level 3, 28 points. Will require 16 to win. That seems like rather a lot though, doesn't it? It's going to be a big, big, long fight at that, if that's the case. Is that a problem? It might be a little bit too much. How about I drop you down to 4 and 3. 8, 4, 3, 25 points. 15 to win. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, but level 3 thrones are hard to get. They're well protected. Make that 16. Alright, very good. You said some sus stuff there, Jake. I don't know what you mean. Alright, the noise suppression's off. You'll hear my ghastly whispers. Alright, to begin with, there was chaos. But the wheel turns again. Yeah, this is always the startup. You win, you become god, you get bored, other people rise up to be god. Now, I never test out my nations, so if we have that horrible turn 1 expansion that kills my army and we end up set back by 6 or 7 turns, that's just too bad for me. Djibouti is nearby with some glorious farmland. I've actually got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 adjacents. Yeah, we have a setup so that capitals always get at least 5 adjacents. The old whalebones are out there. The Suez Canal is to be had. Bob on Battlefield, looking really juicy. Big, sizable farmland place. Good for money, and I could make good use of money. Throne next to your starting province. That's convenient, no? Not really. You need quite a bit of power to claim thrones because they're well protected by independence. Level 2s and level 3s you're not going to be getting very soon unless it's massed with militia or the like. So don't bet on it. Right, what are we going to do? How are we even going to start with this? I don't know what kind of army we start with. I also don't know who I really want as my prophet. I might just very quickly get a Castilian so that I can make you a prophet. That way you'll be sacred. And you'll be able to do the mass blessing. Although the mass blessing doesn't really matter, does it? Thinking about it, a prophet isn't all that necessary for me. In combat, because I don't plan on doing mass blessing. The priests can bless themselves. Interesting. That means I don't particularly need you for being a prophet. And that means I don't really need a prophet for combat, so a prophet could just be... I could even make my scout a prophet. That's a scary thought. But... map move 18... I hadn't even considered that my prophet isn't necessary for battle. Normally you want the prophet to do mass blessing. Keep all of your sacred units blessed so they get your bless, but my bless isn't important for my foot troops. Is this actually the rare scout prophet? Prophet does spread dominion, or can spread dominion. I'm just trying to think of any use my prophet would have for a fight. He can buff morale, and my units do have fairly crappy morale. So I do think I will still stick to using my Castilian as the prophet. So we'll make this Castilian. He uses all my recruitment points, it's super sad. But you will get stuck in for that. Also, might be good for the extra magical leadership you'll get out of that. That's a good call. How about the units? What are we going to use in a fight? We already have access to some of the glaive champions and some of the crappy spear champions. How do we enhance this? The mind champions are expensive. Look at that. Bang goes all of my money buying a bunch of these guys. But they are good, and indies are pretty terrible at defending against mind hacks. The alternative is a lot of my glaive champions, but that doesn't work out so well because of a lack of resources. So I think we just go full on. Get ourselves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 mind blasters. They stay at the back, they're protected by spears and glaives, and then we just conquer our cap circle and go from there. That's my best idea. And it is only just an idea. Fiskin, you're not going to be doing much of anything. I guess I'll just use you to ferry troops around, so leave behind the units that you do have. Don't do anything. Eddy Currents, my scout. What do I want to know more about? Bob on Battlefield seems like a really good go-to area to take over, so I want to make sure it's got good enough adjacents to consider fortifying up. I see those big juicy farmlands and I think, hell yes, I want the income, because as we can see, income is what is stopping us from recruiting all the everything. Damn, these guys are nice. I want a ton of them, even though they are expensive. So yes, Bob on Battlefield, cap circle, then Bob on Battlefield. And if all I hold is this for a while, that's still going to be plenty for me. Fiskin out to do, recruiting Castilian, very good, carry on. You might want to craft him a bow so he doesn't get into melee with his useless kick. That's not a bad idea. But I could just tell him to stay behind and cast, because he's going to be a prophet. Also, bows just have a way of shooting my own guys. Alright, Calum. Franconian the Storm General is the prophet for Gunnar Tonneson, ruler of the 365 heavens. The Whirlpool, the Evening Star, king of men's fates. Why make such an old man your prophet? Vanheim has Alter Handman for Tweedster Lad the Mischievous One. Kagassia, oh my, I'm flattered. DDR Jake the Elite Lord shall be known as Prophet of Rodune, Master of the Hunt. Leaf Lord, Canadians everywhere, ruining my life at every turn. Baba the General, the Prophet for Zangief. And then we have Passepartout, the Commanding Spear Mistress. Prophet for Professor Herschel Layton, Prince of Growth, King of Flames. Oh man, how's it gonna be? How am I meant to fight myself in all of this? I guess Dominions ultimately is a fight against ourselves. Okay, do we feel confident about running out with what little we have right now? No, Big Al needs to full-on become a prophet. Oh hell yes, Big Al for prophet. I like that. I'm going to get you another 10 Mind Champions, and that should secure everything you need. I can even squeeze in one more Glaive Champion, and then you're heading out. I'd like to be able to get it done in one fell swoop, but... Ugh, Amazons and Jade Maidens, that could be a problem for me. I don't know if Amazons have good magic resistance, it feels like they might. Hey, why even bother thinking when I have the Dominion's 6 Mod Tool Inspector? Units, please, tell me about Amazons. Amazon, 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 a whole bunch of Amazons. I don't know exactly which kind we're fighting here. What do they look like in the game? Oh, Amazons and Jade Maidens. Well, they're the jadey looking Amazons. Magic resistance 10, magic resistance 10, 10, 10, 10. Alright, that is excellent to see. We're not going to be dealing with a lot of magic resistance there, but what about the Jade Maidens? Magic resistance 11, so basically I can mind hack them to death. Love to hear it. If you're wondering what this Dominion's Inspector tool is, you too can use it. I'll post it right into chat. It will give you information on all the items, spells, units, sites, mercenaries, and events in Dominion 6. Still, it is a scary bunch to fight early, but it's not like they're going to fly into my back row. I take that, I take on Djibouti, Grand Reef, we just make our way around. Shouldn't be too bad. Better not be too bad. All the while, eddy currents make your way into Bob-on Battlefield, and we should be good to go. Do I continue to recruit? I can't afford to continue to recruit. I'd love to get my Mage Corps going immediately, especially since I have magic scales, but as you can see, they're a bit expensive, and I need to expand. Jake is somehow going to make a profit from being a prophet. He'll find street urchins to pick up gems in the fields. Funny you would make that analogy there, Pope Shrike. You can, even though a prophet fetches no salary, so Big Al normally wants to be paid 80 upkeep per year. He's actually going to go to 0 being my prophet. You can get a heroic ability that makes you craft death gems out of killing people. It's rare, but it can happen for any hero. So yes, and people would largely have a death gem over 80 gold upkeep per year. So, Big Al, there he goes. He gets that magical leadership bonus for being a blessed prophet. He gets that reinvigoration. You'll love to see it. Alright, Big Al, here are your mind hackers. I'm going to give you a few pretty crappy bodyguards, because I really don't want you dying in battle. Maybe that's a bit too much. And actually, these guys could just stick together, couldn't they? Yes, they could. Alright, Big Al, you're on your way to Alexandria. I need to consider what's going on. That mind blasting has unlimited range. Well, 100 range is functionally unlimited. So, anybody know, does fire work with mind blasting? Does it count as firing? Maybe if I just give them no orders, they'll constantly mind blast. I think that's what they'll do. As for you, you just cast. Oh, I'm being told yes. Alright, so I don't know if it should be fire, keep distance, da-da-da. Squad uses missile weapons until all missiles are used up. If enemies are close, friendly soups are found in target, they'll advance or attack. I'm sure they're fine with none, they know what to do. Point is they should be as far back as possible. The other guys should be here in a line formation. Commander should be way at the back. And Commander should be just doing spells. You don't even need to do Divine Blessing, but I just have that as the first one anyway. You guys are meant to hold and attack the closest enemy to keep us all safe. Yeah, because these guys are here to take the hits so that my mind champions don't have to. Get into Alexandria. Is there a unit that is immune to mind blasting? Yes, so the mind blasts won't work on inanimates. We can actually see that information, can't we? Big Al, give me that. A lot to read about the Mind Blast. So it doesn't actually do damage initially. It paralyzes the foe. It doesn't care about your armor, doesn't care about the strength of the person casting it. It can be entirely resisted by magic resistance. So if you have high magic resistance, you are more likely to negate it. It's all a dice roll in the end. You know, a crummy militiaman could resist this, whereas a mighty magical dragon might fall foul to it. Penetration bonus works out, but I don't think we have any penetration bonuses. I don't know how magic scales works into that. Astral weapon. Mages of this path have increased magic resistance against it, but fortunately we are the astral nation. But yeah, this is the one. Doesn't affect mindless beings. So funnily enough, if I were to fight an army of thralls like the ones I have, this would be useless against them. The thralls wouldn't even notice them, their minds being hacked. Their minds are already broken. But yes, it never misses, it hits anything on the battlefield. Comes with a chunky fatigue cost, but we'll see how that actually works out for us. It's when the Mind Blast hits that it does actual psychic damage. So it hits you, paralyzes you, and then it'll do 1 bit of damage, which is tiny, but then it gets that dice roll added to it. Of course, you can resist that with your own dice roll, and again, magic resistance negates. I hope this works, you know? I could find that immediately this strategy falls apart, but it's my strategy, so we'll see how it goes. Otherwise, I need to make sure that we are constantly bringing in more units. If I believe in the mind hack strategy, I should be investing in it. These guys are expensive, though, really expensive, and I want to get my... I want to get this going. Tricky, really tricky. Whatever, if I believe in the Mind Champions, I will be getting the Mind Champions. Friskin, you'll be there to ferry additional units around. And Eddy Currents shows me that the Bob-on Battlefield looks to be a great place to shore up. Alexandria is full of resources to share, same with all these mountainous or highland areas. Nice, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 connections, better than my capital. Kinda wish my capital were on Bob-on Battlefield. 2 entries into the water as well, including Gangplank Galleon. Basically, I want Bob-on Battlefield. It's not even that well defended. Heavy infantries, heavy cavalries. God, if getting my cap circle weren't so important, I'd just go straight for Bob-on Battlefield. The real question is, who else is going to be having their eyes on Bob-on Battlefield? Let's go and investigate the area. I'm happy to just shore up my defenses from Sao Paulo to Rio de Janeiro and then claim this, but I don't know the overall shape of the map. Even though I generated the map, doesn't mean I remember anything about it. Natural heavy cavalry, let's go. No heavy cavalry there at all, though, wasn't it? Just heavy infantry, I hope. I mean, I just read it aloud and I've already forgotten. Okay, so I will immediately note that my formation is too chunky. You'll see that my mind hackers are spilling out from where my spearmen are, so my spearmen need to be put forward a little bit. Let's see how this works. This is a large and scary army to deal with. We've got light lancing maidens atop lizards that bite, so these guys would decimate my front line. They're also pretty fast. Combat speed 22. So maybe I have reason to be fearful of this. So get mind hacking. There we go. That's a good yield. So immediately these sorry fools got mind hacked. Paralyzed for 7 turns. Their mind hurt so badly one of their eyes popped out. Dang, you got suck luck on that one, didn't you? I'm more worried about these, though. This could pose a big problem, especially since they're targeting the back line, and I've got a very scary front line on the way. So mind-hacking Zoidbergs, please actually attack the imminent threat. Oh god. Okay, there we go. They have realized that they need to attack the nearby lizard people. The glaive people giving up their lives. This really does feel like fighting with Olms. Okay, this tells me I need a lot more replacement glaive people. I think we should have this, though. Even if they charge into my mind hackers, which they are now doing. Oh god, well that mind hacker just bought it. Maybe I don't have this. Maybe I needed a much better front line for this. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. I am also reminded of the Olms, says Alpha Gammo. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, this ain't good. So remember when I said I might fail my expansion, that sets me back a very large amount. That's exactly what has happened here. I underestimated these guys and overestimated my own abilities. And everybody's dead, including my prophet. Yeah, the mind hackers got truly hacked. Is there going to be even one survivor? Potentially. Complete and utter destruction of my troops. What happened there? My front line did not hold. If the front line had managed to hold a bit better, there'd be a lot more mind hacking going on, but they did not. They instantly crumbled. And the one unit actually did make it back to friendly territory. So that's a huge loss, as is often the case in these kinds of strategy games. If you don't get your ball rolling fast, and everybody else does, you find yourself stuck behind, and it's a huge climb out of there. But we have climbed out of such situations before, we will climb again. Luckily, Jake never gloated about how inept it would be to have Mind Blasters get into melee. Not even once. How much damage did I actually do to these? Is it somewhere I can go back and retake? I didn't actually take out that many of them. Those Jade Maidens destroyed me. Yeah, I was overconfident at taking these guys out because I wanted Djibouti. I should have taken Rio de Janeiro first. Much easier target. So it's going to be a few turns of me getting all of that power back. Meanwhile, Eddy Currents, I want you to tell me what's going on around here, because I still want Bob on Battlefield. It's going to be a few turns to get all this back, though. That is very sad. I do want my Castilian back. And now we've got to pass some turns to actually get our strength back. Merchants have established themselves in your temple. Faith is decreasing, but the merchants prosper. Well, where's my bloody money for that, then? I'm glad the AI were moved up a difficulty. Oh, I'm about to be a lot less glad about that. Mos Moriz is back. And they are likely going to be my next prophet as well. Gosh, this is sad. I hate just having to pass turns, but there's not too much else I can do. What is in Lindum? Continue making these. I maybe spend a round making the... Actually, perhaps I should mix the two of them, because I do need a protective front line. There we go, make these for a little bit. Of course, this could just be another way to consider bumping up the difficulty. Just pass turns and let the enemy have them. This looks like a really easy throne to take in Lindum, making Bob-on Battlefield an even juicier place to get. The problem is, am I going to get it? AI could just move on in, take all this, and keep me pinned down in just my capital, and that would be unbelievably sad. Alright, I do want another turn or two after seeing the weakness of my own units there. And not getting going on my research is also rather painful. There we go, anything to make Alpha happy. Right, there we go, Mind Blaster's a go-go. There's my front line. I'm just going to be very meager in the amount of bodyguards I give you. You're not a prophet yet, Mos Moriz. And now, instead of going for the Jade Maidens, let's go for Rio de Janeiro. Wait, what? There we go. So the Mind Hackers go there, a very light line formation in front of them. Hold an attack, do whatever, stay behind the troops, and take over Rio. All the while, keep this recruitment going, please. We've got Londinium nearby. I'm curious to see if that's an easy target or not. Glad to see no immediate enemy threat over here. Go for fire closest. Can you even do fire closest, though? You can never do fire rearmost, but yeah, fire closest seems like a good idea, huh? Let's try that out. Those Jade Maidens on horseback coming over and decimating my troops definitely hurt, but overall the whole battle just hurt. Alright, let's go then. Come on, Rio. I need a province. The front line looking very wimpy. Think about how much better it could have been if we'd won. Yeah, I love seeing this. Just mind-hacking units into oblivion. They're trying to get close enough to even fire upon me because I'm at the other end of the map here. Hopefully any that do make it just end up firing on my frontliners. And there we go, they're routing already because they've seen the damage that my mind-hacking is doing. And even if we don't kill them by mind-hacking them, they are frozen in place. They can do nothing whilst we strike them for free with our glaives. That's a lot more like what I was hoping would happen. But my numbers just did not work out for the Jade Maidens. So, let that be a lesson. Don't take the strongest looking adjacent just because you want to maximize your gains. Although if I had one in Alexandria, I'd be looking really smug right now. But you don't win them all. Let's get some mediocre defense going there. Let's try and bump up the numbers if we can. Now recruitment points are hurting. Does that mean I can get going on research? Hopefully. I really need to get some research going. Trolls. I don't know if trolls have a lot of magic resistance. Guess I'm about to find out. I think it would have worked if the Amazons didn't have cavalry. Yeah, the cavalry came and carved me apart in really fast. But hey. Testing your runs. It's for people who've lost their passion for dominions. I could always move in and reinforce, but I shouldn't need that in Grand Reef or Castles of Madness. Even so, what if it all comes apart? Get in there. Right, that means Fiskin needs to actually take the units. And over here, make sure that you all stay behind those units. You stay on the front line, you join the big box of mind blasting. Fire on closest. Can't do, I can't seem to hotkey fire closest for some reason. You're the important one to just hold and attack though, and you stay behind troops. There we go, take over Gates of Madness, you double back to get some more, so by the time they do Djibouti they have a much larger army, and then for Alexandria they should have all they could ever need. But I still want Bob on battlefield in a big way. Oh, excellent, we got access to scouts. Love getting cheap independent scouts. Independent priests as well can be useful. Indie priests cost 85, upkeep 34. That's actually worse than my guys, isn't it? Yeah, higher upkeep, higher gold cost, so I'd rather have my own crummy priests, because they can mind blast. Not looking up the trolls first. Why look them up when we can just mind hack them? Ooh, this seems to be off. Look at that. Oh, 14 magic resistance. These guys could definitely resist my mind hacking, but these ones all failed to do so. They also got their troll shaman, who has magically enlarged himself. I gotta say, we have good penetration if we're able to mind hack through this. Let's have a look-see. Our penetration roll's 11, their resistance is 14. So, in most rolls, they should win. But with enough units casting Mind Hack, they're not going to win. So now, although they had a hefty amount of trolls, only 2 of them have reached the front line. So there's a good chance they'll squish 1 or 2 of my guys, but that's all the squishing they'll get to do. Oh, sorry, goodbye, fellows. Still paralyzed as my glaives move in for the kill. They regenerate, but regenerate through this. I love the mind blasting. There we go. He does squish 1 effortlessly. 25 damage on these guys that only have 15 health. But front lines are there to die. I would feel the loss of my units a lot more if they were expensive, but they're really not. And now the shaman himself is trying to leg it. He's got a hardwood club that I don't particularly want or need. This game could do with a way of liquidating down items. Ah, but here we go. So our mind champions did reach 50 fatigue, which means they're moving into attack now. So this isn't a strategy that works forever. It's why I want my priests to also cast Mind Blast, because the priests won't get too tired due to reinvigoration. So it does tell me I need a lot more Mind Blasters for bigger fights, or ones that reinvigorate. Anyway, losing just 1 champion to take the Gates of Madness. I'll take it. And what you do is you hand those troops over to Mos Maurice. Fiskin, return back to claim more. Mos Maurice take over Grand Reef. And we continue to recruit the units that we need. I also need to actually start researching something. What are we planning on doing anyway? What are the main thresholds that I'm looking to get? I have good astral. I also have air gem income, so what I should probably do is ready myself for the eventuality that I get pinned down and I need some conjurated help. So if I can conjure air elementals, as well as do communion slave things, that should put me in a good space. Yeah, a good size air elemental for 1 gem is perfectly acceptable. It's exhausting to do, but that's what the communion would be there for. What is communion again? Ah, here it is. Wait, I thought I saw it there. Where's communion? Ah, here we go. We already have it. Level 1 thaumaturgy, communion master, communion slave. So I'm preparing myself for the need to create air elementals, so let's get conjuration 5 for that. Then we'll construction to get ourselves the boosters, and then work our way towards some nice globals if we can when the god is awake. We're going to be slow in our research, that's for sure, because we just delayed ourselves almost a year. They say that in single player, the good players say that you should get 20 provinces by the end of the first year. It's a turn 9, 12 turns in a year. We have 3 provinces. Not good, and I'm not about to have a second expansion party operational anytime soon either. But that's alright, you know, just little problems you give yourself because it feels good to overcome problems. Not a problem. Eddy currents. Looks like there are no big threats out here for now. How long until that's not the case? Also, additional spies. Tell me what's happening around Pitney Bank, and then go and explore the Wuchao compound, which looks like a very nice province as well. And then maybe make your way down to Isengard. 20 provinces in a year, maybe if you start with an awake god that can fight. No, it's very possible. But you do need to know how to just squeeze everything you can out of your units. You know, win, but just barely win, so that you're not overspending. And I have gotten to the point where I can do that, but you need to really think, and that's too much thinking for me. I want to play and enjoy, not put on my try-hard trousers for Dominions. And if that means that I'm put under immense pressure, then that's just even more to enjoy. I often think very fondly back to that time where it was an all-or-nothing fight where I had to summon my entire Mage Corps to win a fight, using my beloved mechanical flies. Also, I watch my battles. People that just look at summaries, they've lost their passions. Okay, so this could be one of those problems. This is kind of the Jade Maiden problem all over again. Heavy cavalry racing in, going to mulch my front line. But fire closest immediately helping out here. Can't help but feel that Jade Maiden fight would have gone a bit differently if I had routed the mounted ones. Because the initial damage those Yoshis did when they came and chomped up my troops could not be bounced back from. And yeah, these guys, they're not so good at resisting my magics, so down they go. In a one-on-one engagement, the heavy infantry are about as good, if not better, than my glaive champions. They got better stats, they got a shield. Broadsword might not do as much damage as a glaive. But when we have the assistance of the mind hacking, yeah, they're all just dead now. Fare thee well. And also, actually winning the fights is going to give these guys experience, so they get better at what they do. Love to see it. Alright. Don't let up. Djibouti should be just as easy to take as the Grand Reef. Should be. And then Friskin is going to give you your reinforcements for Alexandria, and then we move on for Bob-on Battlefield, because Bob-on Battlefield is what I really want. Oh, I don't like looking at this. Who are you? The Zerjanian Champions. Zerjan, what is your game? Zerjan. Always forget where I can see the nations. Bazijo, the apprehensive Zerjans. They like things hot? Well, we make things hot. Expensive temples. Wait, is that expensive or cheaper? I forget the Dom 6 numbers. Flying units are a pain in the bum for me because they can just jump across the battlefield without my mind hackers getting their mind hacking groove on. So I'm very not keen on fighting you. Feels good to overcome problems. Jake was not that generous when I lost the Olms. It's because you were making problems for me. There is an idea that I try to give these guys a non-aggression pact, so they don't just fly over and mince me. Also, I should make sure I take Djibouti and, you know, not just let them through here. An early fight with a master AI could be a big, big problem for me. Let's just hope it doesn't come to that, huh? Alright, Friskin, you will soon be grabbing these extra units to take along. Magic leadership of 20. It looks like you'll be fine. Just pick up the rest of them and then move on together to Alexandria. I'm waiting instead of moving in together on Djibouti, because I think we should take Djibouti without problem. Alexandria needs everything we have, because they're such a problematic load of Jade Maidens. And hello, we just found a friend here. Archocephaly is to the north. Well, I should never expect to just get all of this land for free. What is interesting is that this whole area is blocked off by a river. We can cross rivers, but many of our enemies cannot, meaning if I could seal off Archocephaly, I could take this for myself, but I do think Bob-on Battlefield is just too good to pass up. Especially since we have Berlin's Eternal Airport nearby as well. This whole area is ripe for the taking. If only I hadn't messed up expansion. Alright, Canada's got a throne going for it. Let's carry on to Djibouti. Flying units will not care about that river. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about, Rainy. But they might have non-flying units mixed in. I don't think AI would be good at handling that. Arena Battle? We're not going to be taking part in that. Although Arena Battle's got better in Dominion 6, they now actually give you a prize of money and gems. Previously, it just made the person that fight in the arena forced to fight in the arena until they die, which barely felt like a prize. Good call, Dominion 6 Swedish devs. Okay, so pretty much the same fight, but no cavalry. This shouldn't be too hard. Although this is what I fear. This is a big weakness that I have. Missiles. These guys do not have good protection. Look at this poor bugger. He's going to bleed to death now after he got shot in the body. So we can take a lot of losses to missiles. I wonder if that bleeding's going to stop for you if you're going to die. Probably going to die. Oh, you got a chest wound from it, but the bleeding did stop. Bleeding also causes extra fatigue, and since he fatigued faster than the rest, he charges in for melee. I'm looking forward to not having to use these guys for mind blasting eventually, but for now they must. Do you have assassins to try and stop the rot before it spreads? I do not have access to assassins. Alright, there we go. Surprisingly no losses there. Alright, Mos Moris. Do what Big Al could not do and win us the fight in Alexandria so that we can claim Bob-on Battlefield and all that surrounds it. Maybe move the snake over to Bob-on Battlefield to start building up a... No, I think Friskin will go to Bob-on Battlefield and establish the fortification, and I do need a fort. You go and tell me what's going on around Nagoya, please. Divine Alpaca. Well, would you look at that? Calum. They must have 2 adjacencies up here. There's no way they start with only 3. But Calum are right next to Pitney Bank. Pitney Bank appears to be a level 3 fort. Level 3 throne, rather. It must be with those kinds of units. Which is good and bad. It's good because Calum won't be able to take this anytime soon, and if they ever try, they'll likely die. It's bad because the AI will get strong, and they will be able to take this. Also, Calum, another flying unit. Calum is full of those flying buggers, and they once again will just go to my back row and give me a bad time. Anyway, Divine Alpaca will keep their eyes on that situation. Calum and Archocephaly really close. They will probably fight amongst each other. I'm looking forward to getting Eyes of God up so that I can see what all of my foes are up to. Okay, you wait in Canada. It's adjacent to Fagerborg, and they will likely go and kill themselves over there. And that's good, because Canada also blocks them going into Full Sense. I would like to just take this whole area for myself. This is also really nice, but this is nicer. I need money, and farmlands are income. Alright, I'm sure it'll work out if we can just make Alexandria work for us. We'll get those frontliners over there, backliners at the back. Fire closest. I really wish this had some kind of copy pasta. I mean, H is hold and attack, but I can't do FC for fire closest. Oh, I can give you line formation. I must have missed that. Alright, should be fine. Get into Alexandria and then just conquer this whole area. That's the grand master plan. The research is coming along. Albeit very slowly. I'm probably bottom dog on research currently. So we're playing as a mind-blasting fish people, says Rolling Ninja. Precisely. The dormant gods are already awake. That's not good news for me, because our god is imprisoned, not asleep. Conjuration is done. Alexandria begins. So, revenge against the Jade Maidens. Oh man, what a difference it makes hitting the Raptors first. They've already lost about half of their units that are charging in. There goes another chunk of them. Come on, get another volley before they engage. Yeah, there we go. Now there's far fewer of them to worry about. And whilst they will likely get some kills on us... Oh wow, they failed to. Good freaking job. Yeah, there we go. Get out of here, Yoshi. Scream for me. Then we got these guys. Fighting with spears? Glaive beats spear most days. I was gonna say their stats. Yeah, their stats are better than mine. Look at that, 12, 14 compared to, bad example, 11, 10. And that's with experience on you. But thinking my enemies to death. I knew it would work. We just needed to get through the teething issues. Moot is thinking that caps lock is cruise control for cool, saying hi all, screaming at us. A fatigue builds up on these mind champions. More of them means we get more damage done for all that fatigue, but the ideal situation is that I replace them with sacreds, which is going to necessitate a lot of forts, but I'm okay with that. Forts might be expensive, but lots of priests are not expensive. Also, if you're finding that sound effect for the mind hacking very bothersome, well, we're going to be hearing it a lot in all of this. The arena battle goes on, not particularly interested in anything other than the winner. So is the winner Kagassia or Vettiheim? Money's on Vettiheim, given that they've got a glamorous Vanderrot right here. And you've got what? Oh god, I'm fighting! Go, DDR Jake, go! You don't really have anything going for you apart from berserking. You're feeble-minded because of the slave collar that forces you to keep on fighting. You've got the heroic ability of increased reflexes. That defense skill could get you out of this. Wait, where are you going? Jake, no! Where is he going? He's awfully confused. What is he doing? Okay, there we go, there we go. He just took a massive hit, but at least became berserk for it. Trouble is, this guy is so hard to hit. 21 defense skill, in addition to being glamorous. I don't think a good money's on Jake unless he gets an extremely lucky hit going. Oh, well, he did manage to slash the guy. Unfortunately, it's a guy and a horse. This is hardly fair. They're bringing in 2 units for this fight. Give it your all, Jake. Oh, wow. Oh, hell yes! DDR Jake the Prophet slaughters man and horse alike. Whew. Rigged. As if. Congratulations to DDR Jake, the Elite Lord, who won the Arena Deathmatch in the name of Rodon, the god of Kagassia. Golden sandals, 336 gold, and 14 fire gems were awarded as a prize. Not to mention he got a ton of experience out of that. He might be capping the Hall of Fame currently. Oh yeah! Stories are being told about DDR Jake, the Elite Lord, and his lightning reflexes. Very befitting, he's also got the most kills. Beats even my beloved Fat Bastard. Oh, Fat Bastard is dead. What a sorry sight. Okay, well at least there's some good news going on. Right, let's continue exploring what's going on up in the north. Alexandria, clearly ours. We're going to consolidate all of our units over to Mos Moris. And then Fiskin... I'm in 2 minds about this. Would you look at that? I got nature access right here. Not just nature access, but a priest. Lowering upkeep. Also water access, which is something I believe I lack. Very light death access as well. A consideration. You're more expensive due to no sacred tag. The Jade Maidens are sacreds. Oof. Anyway, Mos Moris, secure Bob on battlefield. That is important to us. Fiskin go and secure some more units for this. It would be lovely to have multiple armies going around taking care of this, and I could, really could. I'd like another Castilian to be leading them though. That morale bonus, not to mention the magic leadership, is very handy. Should also note that Mos Moris is just about capping on his magical leadership. Why does he have 75? I thought he only had... Oh, he got experience for that, didn't he? Yeah, he can't actually get any more mind hackers. So it might be worth our consideration bringing out more leaders. I could even bring in some priors for that. They do have 35 magical leadership, but their regular leadership is bogus. It really cuts into my research. Who needs research if you just kill everything, though, huh? Alright, screw that then. Get myself some priors. At least they can aid the battle by mind hacking. Severely slows down my recruitment, though. My research. That means Fiskin doesn't need to go back. Fiskin will go into Bob-on battlefield to begin erection of a fort there. I'd really like to get infrastructure set down here before the AI all comes and eats up my land. I hope you don't take Sweden. I hope you don't take Argentina. I essentially want this river line, even though you're a flying nation. Get some early site searching going with these Amazons to get big nature ritual gems faster. Also true. Don't really have the money to spare for doing such things, though. I'd also really like to get the... probably the Hermetic Master out there for site searching. Well, that way I get fire, earth, air, and astral. And then these guys, or girls rather, can do the nature and water searching for me. Unfortunately, you necessitate putting a laboratory here. But only a laboratory. I shouldn't need a fort or anything else. It's all cost, though. Once I get this, I'll get her, and then we'll do site searching. But money is tight, especially after our failures earlier on. Amazonian units could make good fodder too. Not too keen on putting a fort next to my capital. I want my capital to be drinking up all those resources. Fight in Les As. So we can actually see Archaecephaly at work. Taking on some Pegasus Riders. Wait, who's who in this formation? Yeah, you're Archaecephaly. You've got really good hoplites. You get 4 of these guys to a square. And their skills are... they're okay. It's that defense skill. You don't want to try and pierce through this. Long spears for repelling you. Defense skill hard to get through. Decent armor. The problem, of course, is that they're just humans, meaning low hit points and no natural protection. But these hoplites take buffs like crazy. They could be a huge problem to deal with. Although maybe not for the Pegasus. Pegasus just annihilate the back row. I spy Urangu McBain somewhere. That's Stone X. There's Urangu McBain, the Crystal Sorceress. How does he hide all of his piercings? With no leadership, the hoplites have no idea what to do. Do they have sacred hoplites? I thought they did. Yeah, here we go, the Heart Companions now. This is a unit. Extra long spear. Never mind the routing penalties to their skills. These guys are crazy good. So good that even on a rout, they were doing some damage to the Pegasus. I'd wish you luck, says Protozomac, but I spied my name on the opponent's list, so it'd be disingenuous, I think. Is it not always? I'm sick of hearing good luck from you. I mean, it's nice, but... toxic positivity, you know? Always lovely to see my foes fail. Unfortunately, on this difficulty setting, they're going to bounce back from that loss very quickly, unlike me. Speaking of me, now I've actually got something that looks like a battle line. And look at that instant gimping with the mind hacking. Enemy doesn't even get to me before they rout. God, I love to see it. Hopefully some of these guys are starting to get experience. Yeah, experience. I don't know if that buffs up magic. Experience might actually be wasted on these guys, because it's fatigue that's the real problem. Well, it doesn't matter. Our foe is long dead there. No losses to us. And now Mosmoriz. What makes him so great? Increased morale and leadership. That's extremely good. That's what I wanted off of you. So you've now got additional inspiration, additional leadership, although not magical leadership. But yeah, that extra morale on my fairly morale anemic units, very handy. Let's get some defense going here. Fiskin, I must have some palisades. And Gypsy Moth, I'll probably want you to bring over what you can. Maybe give you a little bit of bodyguarding. We actually suffer a morale penalty for your leadership. You're just so bad as a leader. But morale shouldn't be a problem for the Illithids on the back. They're just mind blasting. Morale isn't going to make them better or worse at what they do. The point is I want you over here in Bob-omb Battlefield, erect a temple, and I really want to get over onto Berlin's Eternal Airport as well. So how are we going to do this? Maybe Mos Maurice goes Argentina, Arbarang, Royal Tower, Lindum, Guardia, then over to Berlin. Although Berlin might connect up to Arcacephaly, which could be its own problem. Tell me more about that greasy Italian. Go over to Shibuya and tell me if it connects to Berlin's Eternal Airport. It's a nice choke point, but I really love these nice high-income farmlands. We need income more than just about anything right now. Still can't get you guys because recruitment points are on the down low. I would like this to look a bit more orderly, if you don't mind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then as many of these guys as we can get, which is not a lot. But these guys don't really do the fighting. These other guys do. Maybe make it 8 and... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 8 and 6 on repeat. That's fine. Get me some more priors as well. Although, man, my research is going to be terrible for a good long time. I can feel it. Not to mention my Dominion is going to be quite bad. I got weakened a lot by my failed expansion. But, you gotta roll with the losses here. I'm strongly considering these Jade Maidens. Just picking them up as a flanking unit. Their upkeep's really low due to them being a sacred unit. My problem is I don't have a bless. At least not a bless that affects them. So a lot of that strength is just wasted. That said, 45, 13, 36. No, I'm not going to put a fort on Alexandria. Let's just use this to grab ourselves the Jade Sorceress. And potentially some Jade Priestesses. Preferably before I suck away all the resources from this place, otherwise I won't be able to get any of them down. Which tells me I need a laboratory here, but labs cost quite a bit. You can get Invigoration or Magic Penetration as experience skill, I think. Maybe it is Magic Penetration, which is useful for them, no doubt about that. Alright, seal off Argentina and Arbarang, and hopefully Zerjan doesn't get any ideas about coming in and attacking me here. I would love a non-aggression pact with Zerjan, actually. Although that's a problem if they go and take Sweden. Surely they won't take Sweden. They'll have problems of their own to deal with. Alright, let's try our luck at it, shall we? Send a missive to Zerjan and propose a non-aggression pact. Definitely don't want to be attacked on 2 fronts or more in a run against master AIs. Multi-talented old man. Gypsy Moth is already moving out to Bob-omb Battlefield. You can wait around a bit. Can you? I mean, why am I recruiting this many of you guys? I really should be considering my research and also using you guys in future wars. Expenses are high, don't you know? Is there a mod with all the custom names available to be downloaded somewhere? No, that's something I put together myself for myself, because it just contains names that the community's put together. I suppose if you really wanted it, it'd be no skin off my nose to put somewhere. You know what, I can do that right now, can't I? All that thought. I just need to open up my drive. Public stream stuff. Dominions. And then grab my own, oh god, where is it? Roaming, Dominion 6, mods, global name list. Zip it up in an archive. And then, just like that, it's on my public drive. Which I appreciate you might not have the link for, so let me get you that as well. There you go. You should just extract that folder into your Dominion 6 mods folder and all should be well. Right, Argentina, don't let me down. This kind of army should be able to take care of just about any independent now. Notably, we've got undead here. Undead are mindless. Undead are not affected by my mind hacking. but their leaders are, and I don't think my units are stupid enough to target them. So what ends up happening is their leader dies to the concentrated mind hacking, and the undead with no leadership just kind of crumble into bones to the ground. I love that crumbling away effect. Did they actually try to hit you? Yeah, they're trying to hit you, but it does nothing. I suppose when they have no other target, they will do that. Yeah, so the Harab Seraph completely fails. I wonder if I could get that guy for myself. Death access guaranteed. Rio de Janeiro has a sectarian flock. Ugh, man, I hate those. You gotta go and root them out or increase your province defense to be able to kill them off. However, I don't hate that. 100 gold coming in from Rio de Janeiro. Delectable. Working on the Palisades, Gypsy Moth will go and grab even more there. I do want that that person from Alexandria, so I'm going to go there and build a laboratory to get that sooner rather than later. As for Argentina, give it some minor defenses. Oh, Nagoya helps me out quite a bit here. Because it's got throne full of units on it, it's unlikely that my foes are going to pierce through that anytime soon. Give me another few spies to place around the area. I'm very tempted to grab Lego Island. Got another throne next to it, and we can cross over this water as well. Yeah, I'm going to grab Lego Island as I make my way over to Arbarang. Solid Snake, you plant yourself onto Nagoya so I know if anybody attacks there. Take Lego Island, then continue to make your way around here. Wish I had multiple expansion parties, but I'm not confident in my ability to do expanding. Long Deads and Ghouls. That could be a problem for my mind hacking strategy, so we're going to leave Sweden be. It's also not in range of any fort or planned fort, so it's not a very important province to us. Okay, I can get behind this. There's Archacephaly, and there's Calum, so let's hope they go and kill each other. You move over to Guarulhos. Let me know if anything goes on there. Nothing much for multi-talented old man to do, although you can move over here and get preaching if nothing else. Nice thing about my mind hackers is I can recruit these guys anywhere. I don't have to do it on the capital. None of the units that I plan on using in my expansion need to be done on the capital. So I could actually leave behind some of my sacreds, grab the units from Nargonis and use them to expand up here. Well, maybe not into Suez. Looks like Calum has taken that now. God, I do not want to fight Calum. Flying units and flying units. Go figure, my counters are right next to me. I'd sooner take Archacephaly. Lion Tribe Archers, Lion Tribe Warriors. Grabbing Kremki, Suckles, Rio de Janeiro, Third Gnome, there's Chancelwood. Kremki might not be the worst place to take, but I have a feeling that Calum's going to press me down here, and that's unpleasant. I'd also like Sao Paulo. Doesn't look too hard to take, although Claymen, I think, have the Mindless trait. What I'm getting at then is don't take any more units out of the capital. Use them to try and expand over here with a few more of my priors. Okay, that makes sense to me. Once this fort is up and on the go, we can get more unit production done. It's going to be a lot more army focused rather than caring about a few important sacreds like we had with the Bull people last time. It could be that the air nations will get wiped. Calum in the hands of a player can be deadly. In the hands of the AI, might not be the best. Yeah, but they also just have to fight other AIs, don't they? Right. Ooh, we got our non-aggression pact with Zerjan. That makes my life a little easier, especially taking Legoland. Oh, Lego Island, I should say. We are taking it, right? Oh, hell yes. They do get to the front line only to die. And dying enemies are good, because it's experience for my units. And they could do with the extra morale, that's for sure. Of all the things I want out of experience, morale is pretty high up there. Religious misconceptions and falsehoods are spreading in Rio de Janeiro, reducing dominions. Oh, we get a hero! Narki, an inconspicuous peasant, married a holy woman, taught him everything they knew. Physically imposing compared to normal men. He's skilled in medicine and gifted with powers of flight. And has the ability to shift between worlds. Oh my god! 4 natural air and an astral mage. This guy could lead communions, boost his air up to silly numbers. He's also ethereal, and he's a triple healer. Whoa, man, what a guy. What a freaking guy. And because he's a lithoid creature, his max age is bonkers, so he's not going to die of old age on me. Who married that thing? Okay, this is good. This is really good. I no longer really want that mage. I wanted that mage for site searching, now I don't need it, because you're going to do that. That's going to save me a lot of money. So Stone X, go over to Bob on Battlefield and get that enforced instead. And let's get site searching. I would really like one of you to help out with the site searching as well. I've got Earth. It's a question of Earth or Glamour. The air is no longer relevant, but the fire, the second level of Astral, is relevant, and I do want this Hermetic Master. Not yet, though. We can do that later. For now, you'll do fine on searching and grabbing the air gems. Although it would super suck to suddenly have Calum attack me and kill you. Let's just hope Calum's not about to do that. Also, Calum have sealed me off from the lands that I wanted here. That is super sad. Let's really hope that Archacephaly and them butt heads. You just hide and wait, see what goes on over in Guarhos. I want that Berlin Eternal Airport. Might be difficult, though. At least Lego Island is mine. For air, that opens up nice things to craft. It certainly does. Opens up a lot of nice things. Still, go and site search around here. Yeah, that nature access is particularly delectable. Maybe thunk you into San Paulo, see if anybody actually goes and attacks into that. The snake, you just wait in Nagoya, see if anybody fights there. Gypsy Moth has made it over. With Multi-Talented Old Man. Multi-Talented Old Man, I wish for you to construct a temple. Gypsy Moth, I wish for you to preach. Fiskin's working on the Palisades. Stone X will come along and direct a laboratory, and then I'll at least have this area to myself. I can take the waters at my leisure. Archacephaly, Calum, they won't be getting a natural water access, but it's only 2 water provinces. It's all the more reason I want Berlin's Eternal Airport, although Archacephaly will not be happy at me taking Berlin. That's not a problem though, because if they want to come and get me, they either go through Calum, or they go through Berlin, and I don't know which sounds worse. See, one gets you shanked by flying mini-angels, the other gives you eternally sticky shoes. Tough choice. Anyway, Arborang, Royal Towers, Lindum. Lindum does not go to Guardia, but Lindum gets me to Berlin. It's unlikely Berlin will be unscathed long enough for me to get there. But maybe I could just pin it in by taking Hadrian's Fence and Londinium, and then take Berlin Airport later on. I want the money, of course, but cannot have everything. I'm always paranoid about my unique or lucky path commanders dying, so I twice spawn them if not immortal. Then again, I play most of my multiplayer against total bastards. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of multiplayer and Dominions. If it's PvE, player versus enemy, I'm all for it, but competitive multiplayer, I think in big strategy games in general, just does not appeal to me. It's too much to invest. I just want to enjoy. Oh, uh-oh, Christ. I just had a non-aggression pact with Zerjan and they just broke it. Well, that's not very nice. I guess they really wanted Lego Island. Alright, we had our fight in Arborang. I didn't read that, but I assume it went well. Oh yeah, against those losers. Although, looks like they shanked one of my guys. Yeah, they were able to kill a mine champion by shooting them with bows. As I said, a big weakness for my mine champions is that they're extremely susceptible to missiles. Could have considered getting air shield for my units, although we might be able to mass that later on. There we go. Though that's the false prophet that was rooting out my dominion. Looks like my province defense took care of it, and my hero got involved in the fight. Hopefully they didn't... Well, I know they didn't die, but it would be like the worst way to lose this hero. People do just die to events, after all. But he was clever enough to just hang back. With their creation within reach, the magic artifacts are starting to long to be forged again. Each month, one or more artifacts which have not yet been created will be yearned. Can be forged for half the normal cost. Never experienced yearning artifacts before. Right, go and search there, please. Kendo, why did I recruit you again? I already have a spy over in Pitney Bank. It would be really nice to know if there's any conflict going on over there. Damn, Zerjan already wanting a piece of me. Why did they agree to the non-aggression pact? Just to break it, though. How could this be? At least we've got non-aggression pact 3, so they can't immediately attack me. That'll give you an opportunity to search a little bit, but Zerjan are a big problem because they can just fly to my back row and ruin my days. Maybe that means I should seek a non-aggression pact with someone like Calum. Can't handle a war on two fronts currently. Alright, I'll try my luck with you. Hello, Calum. Let's have a non-aggression pact. There's going to be no strangling a nation in the cradle for me, sadly. We were able to do that to our nation when we played as the Bull People. But, yeah, I could be about 7 turns ahead of myself right now if I hadn't failed expansion. That means Berlin would be mine, this would be mine, I'd be so much stronger, my foes so much proportionately weaker. I should strong considering forting up Lego Island. But it's a bit too much of an investment, knowing that Zerjan could ride in and kill me just before I finish the fort. Probably better to turtle down a bit here and then punch out where my foes seem the weakest. I don't like turtling, I like being aggressive, but sometimes you gotta work with what you have. And sometimes what you have isn't much. Bob on Battlefield still doesn't have my Dominion. Oh god, look at my Dominion, it's pathetic. At this rate, I'm gonna get Dom killed. Right. Definitely get that preaching going. And knowing what we know now, get more priests out. Yeah, crikey. Very sad. Alright, Bob on Battlefield needs to get up. I need a lot of priests. Which is fine, I plan on using priests as my attack strategy. It's just I plan on using a lot of priests. I might even put a fort up in Guardia. I might have a lot of forts. I might find myself pinned down for a very long time in this. Depends what my enemies do. Put down them temples for extra dome spread chances. Yeah, that's what I need to do. The question is, where do I put them? Because a lot of places, especially with flying enemies, have become extremely open to raiding. I don't want to spend 400 on a temple. Just have it busted down very quickly. Yeah, I might have to fortify just about everywhere around here. Fortunately, since I don't need to concentrate production of sacreds, I can put forts down anywhere and just create units everywhere. Consolidating them will be a bit of a pain, but not insurmountably so. Why does the Garden of Madness not have its full amount of province defense? Yeah, underwater. We will be going underwater, but I want Berlin first. Hey, Sparkling Fields get. This guy's already paying for himself. Now go and search Gates of Madness. Grand Reef is a bit too dangerous to put my amazing Air Mage over to, although I do want to get this stuff searched. Harumph. Alright, Royal Tower fight. Yet another Nancy Drew reference in names. There are many of them. Again, though, they do get close enough to use projectile attacks on us, which does hurt my units every now and then. It's that wimpy protection they have, which is very sad. I'm curious. Fatigue 33. Fatigue 37. So it is doing 5, isn't it? Otherwise it would be doing 7 without encumbrance, but then you reduce 1 per turn. I'm unsure if the Mind Blast does 5 fatigue, or if it's doing 5 fatigue plus encumbrance. Unsure. Not going to be a big deal for my priests, at least. Alright, the Royal Tower is mine. I am not afraid of taking Lindum from Lizard Warriors and Crocodiles. So go and take it. You could become a prophet, which I do want. We'll see what the Lindum Throne is, see how important it is, but I do want Berlin as well. Greasy Italian. I still want you waiting there. We'll find out what's happening with Berlin when we get closer to it. Just hope they haven't come all the way down to Hadrian's Fence. Yeesh, this issue with the severe lack of Dominion becomes ever more concerning. Alright, at least you can research over here now that we have the laboratory up and the... Oh, right, the actual bleeding fort isn't done yet. Stone X, go and search while you're there instead then. Toilet Genie. I certainly want eyes on what's going on between Calum and Zerjan. Both are right in the border on Lego Island there. Lego Island has really crappy defense, so I don't want to pour money into something that just gets instantly killed. Question is, where can I get information? What information do I want or need? Curious about if you're ever going to take Chancelwood in 3rd Rome. Go over to 3rd Rome. Hey, okay, thank goodness Calum is not going to be fighting me, at least until they break that one. Nothing over in Bob on Battlefield. Our fight for the throne. Crocodiles have terrible magic resistance, so they'll be easy to slaughter. They're also rather slow, aren't they? Yeah, combat speed 7. Lizard warriors are faster, but they're also naked, so very, very easy to kill these guys. Surprisingly killy though, because they do tridents and they do bites. So this is not something I'm taking without losses, but losses on a throne are fine. Also, what's your problem? Crippled! Only I had a healer for you. Not too bad. After all, we got a throne out of it. Fire gems over in Bob on Battlefield, and the Palisade is finally done in Bob on Battlefield, so Fisk can continue working on that. I need... gosh, I really need my research going. I need everything, and I have very little resources to make things. I guess just keep on making me these guys, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can't quite do that kind of ratio. What about 4 and 4? Good enough. Get me an army there that I can use. Linda was the Throne of Summer. We get Heat, Dominion, Ascension Points, the Mage of Summer. That's Fire Access, but I already had Fire Access. And Nature Access, but again, I already had Nature Access, so you're not a big deal. Might need you for the Dominion, but oh Christ, Archaecephaly's already gotten over to Hadrian's Fence. That's a problem for me. I wanted to take this. But now I don't. I am really penned in here. If I at least took Berlin, I'd have access to much more of the water on the map. And water is my strength. I think most of this is water after all. Ooh boy, feels bad being pinned down, that's for sure. Alright, get some defense going here and contemplate my options. Could go and take Rohan, potentially Londinium. I recall it not having a big protection, but I really want Guardia. Do I have units over here? Could I take Guardia? Militia, light cavalry, heavy cavalry. Damn, I want this. I don't want Archaecephaly taking it, but I can't get there fast enough. Go for it anyway. But if I double back and they take that anyway, that's bad news for me. Alternatively, I could fight Archaecephaly. The fight would be on my terms. He can't get through Calum, and he doesn't have access to the water. The thing is, I don't really have much of an army to fight him with. If he gets through my mind hackers even once, I'm completely dead. I'm gonna go for Guardia. It's an important province for me to have. But yeah, boy am I pinned down. Okay, once I take Guardia, we take the waters, fortify and temple everything, and then fight our way out of this mess. And make no mistake, it is a bit of a mess. Ooh, more spies. This could be useful. Spies can do a lot of things, including creating palisades for us. Any commander can. Host with the most glass nost. Put the temple down there because I don't want a Dom die. Yeah, I'm going to need a lot of units out, building temples, building fortifications, probably just fort all of this up. Temple it all up. Do what I can, punch out where I can. Not how I like to play, I'd rather be wide than tall in Dominions. They're researching Stonex, Viscon's building the fortress. And... Argentina's relatively safe for a temple. Maybe I'm more interested in putting down forts, I don't know. Great for protection, I'm just very worried about flying nations. Hello, what's this though? Was this always owned by Chalor? I thought this was owned by Zerjan. That tells me Zerjan is busy being at war. That's good news for me, keeps them tied up. I have my non-aggression pact with Calum. There's Vanheim down there. DDR Jake has killed Vanheim before. I'm sure he can do it again. I gotta focus though. I want Guardia. I would quite like... Normally I don't like forting up around my capital. But I think I'm going to want forts aplenty all over the place just for the protection. Not to mention I can spam out a lot of my priests, and that is probably going to be my game plan. Yes, you get searching there. They don't look very watery. I doubt they're going to go for me. Let the spies do the work here. Alright, Joker and Duff, get out there. Build some temples. It's risky, but then what is life without risk? Zershan's honestly got a bit of a sad capital, really. Two of the connections are behind rivers. One is on a throne, which I've already got my eyes on. You keep an eye on Channelwood, see what goes on over there. Could actually make a Castilian here to make them into a prophet. The sooner I take this throne, the sooner I'm going to enjoy additional dominion spread after all. But I would like Mos Moris to be the prophet. They're damn good at what they do after all. It just wastes a turn prophetizing them. I would like this sooner rather than later. Maybe sod Mos Moris being the prophet. I'm going to take multi-talented old man and make you my prophet. A little risky, but it means I take this throne faster. And it means multi-talented old man can do divine blessing when I eventually have an army of priests doing my mind blasting. It means the priests don't waste a turn casting blessing. From where this game takes the names from, I have a custom list of names that's been contributed to by the chat. So we have a mixture of chat's names and references to a lot of games. So multi-talented old man is from Rants. Gypsy Moth is from Lego Racer. Paperboy, come on, everyone knows Paperboy. Fewer people know Virtual Bart. Blossom is from Rune Factory 4. Duff. It's one of Dark Young's, dare I say, friends. Anyway, multi-talented old man becomes a prophet. And Nate, you... God, I want a lot of temples, but I want a lot of infrastructure, period. Just preach for now. And hope that Archacephaly doesn't take that farmland province. No magical sites to be had. Multi-talented old man, our prophet. Mos Moris crippled dies, and Lazas another battle. Archacephaly tries once again to take out the Pegasus. This time they bring elephants. Elephants with 2 archers and a rider on top. The Pegasus are going to fly to the back row and kill your commanders. Maybe. Certainly killing your slingers. Slingers are terrible. They're good when you fluff them up with things like flaming projectiles, but here we go. Pegasus might be big, but elephant is bigger. Elephants are size 9. What's a size 10 then? Maybe a big dragon is. Pegasus could have won that fight if they'd sniped Lepardi, the priestess. But there's no telling where your flying units are actually going to hit. This could actually still be the Independence win, depending on where the hoplites end up going. Nah, thanks to the elephants. Thanks to the elephants, Archaecephaly finally get this province. The reason we were able to see this fight is because we have a spy there. And the reason I have a spy here at all is because I want to see if and when Calum and Archaecephaly fight. Oh, making things a bit more juicy is the existence of Vanheim over in Mineral Town. Alright, go over to Giza and tell me if any of these three guys end up fighting, although... Nah, Kendo, just wait there. There's a chance he'll get sniffed out and killed. The AI always know where your spies are, which is cheap as hell. Right. Right. Let's do what we can. I need those temples up or else we're gonna die. I've already site searched here. Go and check out the Grand Reef. Dying to lack a dominion is a very sad way to go. Get me up to Sparse Reef, see what's happening over there, Dicey. Toilet Genie just waiting Chancelwood. Oh, would you look at that? Chalor able to enter the waters. Also, Hangzhou just got retaken off of them. This could become a big problem for me. I am so boxed in here. Alright, fortunately, Archaecephaly did not take Guardia. We will be taking it then. I want that juicy income. I'm going to take Lindum as well. And maybe I'll take the Waters. Gangplank, Old Whalebones. Which I need to shore up my defenses. Something fierce. This is not looking ideal for me. Does that mean fort in Djibouti? I'm going to need a lot of forts where I'm going. Lego Island feels like the more pressing fortification given its location. But I've got an non-aggression pact with Calum, and Chalor is just taking the other province, and Nagoya is protected by the very heavy army, or the heavy-ish army, on the throne. Maybe I do take Djibouti then. Never had to fort up as much as I'm forting up here, though. A fort in Djibouti is always the right thing to do, says Zerjandware. I'm just so averse to putting forts in my capital circle. Even though I know it's a good thing to do on this particular run, it just still feels a little wrong. A little low on recruitment points, so it's only going to go lower the more I build up around here. Oh, well. Getting my priests out, but man, I can't be doing priests. I really need to research, get me the commanders out. It's a tough life. Real tough life. I actually have to send my priests out to preach just to keep my dominion alive. I'm so pinned down with weak dominion here. Not having my god, and for a long time not having my prophet hurt. But you need temples in order to keep your... keep the belief alive. Go and indoctrinate Argentina. We shouldn't need to preach that much more around here. Okay, Mos Mores, do you want or can you even have more units? We might end up having to fight very heavily with you, Mos Mores, so let's just add all we can here. Multi-talented old man goes and takes that. You guys don't need to preach, but what would you do? Alright, well actually, how about we have you go out to Arborang and Royal Tower with the idea to preach and maybe even build up later on. Priests come out here. Researchers go here. Alright, good enough. Not good though, this fight is not going well. If I survive, it's going to be a long one. Another Mos Mores cripple. And a battle in Chancelwood, this is why we keep our spies around. Weird that Calum's using flak like this. Why do they even have light infantry, heavy infantry? I wish the AI would not recruit garbage units like that. I had a mod for that in Dom 5 and I got told, oh, but it improved for Dom 6. I'm unsure about that. Anyway, Barbarians once again proving that they are a dangerous foe to go and expand into because they hit hard. They rout hard, but you gotta kill them for that first before they kill you. I have a non-aggression pact with Calum, so I have mixed feelings about them getting demolished there. A non-aggression pact in a free-for-all is simply a nation that's essentially fighting for you. Anyway, Guardia. This is the province that I wanted, and we should have it no problem. See those units? Yeah, me neither. Good job, mind hackers. Not a consideration. Alright, man, Guardia needs a fort of all places, because look at that, I'm pretty sure Archaecephaly want me very dead. Even so, I can just enter the waters here, take Gangplank. Take Gangplank, take Old Whalebones, multi-talented Old Man, I want you to claim the Throne of Ascension. I shall also claim Old Whalebones, if it's not a bad throne. Additional heat is kind of bad for me, it hurts my income and my supplies. But... I like heat in general. Snow slows units down, amongst other things. Right, although I hate spending this money, we must have these temples erected. Djibouti's palisades are being built. You need to continue site searching for me. You guys need to preach for me. Sneely, huh? What do we do with you, Sneely? Need to consider where I focus my fortifications on first. Eventually it will probably be everywhere. You there. Bad ideas, guy. Get over to Lego Island. Host of the most, also go Lego Island. I want to fortify that next. That'll be my next plan of attack in terms of defense. Yeesh. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Shoring up defense is so hard. Osmoriz heads into the water. I think Too Swole to Control will also head into the water, but you'll stay around there to preach and eventually build an additional temple. Kind of glad I didn't have to bother grabbing myself the Jade Priestess or the Jade Sorceress. I admittedly am not getting water access, which could end up being a problem, as in water magic access, but we might find water recruitables down here, and we might not even want or need water. Also for site searching, I will probably, almost definitely be using Astral Magic to do that. I love the Astral full site search of provinces. For now, I'll do some basic searching, but eventually, especially if I'm going to be really nailed down here, I'm going to want to squeeze every resource out of the provinces that I do have. And I'm not going to have a lot. Realistically, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll probably eventually take Sweden, although you might first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I guess that's not terrible, but I really need to squeeze as much as I can, because the AI, I think, gets about a double modifier on all their resources from the difficulty settings. Right, you're building a temple, Virtual Bart. Nate thinks I need you to preach. Sneely, what do you do? What the hell kind of name is Sweely Whistlethroat? There's still a lot I don't know about this world. I'm unhappy with that, and I need to know. Get over to Amity Airfield, or maybe to Vanheim's capital? No, go to Morrowind. Morrowind's a better place to go. Whew. Alright, alright. Conjuration done, and I do want Conjuration for air elementals in case I am really put on the back foot. Dong Zhuo has claimed the Throne of Ice. And Multi-Talented Old Man has claimed the Throne of Summer. Those two will conflict. And we found nothing from Harky the Hero. Another fight in Chancelwood. Calum once again taking on Barbarians. This time they'll win, though. They actually brought units. Yeah, man. Barbarians fall prey to projectiles like crazy. Oh god, so I am getting fought in Djibouti. This is unfortunate because I didn't really defend it very well, and I just spent all that money building a fort. Crap. Well, that's a lot of money down the drain. I spent $1,000 on a palisade there. All that money has been lost, and now they're right on my cap circle. Also, my hero is right here. You guys gotta get out of there. But now they can raid me, and this is why having undefended temples can be a real pain. Maceman, you hired mercenaries for this. Don't think I can't tell. Alright, what do? I can invest in province defense around here, which I would want eventually anyway. But that's a lot of money down the drain. I need to keep Harkins safe, so you get out of there. You two probably just preach. But man, Djibouti needs to be taken back. Of course, all my army is busy over in Gangplank Galleon right now. Fools in the water are easy to take care of. Another arena battle, not my problem. And we got detected in Archacephaly, or detected over in Lazas. The AI always knows where your spies are, so they go and really patrol them out. It's kind of sad. It's difficult to actually get spying done on AIs. Which is why I like to park my spies in throne provinces, where they usually just sit and are not bothered until someone claims the throne, and that's the kind of information I look for. Alright, at least Bob-on Battlefield's fortress is done, but I do want it to be an even better one, but I don't have the money for that, of course. How unfortunate. I do have an army right here, though. Not an army that's well led. What about my hero? He's got good magical leadership and passable regular leadership. Not super keen on you leading these kinds of people, though. Alright, what do we have around here? Useless Triton Commander. Too small to control, just get preaching. Mos Moris, take old whalebones, and maybe circle back, depending what Djibouti try and do here. A multi-talented old man. I'm going to want you over in whalebones as well to claim that throne, most likely. Neefington, keep the preaching going strong there. I could immediately counterattack Djibouti. Maybe even counter-raid. I think that's what my army's going to do. I'm going to see if I can set up a non-aggression pact with Archacephaly just to keep my back safe. And then we try and strangle Zurjan. It has to be done. If they're going to be attacking me like this, I need to attack aggressively. So let's send a missive over to Archacephaly for a non-aggression pact. Nap with Calum. If I can get Archacephaly as well. I don't care so much about Chalor. I am notably on the border with Vanheim. Which tells me, oh man, that's a terrible province right there. So many places I want to reinforce. But no, once we take Old Whalebones, we circle down and we just slaughter you. The question is, do I go straight into Djibouti or not? I could take a significant portion of you guys, mind hack, and make a bit of a front line. I think I could do that there. He's probably going to mass up a lot of province defense though, and that's one thing the AI loves to do, is make a massive amount of province defense, and that's a massive pain in my bum. If you go there in one turn, there in the next turn, I'll want the additional magical leadership if nothing else. You're already... You could have 125 magical beings. Dang, that's good. Okay, let's not worry too much about it. I just hope they don't raid into Grand Reef or Alexandria. I don't mind them going to Sweden, although that will mean they can go into Argentina, which is also bad. A lot of bad things, huh? Alright, screw Lego Island for now. Tell me if they're going to Sweden. Host of the most, just preach there for now. Wait, I thought I told you to preach. Come on, what's your problem? Royal Tower, get preaching. Very good that we have this N command to go to the next free unit. So yes, Gypsy Moth. Gosh, I would like Arborang fortified, but obviously we can't afford that. Just preach for now. And with nothing to do in Alexandria, tell you what, you go down to Sweden. That means bad idea. I can go to Lego Island because I do want that fortified at some point. Continue making armies. Continue making yet more armies. Maybe now I can do 5 and 5. 5 and 4. That'll do. Maybe 4 and 4. Spare my money. Who are you, and what did you do to DDR Jake, Mr. I don't mind going to Sweden? Sweden counters me pretty hard with these mindless foes. Alright, let's go. Ah, good to see TBW around, as is often the case. God, they're going straight for my capital? That's not good news. First of all, what happened in Old Whalebones? This is a fort province. Also, it's dark down here. Fortunately, we have full dark vision. Oh, but my frontline units do not. They are going to fight worse in the darkness. Good thing it's not really a question of whether or not you hit when you just think your enemy to death. Shamblers aren't very good, and not many of them make it to the front line. Of course, the difference is Shamblers actually have a bit of dark vision. Even so, they die, we live. Oh, right, you're a problem. So, elementals are a good counter to me, because they are mindless. They cannot be thinked to death. However, their commanders can. So if I simply kill the Hydromancer, the elemental can do nothing. Although you can also just kill the elemental the old-fashioned way. Hydromancer actually makes an escape. Not pleasant, but take it without losses, which is nice. What about our capital? Our units are really, really bad for province defense. We get these awful, awful misshapen mixed breeds. And I think it's a problem with the mod that they come around without actually getting any weapons. They can only fight with a useless headbutt. So yeah, my capital is going to be under attack here. Unless we miraculously win, but we're not about to. Or are we? No, the horse archers ran out of ammo and eventually just decided to come in and kill us. So that's unfortunate. Look at that, they took barely any losses for clearing us out. Although a good lesson to learn, my province defenses are terrible. Really terrible. But hey, some nations get good ones, some get bad ones. Which nation was I with again? I was with the Bull people. By I mean me, DDR Jake. Look at me freaking go! With my Wraith Sword, Rainbow Armor, Golden Sandals, and my precious ring. I am pretty damn good. Am I good enough to kill the hero, Anthromachus? He's an old man. Okay, I think I can handle an old man. I get so lost in battle. Where is he? He's just so small. Oh, there he is. Wow, that didn't take long. I hit him with my Wraith Sword for 23 damage, instantly killing him. Good. I even drain life with it. God, I wish I was on my side. Look at those skills! Attack 23, defense 28. The main downside of these guys is their low defense score. How do you have so much? Wraith Sword gives 3 defense. Golden Sandals gives 5 defense. Oh god, I hope I don't have to fight me. These shiny sandals signify the wearer has won the arena deathmatch. Anyone wearing them gives respect to all fighting men and can run and strike with astonishing speed. Quickness also boosting defense. Jake is very hard to kill. Fortunately, I am a hard counter to him because Jake's problem is that he doesn't think so good. Part of that is due to feeble-mindedness, but even without that, that's only magic resistance 12. And that's with a magic bonus. Alright, well, if I ever fight you, I know how to deal with you. I get Sparkling Fire Gems, a Champion Medal, and a bunch of gold. Also, Toilet Genie got destroyed in Chancelwood. Actually, no, we have a non-aggression pact, it's fine. Enemy can't harm us in Nargonis, but you better believe I'm not going to let them just have that, so get over there. Multi-talented old man, go and claim the Throne of Death? Wait, I don't want death! Yeah, it's good ascension points and dominion spread, but I do not want my dominion to have death. Oof, growth is so good and death is so bad. The problem is it gives us a large amount of death gems in payment for that. 5 a turn. Is that really worth it? Difficult. Growth is so good. Death is so bad. I need that Dominion spread. I'd have growth 2. I certainly don't want it going down to growth 1. But 5 death gems a turn is a lot of gems per turn. The thing is, I can't make good use of death gems. I don't have a death mage. I think I saw a way to break into death. I think I had access to some death guy. Yeah, there we go. If I want to break into death, I can get the Seraph from this province. There's only a 1 in 40 chance he becomes death too, though, so he's not that great. I don't think I ever checked if I have any summons. Any national summons, that is. Let's find out. Conjuration. Anything national for me? Lions and nothing else. Okay, I think I will pass on that opportunity for Old Whale Bones. I'll just have the province and the income, but I will not make use of it. I can build forts underwater, which is kind of cool, but for now just preach down there. Same with you, multi-talented old man, just preach. No thrones for us to take right now. Right, I'm going to take the fight to Zargonis after what they've just done to me. I'm going to kill them on my capital. I'm going to push back in, take Djibouti, move through Hangzhou and Effen Snow, and then just go for their capital. Problems arise, of course. How good am I actually killing forts? These guys' strength is okay. But it's only okay. I'd rather have an army of thralls to help out, which I could get. Could actually go via Sao Paulo, but actually that seems like a bad idea. Now take Djibouti back and grab these provinces along the way. Isengard is rather nice, but make a go for the capital. If I could suddenly make this my domain, I'm looking a lot better if it includes an enemy capital, but I doubt Archaecephaly is just going to hang back idly while I do this. My money still remains a problem as well. Alright, with that in mind, bad ideas, guy. I think I want a throne here. Not a throne, I want a palisade here. I know I lost $1,000 dues not getting my Djibouti defenses up, but that's just a problem that happens. Preaching Arborang. I need my priests out there in force, including at the Royal Tower. Friskin, you wait around there because I might want you to move around some of these guys. Make it 5 and 5. You can't quite, that's the reason I took you down to 4 and 4. That's still okay though. You're stuck in there, just research for now, my hero. Luigi, you just wait and see if anybody moves on Sweden. Alright, so we're going to take back our capital, hopefully. No reason why we couldn't. We'll think these guys to death. What if we think a little harder? I'm going to grab Plum. Plum is going to take additional units. Yeah, even frontline units. And you are going to break the siege. It's Y. I keep forgetting the hotkey to just check all battle units in an area. Wow, that essentially doubles our back line. Just stay there and do whatever. Just be sure to cast spells. You guys fire on the closest enemy. Yeah, we'll have this siege dealt with in no time. It's the counterattack that I'm worried about, because it's going to leave me very vulnerable on my non-reinforced flanks. And Bob on Battlefield, I never did complete a proper castle there. But needs must. I have a non-aggression pact with Calum. I might get one with Archaecephaly. I really don't think Vanheim is going to busy themselves with me. Of course, does one ever really know? Let's find out. It's fun to see how Jake seems to understand what he's doing. I've been playing poorly, but at least I understand why things have been going poorly. And Fishlips is in to say that he's watched a ton of Dominions 5 and 6 at this point, and he still has no clue. How can such a thing be possible? Alright. Damn. Okay, so Archaecephaly are not interested in a non-aggression pact. I might try again, though. Because having a non-aggression pact with Arco is very important, just to seal off that part of my nation without having to think about defenses for a while. We did get attacked at Grand Reef. I have defenses. Are they good enough? Because they're flyers. Okay, fortunately, the kind of guards take care of this. Oh man, these are such bad defenders, come on. So their units are coming around, they're flying, they've got bronze lances, their skills are okay, certainly better than mine, but here's their sacreds. 16 defense skill, magical 19 slashing Bane Blade. This is them without even their bless. They got true sight, they get more powerful in chaos. Fortunately, I'm not a chaotic land, so that should make them less powerful. Even so, do not like to see it. And you're gonna kill my priests? No, not Duff. Bye, Duff. Alright, there we go. I'm glad I buffed up my province defense there. Only losing one priest is no big bad deal. They're quite cheap and easy to replace, but I don't want to lose anything. Especially just such a small scout team. Part of the problem is my defenders consist of these god-awful misshapen units. Oh well, the main deal is what's happening in my capital. This is an army that will think you to death. So here are their so-called attacking forces, and away they go. Extremely dead. Rio de Janeiro gives me some air gems, and a couple of injured people were fixed here. Alright, Plum, hand the army over to Mosmoris. There we go. He's actually capped out on the amount of magical units that he has, which is fine. Mosmoris go and reclaim Djibouti. Supply usage very high. Might starve along the way. Especially in a swamp. Oh well. Onwards to Djibouti, Hangzhou, and keep on moving. Keep the preaching going. I want to keep that temple alive. And I want Bob on Battlefield to have a proper castle so I can recruit more units over there. Is that better than just getting more smaller reinforcements up? It might actually be better to keep the small ones going. So we get palisades going here. I do want a temple over there as well. It does make it all the more easy to destroy for my enemies, so let's maybe get a bit more defenses going. Keep on preaching. Keep on preaching. Gangplank Galleon could also do with a temple, because it's unlikely to get attacked by Archaecephaly of all nations. Didn't want that throne, although I might at some point be forced to if my Dominion keeps getting hurt. Dicey at Sparse Reef. Tell me more about Hinamizawa and Ardania. There's a lot of information about the map here that I don't have but do want. It's a cruel twist of fate that I'm locked off from the waters. If I punch through Archaecephaly, I could get into these waters, but unfortunately it is Zerjan that has forced my hand. Priests keep preaching along the border. Does that include you, Prez? Not really, but maybe. Prez, get over to Guardia and preach the good word over there. Guardia also get a replacement scout. Oh, if I had one, which I don't, because I don't have the money. My army costs quite a lot of money, which feels very sad. Hanarchy, I still need you to go out and explore the lands. Although it's dangerous putting you in Alexandria, you could get sniped. Wait one turn before you do that. Unless... yeah, go over to Bob on Battlefield, that's better. Arnold J. Rimmer. Go and preach over in Lindum, please. Normally I don't like going out and doing so much preaching, but needs must. You lose all your Dominion, you just die straight up. It's called being Dom killed, one of the saddest ways to go. Alright, good. They did not counterattack from Djibouti. They just sat there, and they are going to take it. How did this guy not die from all of that mind assault? Bizarre. Well, there are other ways to assault a man to death. Argonus, Unrest, Magic, Nature Gems. Nature Gems are nice. We have no income of them. We've not managed to source a source for them. Whilst I'm here, I want some more site searching going on. I think I'm going to start doing Hermetic Masters, despite them being very expensive. And let's keep adding to the army as best we can. Djibouti is mine again. Let's make our way out to Hangzhou, then Effensnow, then Zhejiang. There is the idea of taking Isengard. Very nice farmland province. It's got a temple on it as well. Smashing that would feel good. Rob them of resources, take it for my own. I wish I had a better split up army for doing raiding, you know, splitting up and taking all three of these at once. But I don't. Try my luck at some non-aggression packs just so I can focus down this guy better. Archaecephaly's the big one that I want. Maybe I'll even try with Vanheim. Just everybody leave me be. I'm going to kill Zhejiang. Everyone will be happier, especially me. Bob on Battlefield starting to enjoy an actual army here, which is nice. Could well want them for later. Parthia, huh? Could actually move in and take Parthia. I just don't want to get too close to Vanheim's capital unless they take that as a sign of aggression. Keep on preaching the good word, host with the most. Arnold J. Rimmer, keep on preaching on my throne. That could be a real reason that Archaecephaly do not want a non-aggression pact. They see this throne by their border and think they would rather have it, which is probably why they've got this massive army in Berlin. I better be ready for the assault on Lindum. It's going to happen. Yeah, well, all the more reason not to put a temple over there. I was... It's okay, these guys are expendable. Just let them preach while the going is good. 290, that's a lot. It certainly is. You just stay pinned down in Morrowind. Vanheim doing a weird thing of barely expanding. It must be a defensive style. And you know what? Do make that a proper castle now. All the while... I want some preaching being done in the old whalebones, please. Is there a good way to see in-game how many turns are left until your god unit comes into play? No, because you don't know. It's variable. Either they start awake, or they're asleep, or they're imprisoned. If they're asleep, they'll wake up between... Well, it's meant to be a year, but it can be between, I think, 8 and 16 turns. If they're imprisoned, it's 3 years, give or take, I think, half a year. So it's at 36 turns, give or take 6 turns. Ooh, still nothing found. Alright, Djibouti, they did a counterattack. That's unfortunate, because I just left Djibouti, so they're likely to just take it. No, my booty! This is why I need decent, smaller units to be able to go around and defend these things. What's happening in Isengard? We're moving in. And we're taking it. Definitely overkill on my front. We do not need this many units for it, but... my first time playing this nation. I'm a little unconfident with how it goes. There's Shalor. Don't mind me, Shalor. You just do your own thing. Don't like losing Djibouti, but I'm not about to turn around for it. What I can do is grab the virtual Bart. Is this going to work or is this going to backfire? I know there aren't a lot of units in Djibouti. I'll try my luck, but they might do a big province defense dump. The AI loves to do that. Our supply usage is way high here, which is very concerning. I'm going to starve along the way, I think. I do have a healer back home. Well, I did. He's over here now, isn't he? I don't want you in Alexandria. That's too dangerous. And look at Archaecephaly. Building up on the border of Lindum. They can't get in over the river, but they can get in this way. I'm concerned for a number of reasons. Alright, go and check out these highland areas then. Right, you two get preaching. I don't think I need to keep bringing out more of these priors. I do like them, and I do want them massed eventually. I guess we're just making them then. I can always concentrate them later on as our needs arise. Dominion's getting a lot stronger in my core territories though, that I like. Alright, you may die on that border, but who knows, me and Archaecephaly might see eye to eye eventually. Go and try and reclaim Djibouti. Please fire on the closest enemies. You guard the commander. Could go wrong in a lot of ways. Alright, non-aggression with Archaecephaly, non-aggression with Vanheim, that's good. However, Shalord disagreed with the idea. Conjuration 5 is done, that's quite good. Throne of Zeal is now in the hands of Professor Herschel Layton. Did I take Djibouti with my small army? Probably not. Oh, it's not looking good. They're going to fly over and... Yep. Well, I tried. Yeah, not only... Well, they did add a little bit of province defense. But yeah, that was not enough to take care of what they were fighting me with, so my Mind Champions are not a be-all and end-all unless they're massed. Hangzhou, however, and this is me moving on up, moving on out. Whoa, there are a lot of them! They were serious about killing me. And these flyers are a big problem, because they fly around and just kill my, my mind hackers. Although, kind of good that they want to go for my front line instead. Uh-oh, yeah, that's what I'm worried about. Oh god, we're routed. They took out our commanders. Oh man, also poison. Yeah, my frontliners are already told to hold an attack, but they only hold for 2 turns. What a rout. Surprised that even some of them made it back to friendly territory. Oh, of course they could cross the river. Yeah, we were outnumbered and thoroughly outgunned. Like I said, flyers are a strong counter to what I do, because I cannot defend my back row. All their flyers have to do is wait and attack rear. And it looks like that's exactly what they did there. So much for being too much. It still wasn't enough. These Mind Champions, they're no good in melee, despite Life Drain being a really good attack. They don't have the skills to make that worth their while, and they're so squishy with only 7 protection. Unfortunate. That was my main army. And they run over here. Some ran here. Some are stranded in Isengard, and they're going to get annihilated by Zerjan. They still own Djibouti. They still have a decent army in Djibouti. This is extremely bad. They've got a free entry into my capital, my very poorly defended capital. Very unfortunate. And I haven't specialized in anything else to really counter this. I haven't got good research. My mages, I can't think of any good attacks they have for battle that could change the course of things. No. I was even looking at Earth spells there, but I have no Earth gems to boost them up for it. Things look quite dire to my untrained eye, extremely dire. Not only did we fail expansion, we've also failed in war. And I don't think we can come back from 2 failures here. Alright. Grab who you can. Bring them back home. This could be a... Well, this is going to be very bad, but I might need every unit I can get back in my home to defend this. You, however, continue building up that fort. It's 16 movement to get back there. You guys have 16 map move. You do not. That tells multi-talented old man to grab the units back to Cargonis here. Don't think you can get back there in time, can you? Hold the line on that front then. Ardania. Move on from Ardania. Keep on searching there, Narki. Actually, Narki, you couldn't get back in time. That's a shame. You could have been really useful for a big fight. I feel really bad for the units in Isengard. I have no way to pull them back. They're stranded by units that I can't kill with mind blasting. A very big strong amount there, and Zerjan. And Shalor did not take my non-aggression pact, so they are likely just going to die there. Unsurprisingly, they went into Isengard and slaughtered all my Remainers. The Ramoners are going down. They tried to mind hack. I think I overestimated the power of the mind hacking. But it also didn't help that my regular frontline units aren't very good. Their skills are really low. These guys have been my go-to frontliners to keep the backline alive, but they don't last long enough. Protection 14, with only slightly better than human hit points, is not good enough. And their skills were way too low. They couldn't land their hits, and they certainly couldn't defend from hits. So I think my Think Your Enemy to Death build isn't working out so well. Well, I know it's not working out so well. The question is, what could I have done to make it better? Complete decimation there. Nobody made it out. Palisades and Lego Island, complete. Alright, let's work with what we do have. Build out that fortress. We've already got a temple there. Keep on preaching. My Dominion is still staying very small. Not happy to see that. You didn't find anything over in Arborang, did you? I don't think I want to risk you over in Argentina, but I will not. You can make it all the way back to Nargonis somehow. 20 map move. Alright, get back there. I might really need you to turn things around with what little you have. If you get attacked on your capital, you cannot continue to recruit there. The AI can because they're cheating bastards, but we cannot. Right, keep that guy coming out, could be useful. Hey, we popped out a 3 air one, which is nice. Normally there are only 2, but we popped out a 3 one. Jimmy Hopkins, Junen, get in there. Yeah, he's my Steiner, right? Everything will be fine when Steiner arrives. Steiner and his legions will free us up entirely. I did get my conjuration spell, to be clear, but I think I'm going to be strangled here. Alright. Unfortunately, now that I've brought everybody back for my glorious defense, we don't actually have a fight to defend against, because he's free to raid me wherever he wants. He can take me out at his leisure. I cannot reasonably fight back. Well, certainly not with the army dead. Oh, and to make matters worse, that awesome leader I had is also dead. That was Mos Moriz, was it not? It was. I'm going to need you back. I need that morale bonus. The rest of you, there's not terribly much you can do. Get preaching. Dicey, wait over there in Korchin. Fiskin. I need those units. I just wait there for now. Zerjan's got Senator Armstrong the Bane as their prophet. At least we're able to cure afflictions in the capital, thanks to my hero having the healer trait. But they're just massing up in Djibouti. What's the man to do about this? What do I have access to here? So I'll pull everybody out, so I have an idea of what I have to play with. For some reason they don't group together. Alright, that'll do anyway. Keep the recruitment going. I do like Spring Hawks. That's not going to make all the difference here. Funnily enough, I also like Draconians, but they're good for sieging more than anything else. Also quite expensive on the air gems. They're also not going to be as good as their enemy flyers. I don't think that'll help me out here. That said, if we can get anything to help us out... Oh, what's messenger crows? Patrol strength, never mind. Get the draconians over here. Thanks to my healer having the healer trait. Oh damn, I haven't heard news like that since I was at... Yeah, I was trying to say hero, not healer. Here's our hero with the healer trait. This is very rare to find, so getting someone with healer 3 is amazing. It means if you had, say, a bunch of horrible old men doing research in your capital, you can pick away at their afflictions and keep them healthy. As it is, he's just healing some people that got injured on the death road out there. Not to Canada, though. It's this guy with his supposed never-healing wound. That will eventually be healed. And you there with your chest wound, and we've already healed up some other afflictions. Alright, well, not good, but you don't need me to tell you that. Get what people I can back there. Vanheim's got their profit, and they are, of course, coming into Nargonis. Not even with a large army, but my units are just so terrible. My defensive units, that is. Problem are these foul spawn things. They don't spawn with their weapons for some reason. Although I get mind champions? No, that's just with hypnotize. Oh yeah, Crivens, we get some bad units here. Okay, what can be done? Fagger's going into Morrowind. We are eyes on Morrowind. Morning from the States. I love the Cobalt Core stream, thanks. That was a fun game. But it had that problem of just making me think, I'd rather be playing Slay the Spire. So I played Slay the Spire, and it was great. These are just some all-round good, strong frontline units. Good protection, good hit points. Uncomfortable size. Size 6 units are pretty bad in Dominion 6. That's just big enough that 2 of them won't fit to a square, leaving a lot of wasted area, killing potential in a square. Of course, then you want to mix them with some size 4 or size 2 units. I don't seem to be using that, though. Astral Pearls coming on in, under siege in Nargonis. Right. There aren't a lot of them. It shouldn't be very difficult to kill them. And hey, Catty Lars is here with the Dragon Army. Another size 6 unit, but they go in with a Bite and Talon. Quite good. Quite good. Big thing is you don't have to pay upkeep cost to them, and they are pretty damn good at sieging places down. So Draconians are excellent siege chaff. Main downside, of course, they don't eat. They do eat. And they're size 6, they eat quite a bit. I swear these guys got buffed. Don't think I'll use them in the fight, though, but it shouldn't be too hard to get these guys off my back. I was contemplating using a communion to take these guys out, but you'd think with a setup like this I don't need a communion. That said, my army is pitiful, and they still have their flyers. Yeah, flyers counter me so hard. I think that's a bit of the problem that I've got with these mind hackers. There are too many ways to counter them. I love that mind blast from any distance, but they're easy to kill. Their hit points are okay, but these guys need fluffed up. They need Army of Lead or something, and we are so far away from those kinds of spells. So missiles take them out, flyers take them out, evocations take them out. Too many weak points, and I guess Mind Blast isn't that killy. Really nice for breaking up enemy formations, but doesn't kill them fast enough. Unfortunate. Alright, what do I do here then? Any way to improve or edit units in the game? Oh, there are so many ways to improve and edit units, especially commanders. See all these slots? They can be given custom weapons, armor, ranged weapons, helmets, miscellaneous accessories. You can give them gems so that in combat they can spend gems to do fancy things. You know, I'm a little tempted to... I actually wish they were attacking me with more of their army so I could unload on them with a really nice communion. But 40 units is not enough to justify using communion on. Okay, then. I don't have my good leader anymore either. How sad. How very, very sad. Multi-talented old man can't even take all the Lithoids here. I worry a little bit about this. I might need you to help us out. Although, what if they bring in more reinforcements? Nah, they can't. They have nobody nearby to bring in. Oh, but what if they fly over all these guys? I bet they could fly over in time. You know what? Let's let them come. I have a feeling that my goose is already completely cooked here. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to let them come. Then I'm going to see if I can't communion them down. Go down swinging and all of that. You keep preaching. Put your units back. You just stay there and defend. Nothing saying I couldn't get more of them, actually. Give me a few more Draconians. I have the air gems for this. Although I want to spare some air gems for doing something else. Not too much for you guys to do out there. Just preach while the going is good. I heard the going is not good, but preach anyway. Ah, hang on. I did get my Custodian. Alright, that puts the shoe on the other proverbial foot. If there's one thing I want Slay the Spire 2 to have, the folks who did the music for Monster Train. I didn't notice the music in Monster Train, but I bounced off that game really fast. It was horrifically ugly and just did not appreciate the gameplay going on in it. Got our Draconians. Archaecephaly's crushing independence. Vanheim is actually fighting Fagerborg. How's that going for you? Glad you're fighting someone that isn't me, but I already have my hands full. Ah, there we go. Long dead. Long dead also counter me because mindless units don't get affected by my mind hacking. Archers shooting all over the place, but long dead do resist pierce damage, which arrows are. Lightning being used to attack the Fagerborgs, who are actually susceptible to lightning damage. Most amusing, but I think the purple guys here will have this. Long dead aren't killy enough to take out their giants, although they're considerably outnumbering them. And that was a full-on Thunder Strike. Very nice, it's got area of effect damage. And skeletons don't rout. Skeletons will fight and fight on until they die or their commander dies. You need magical leadership or else these kinds of units just die. Well, not magical, these are undead. So you need undead leadership. Which this guy does have. Nice looking. Rib-cracking Moose the Vanderrot with air, glamour, and blood magic. Skeletons go in to meet the archers. Archers have to engage with their short sword in melee, which isn't too shabby a weapon. Slice the undead's heads off. Undead, a rare unit that can actually still survive and fight on with no head. There we go, the giants have this. Cowardly Moose runs away. Sneely got discovered, killed by Fago. Lego Fortress is done. We're still under siege back home though, that's the one I care about. I'm surprised they're not bringing in more units though, I really expected that they would. It's causing me a bit of a problem because I can't keep piling on more units to myself here. Alright, that being how it is, how many of those can you grab? Amber, you grab more of them. And let's go and lift this siege, shall we? Okay, okay. All of you go and break the siege. I forget the command for it. E. And how do we do this? Knowing that they could still fly back and attack me, how about we have it like so? I'll even do sparse line formation to prevent you... No, actually line formation, given the way they could attack with their flyers. Alright, there we go. You guys fire on closest. You guys fire on closest. You guys hold and attack closest. You guys hold and attack rearmost. You guys hold and attack closest. And you certainly stay behind troops whilst you cast spells. Also put a small bodyguard contingent onto you, Jasmine. Alright, get these losers out of my home. Hello, Lily Ritter and Pain Elemental. Interestingly, I could actually have you guys all come out and help as well. You guys also break the siege, but you're going to get specific fire on closest enemy orders. Fortunately, this can just be copy-pasted to all the people. And you guys can keep doing it forever. Because you're sacred, you'll have the bless as long as multi-talented old man knows to specifically cast Divine Blessing first. Alright, there we go. Have a go with that. Yeah, we're playing the Paralyzed, guys. It has gone terribly starchy. And I reckon we're about to die. Or even if death isn't right around the corner, the damage has been done that I do not think we can come back from. Alright, this is so sad. They were just sieging us down with this. Too easy to kill. Maybe we can make something of this then. My problem is these guys just overall counter me too hard. Could we go on a warpath with these then? Get me Djibouti back. Let's go on the march. That said, all of you guys should be a bit further back, or those guys should be a bit further forward. Both works. We're going to run out of supplies around Hangzhou. Nothing saying we have to go into Hangzhou, though. Look at that, F and Snow got taken by trolls. Looks like Zherzhan has some problems of their own then. Alright, let's see if we can capitalize on this. Get me back to regularly making these guys. They obviously don't do everything we need them to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Keep that going. Keep churning out... Ooh, I don't know. I've already got my Hermetic Masters that I want, right? Although I didn't get one with 2 Earth. Got one with 3 Astral, though. That's nice. Even so, keep bringing out the Priors, since they were considerably meant to be my strategy, right? Not that we're making it work, but we're trying. What race are we playing with? These weird Illithid creatures. Essentially Dr. Zoidberg, but he tries to think you to death. Got additional priests over here. Because of all the temples I built, I am actually looking alright on Dominion. I've actually saved up quite a bit of money, even. So how about we do build a temple here. Gonna add a bit more defense to my underwater, just in case anybody does a little bit of an errant attack there. One tip against flyers is to have a melee unit in the back, and your shooters and mages more in between your front and rear. That is something. I put my flyers in the back row just in case they fly over there first. I'm not sure if it'll work out that way, though. Definitely don't get enough of these guys, although they're still pretty bad. Just the general lineup of units we have access to are really terrible for this nation, sadly. I still thought these guys would be better than they're performing, but 14 protection and low skills is letting them down. Anyway, do not worry about what we don't have, concern ourselves with what we do have. We do have a bit of a chance to come back from this. It is just a bit, but let's try and use it. These temples up. Did I get my Archocephaly non-aggression pact? I did indeed. Didn't get with Chalor though. I'm going to try my luck again with Chalor. And that means I'm a bit happier to put down a temple here and even a temple here. I've got the money, I might as well put it to use. Are we waiting on a bless? No, we went relatively blessless. We've got 4 times reinvigoration with 1 times arcane leadership. And the whole strategy was to have my mind-hacking guys mind-hack the enemy to death, whilst the front line chews up their front line, and eventually pivot into using my priests, who can also do the mind blasting, with potentially better results, but since they'll have reinvigoration, they'll never tire out and they'll keep casting it. That was the hope. For big fights, I planned to use communions so that I could boost an air mage to the point where he can just bring down thunder strikes and air elementals galore. But they have denied me the big fight for using the communion, and they counter me really hard by flying at me. However, if we can just get through all of this. I think I need more of these frontliner guys. We might be able to make something happen. The UI is a war crime. It's certainly something. You gotta learn to love and respect the Dominion's UI. Alright, I need armies. I might actually try and pivot away from the Mind Hackers and go over to my Sacred Mind Hackers. A nice thing about the Sacred ones is you can fit 3 to a square, so they're not taking up the massive amount of space that the other Mind Hackers are. Still need some Mind Hackers, but maybe we can really pivot away from that. These fighters aren't great, but we'll do what we can with this. Yeah, the UI is also robust, but you really have to learn to use it and learn to love it, which is not easy. Alright, can I make something happen here? I'd really like to get site searching, but we have other ways to site search. Love not having to pay for these guys, but Seymour Guado, you just wait there for a wee while. Lily, Ritter, and Co. There's nowhere really to preach outside of what I already have. So I might actually want you guys coming over for some fighting of the likes. What I might actually do is give you cast blessing, then fire and all that. That way if I don't have my grand blessing and all that, you just do that. What about an army for you? Could keep you guys a little bit more alive by giving you something like 3 of these each. It's an idea. No, certainly not them. This does, however, slow you down moving around on the tactical map. 12, 16, I wonder about that actually. Could work against me. Probably will work against me, get out. 16 is a nice threshold for moving around a fair bit. There we go. UI, only a mother could love. Took me a long time to love the Dominion's UI. You really have to learn it though. It is quite functional, but yeah, learning hotkeys, learning how to do everything basically, not easy. Alright, we're working our way through that construction at least. Once we have construction 5, I get greater magical weapons. I might want construction 7 for the boosters though. And then I'll probably want enchantment. I dream of getting Gift of Health and Tree Lord, and I want Mother Oak, and I always forget what Mother Oak is. Mother Oak is Alteration 5, maybe go for that first. Gonna have a hard time getting all those nature gems. We don't have the income for them. We weren't able to find any, unfortunately. But I dream. Alright, Djibouti. Djibouti back in my control, as it should be. Oh boy, what a mess we have here. Alright, mess those mothers up. I could go to Hangzhou, but if I do that, I invite a lot of problems to myself. So what's the answer to that? Maybe not to go to Sao Paulo. The thing is, if I want to get to Zhejian's capital, and I do, I have to go Hangzhou, effing Snow Zhejian. As we can see, this lineup isn't working out so well for us. You guys seem to be further forward. As long as you hold an attack. Still a problem though, those flyers, huh? And I have nowhere near the numbers I had last time we fought as well, so if anything I'm just weaker for it. Do I attack into Hangzhou? Yeah, the problem is this could go just as badly as it did last time. Why do I think it would go better this time? Also, why are you in the water? Also, you're fighting Hangzhou. That's probably what's keeping Hangzhou too busy. Interesting. Interesting. What if we stop our thinking about Zherzhan? Zherzhan are fighting with Chalor. This could be an opportunity for me to shore up my defenses better. I have the money. As long as they don't come for me again. We can react to being attacked. Alright, here's a different plan of attack. Yosuke. Build a temple here. Joker. Build a palisade here. I'm going to take Sweden. I don't want to take Sweden. Why don't I take Isengard? It's a better province. Problem is, they could just come and take Djibouti. Should I just leave? I could even just leave the forces here, get the defenses done. We're not struggling with supplies here, thanks to it being a lovely farmland province. Contemplating Sweden. Mainly long deads and ghouls. Who could go and take that? The thing is, they do have a lot of units here in Hangzhou. They might want to counterattack in Djibouti. Let's just wait in Djibouti, right? Just patrol the province or whatever. Keep Djibouti free for me to own. Hopefully they don't go over to Grand Reef, but they can fly over to that. And let's try and shore up our defenses a bit. I certainly got caught unaware by being smashed by the flyers, but it doesn't mean we're down and out. It means we're down, for sure, but not out. There's not a lot for you guys to do, just hang around there. I do want to recruit a ton of priests. The priests are even squishier than my other guys, but the mind blasting that they could do would be on a different scale. They're also cheaper overall. A little bit more expensive to get initially, but in upkeep, roughly half the cost of these big guys. And like I said, 3 to a square as opposed to 1 to a square. Have some faith. Get that, get my crummy front line. Try and get as much of that crummy front line as I can. Expensive, but manageable. Alright, hold this down a bit. We can yet make something happen. I've bounced back from worse. Not much worse, but I did bounce back. I also want Rio de Janeiro to have a temple in it. And yeah, I want my defense up in Djibouti. Is there anywhere else I could expand into by having fortifications and the like? It was actually not too bad an idea to put a fort underwater, especially on old whalebones. You're preaching... I know it's very expensive to be putting underwater stuff down. But I think it's worth it. It does actually give a bonus to the income that comes around here, and since people love to fight for thrones, they might come there, so all the better to have a defense for. Even if it is the throne of death. Our dominion is so strong here, actually, that we've wiped out the death from the throne of death, so the population won't go down there. Why is the population... I thought Alexandria was my capital for a moment there. Yeah, population is okay. Alright, I am fighting back. I'm not losing hope over the minor setback of losing my entire army. And make no mistake, it is but a minor setback. Units will die. Would love to take on Parthia as well, but I should keep my distance from Vanheim. If I can just get everything to shore up my defenses here, surely things will be better. And that does include doing Lindum, so you there please begin work on a palisade. And if one nice thing about losing my army, I suppose, is that I don't have to pay for them. And those guys were expensive. Alright, alright. I think I still want preachers out on my front line, though. My research is suffering immensely, though. Basically, there is almost no research aside from these guys. But I do want priests. It's a difficult call. Tell you what, Nargonis, you actually continue to make me the researchers. Everywhere else can make the priests. That is what I have decided right now. Thank you, Eroratu, a lover of the Dr. Zoidberg people here, clearly. Spurring on our inevitable victory, even though our situation is beyond grim. Damn, just when I was looking for an excuse to chuck the game and go crawling over to slay the Spire. Why is there an extremely long battle going on? I hope that's not ours, because we don't do well in long battles. Okay, well, there were no battles for us. We did get our non-aggression pact with Shalor, so this is looking better and better. We are diplomatically making defenses, whilst we physically make defenses. Sao Paulo, though. Okay, yeah, you are beyond dead. Don't know what you're thinking doing this kind of attack. Especially with these Kalem ice armor people. I don't think that's going to help you out very much against these serpent fire snakes. Oh yeah, you are so dead. The thing is, their own troops are burning horribly here. And what have we here? Sima Yi, Netter of the Kings. How dare you betray Cao Cao like that, Jin? Pitney Bank as well, what's going on? Larger army of cold flying people. But yeah, these walking vine ogres are going to do you in. Vine ogres are also mindless, so my mind hacking does not work against them. Hello though, what have we here? We've got Orbulon the Great Mother. Somehow wearing body armor of twisted thorns. How that is armor, I will not understand. Thorns protrude all over the mage's body, twisting wherever the mage makes any sudden movements. Combat is arduous. Troubling. Right, well, I know I'm not going to be taking Pitney Bank anytime soon then, but this is why I put my spies in, so I can see where my enemies are making such mistakes. Otherwise, there was a wee scout of Zerjan that we killed, and some brigands to be taken down, but they are holding back. They took Ardania off of Shalor. Hopefully it's not the end of their fighting. I need them to infight a lot. We're working on our defenses here yet more. I'm sorely tempted to take Isengard. Knights and militias. They would destroy quite a few of my Draconians, though. More provinces, more better, and I do want Isengard, especially now that I've got my non-aggression pact with Shalor. I have a feeling they're not going to make it in with wolves and men into Djibouti, so here's my idea. I'm going to reinforce Djibouti. I'm going to move over and I'm going to take Isengard. Probably with all of you, right? And take Isengard and then double back to Djibouti. I don't care if they retake Isengard, but they might end up too busy to do so. Actually, the same argument could be said about taking Hangzhou. If they don't counterattack, move over to Hangzhou and then back to Djibouti. Just better to pen my horse to their fence than theirs to ours. As for you guys, there is preaching to be done. Henry of Skallets, I need a temple over there. I have enough money to start another fortification. Hadrian's fence is right there. Do I actually fortify up Guardia? I don't actually. We continue to preach to keep our dominion strong, but I would rather take Hadrian's fence. Because we will already have a defense in Lindum. That said, I want to be able to produce more priests. Better to put the defenses where they're needed first, though. God, I want Parthia. It just lines this whole thing up a lot better, because that's where the bridge is. Lego Island's looking okay. It's also nice knowing that I've got growth. Time is on my side. Every time that passes, I'm gaining population, gaining income, gaining everything. And my enemies that do not similarly have growth scales will not scale the way I do. So whilst I might be in a very, very weak position, my position can get stronger even though I do nothing. Even though I do nothing, huh? Still want some more stuff going on here. I should definitely get Arborang forted up. Alright, Gypsy Moth, that's your job. Get some palisades going in Arborang. The defenses in Arborang are sad beyond measure, but get something going there. You go and help out in Arborang too. I'm worried. I'm very fragile. I'm at the mercy of my enemies killing each other and not me. But diplomacy is just another edge on my double-bladed sword. This is our fight into Isengard. I want it because it's nice, profitable farmland. Poorly defended as well. I think these were event knights that came in and took it from them. But nice thing about knights is look at how easily they get destroyed by me. Only 10 magical resistance, so thinking them to death has never been easier. Never been easier. Get out of here. Flying units just go and decimate what few do not get thought to death. No losses on our side, but massive overkill. Another scout dead. Lego Island Castle complete. It's as big as we can make our defenses here, right? Absolutely. No real demand for laboratories the way I'm playing this as well, which could be seen as good. Will be seen as good. Palisades getting done. Get some preaching going on there. God, I would like Partathia. Can we not move in on Partathia? I could grab all of you, bring in some more thinkers, bring in a front line like this. Would that be enough to take Partathia? Bear Tribe warriors? Fiskin, you can take some units, can't you? Heck, you could take all the units, make them fight a little less like garbage. Okay, here's my brilliant idea. I am going to take Partathia. You guys are all going to make that happen. Go here, go there, set up a fort in Partathia. Just have my line of forts here, 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 here. And I suppose here to a degree. Don't worry about the rivers. Archaecephaly cannot cross a river, unless they've done some fancy things with their units, but I doubt they have. Really want Rio de Janeiro. Why was there a fight in Rio de Janeiro? Ah, sneaking enemy discovered. Really want a fort up in Rio de Janeiro. Even though it's adjacent to my capital, I just want to... wish I had St. Paulo and not you. But we can see just how powerful Sao Paulo is, so I think I need a fort on Rio and Gates of Madness. I'm going to start with Rio, though. Just completely turtling myself in here. As I mentioned earlier, not my favorite thing to do. Oh, those dogs. They put a fort up in Hangzhou. That makes sieging that an even less tantalizing target. Wait, wasn't I building a fort in Djibouti? I think I took away my fort builder from Djibouti. Big mistake. I hope that didn't reset everything. I hope I can just go back and build it like nothing happened. Where's the bad ideas guy? You're on Lego Island without much to do. Still a little curious about what's going on over here, and I wish I had access to this water. Go over to Saint Mystery and tell me what's happening there. The rest of you guys, preaching might not seem like your best use of time. Do it anyway, though. You guys are actually part of my fighting unit down the line. Although I wonder about that. Might be a lot better to have mages. Maybe Bob on Battlefield can pivot over to mages now. Alright. It should say the progress as long as the terrain doesn't get taken with it. I certainly hope so. Blood Slaves, Golden Guardio, Throne of Flames for Dong Zhuo, the monster. Alright, now if I could kindly get my fort construction resumed. The rest of you just patrol this province. Can also have Worm construct palisades over there. Grand Reef I'm less concerned about. Because even if they do take Grand Reef, what are they going to do? Go into a fort, or a fort? Although it does have a temple on it, and I know the flyers can get across the rivers. The thing is, the AI loves to mix flyers with non-flyers, so that limits their movement on the tactical map here. Alright, just all stay preaching. All of you get moving into Partathia. Need to make sure you have the correct orders, of course. Glaive champions, get in a line, hold an attack. There we go. I'd love to move everybody back, but that involves... Oh, hang on. They let you do this now, don't they? Yeah, they do. Oh, thank God. Okay. I was going to leave everyone in the center, because moving your units one at a time is a pain in the bum. But now we can do it this way. Alternatively, I can also do this, can't I? And move all you guys forward a bit. Have some behind and some in front. Hold and attack closest. Fire on close. Hey, you do FC. You just need to hold shift down for it. Cool. And then you guys do your blessing, and then fire on the closest. You just stay behind troops. Anyway, that should secure Partathia, and then we're going to fort that up as well. A lot of forting going on. Palisades, preaching. No palisades for you, though. Soon I'll have my stone wall down in old whale bones. Tough fight, but it makes fighting back feel all the better. Hey, Sheffrin is with us. Master of the world, the king of strength, the master of order, friend of all. He is at long last broken free. Also Partathia. Did we get to take you out with just our thinkers? Some good thinking. So these guys are blessed with Reinvigoration 4, meaning they take very, very little, potentially even no fatigue whenever they do their mind hacking. Excellent. It does, however, mean that they need to be kept safe. Bodyguards can do that. Unlike my regular light mind champions, I can do bodyguards for the prior priests. And that will ensure that they keep a defensive layer of chaff to keep them alive. Alright. This I can pivot into. This I can make work. And Lego Island's giving me some free gems, also welcome. And my hero. I really need to get searching these lands. Where was my level 3? Yeah, God, man. Sheffrin, look at him. Sadly, he's just going to be researching, but freaking Sheffrin, man. Plenty of units here, as we need. Okay, right, don't get too excited. Consider what needs to be done. Although I was working with instruction, I did also want the ability to do... Christ, what is it? Asterisk Knowledge is actually a bit away from me. It's one more level of conjuration. Screw the construction, I want that conjuration. Then... let me think. Sheffrin's already got 5. I don't have the nature gems that I need, but maybe someday I will. My research is really low. I cannot get the high level research done anytime soon, so I need to consider what can be done. Mother Oak is 5 on alteration. It's good, it solves my nature problems, but I need the 50 upfront nature to make it happen. Some nice things that I certainly want. Weapons of Sharpness, sadly, only has Area of Effect 1. Where's the bigger one of that? Is that Steel Slice Warriors? Oh, hell yeah, it is. Not what I'm looking for. More Riches of Beneath, though. Enchantment 6. A man can try. We don't get any Earth Gems, but someday we will. Of that, I'm sure. Alright, site searching going a bit of the way of the toilet. What we're going to be doing is using our astral ability to site search, meaning I'm going to liquidate all my fire and most of my air into astral, and then use that to site search. This is going to be probably a long game. And I'm going to be very weak for most of it. What I need to do is make my home area so strong that I can burst out of it. Also, I'm going to need some good counterplays to what my enemies do, so I need more magical paths. God, I would love death. Death with Wraith Lords would change things for me, but I don't have Wraith Lords. And I don't have death. Alright. There's Besaid, but let's not push our luck. I do not want Arcacyphily thinking twice about that pact they made with me. Let us get our temple. Let us get our palisades. Get the rest of you preaching out here. Actually, all of you preach, and Johnny Bravo, you can erect the temple. There's a splash of my cash. I love the fact there's a river running around Lego Island. Could almost be a river. Just need to connect the banks a bit. Seto Inland, Calum. I still hate Zergen with all of my might. But they're not taking back Isengard, which is nice. That's just income that's flooding into me. It is across a river, but I can still claim that as my own. Really tempted to go for Sweden. Do you think I could take on Longdeads and Ghouls just using my flying guys? Better to have it than let others have it. It's possible. Longdeads and Ghouls aren't that strong. Draconians should have the advantage. Yeah, get on there, Draconians. I'm sure the rest of us can hold this area with all of our thinking powers. A little worried, I don't have actual frontliner powers around here. Could we perhaps fix that? Seymour Guado. Go and bring as many actual units down here as you can, please. Sheffrin cannot move. He couldn't even be moved by magical effects. I think there is no way to move someone like this. Very reinvigorating, though. You can cast a bunch of things. Well, you can do Asterisk Record, but that's not the same. I want to fool everything. You might... trying to think if anyone could do Eyes of God. Couldn't you forge eventually a Skullshine booster? Isn't that a Skullshine cap? Might be level 7 construction. Never mind then. Okay, keep it going. I'm not one for turtling, but here we go. As a kid, I used to turtle in strategy games, especially Dungeon Keeper. Oh man, nothing felt cozier than getting those reinforced walls up, training everything up to level 10 and then smashing the place. Sheffrin has discovered all the thrones on the map, and there was a fight in Sweden. Yeah, those Longdeads won't know what hit them. It'll be us. Woomph! Eaten. It was never a question of winning, the question was losses. See, the Draconians cost me gems and have no upkeep, so it's very bad to lose them. Even losing 10 was a bit sad for that fight. But it's ours now. Death gems, lovely. Get me some of those. Palisades and Lindum. Palisades won't cut it though. All these palisades need to be made into full-on fortresses. Hell, full-on castles, despite the costs. Keep the preaching going. Keep the researching going. It's going to be a bit to get to Conjuration 6. But when we have that, we're going to start site searching for loads of gems united. Does your enemy have Astral Paths, Jake? If so, you might want to go for Magic Jewels. You will occasionally lose Magic Jewels, and my enemy has so much more resources than I do that if they lose even 3 commanders for every 1 I lose, it's still essentially my loss. Because not only are they able to get back those losses, I'm spending mage turns on something that doesn't really benefit me. I would love to take the seas. I think I could destroy Shalor on the seas, but looks like they get all the big water and I just get my tiny little lake here. It is disheartening, but we just gotta do what we gotta do. Keep the preaching going around here. I am making the army, which is good. I make good use of this for these guys. Doesn't scale up quite the way that my thinkers do, but I think it's a lot more sustainable than making the mind champions. Making the scouts. I just wish I'd made these guys a bit fluffier with a bless, maybe something to up their protection. But we put all our work on the blessing into having good scales, and we've got to live with that. Alright, get back over here. Djibouti will soon have some proper reinforcements going. Question is, can I and even should I consider fighting in Hangzhou, or do we just stare down our enemy? The palisades up feels good though. I'm okay with this. Don't like being in Saint Mystery though. Where can we go from here? It's a long way to go around to the Holy Magic Sect ruins. Maybe go over to Sicily. I want to see what's going on around Clanker's Cavern. Maybe even Euryadora. Get over to Dundee Docks. Yeah, Sicily first. Seymour Guado, you were there to deposit these units. Please go back and fetch more. How does the game decide names? Amity Airfield is a scenario from Roller Coaster Tycoon. Yes, I modified the names list. There's something like 1,300 different names for characters and places that I put into the game, coming from various games and chatters, in fact. Chatters have put their own names into the list. A dire portent Bazzy Joe has put up. What has he done? All the kindling fire fell from the sun. Why does that sound like a very, very bad portent? Quench the fire. Let's see what it's doing. Oh, he's done Eternal Pyre. 20 fire gems a month is a lot of fire gems, but I wouldn't be able to get that, so I'm not going to bother with dispelling it, that's for sure. We are being fought in Isengard, and that's fine. I really just took it so I could have it for a few provinces. It was no skin off my nose. He gets it back, no big deal. Korchin. Korchin must be a throne province if I've nailed a... Oh yeah, for sure. The AIs will eventually get these thrones, but they're not getting them just yet. Palisades are done. Excellent. If we have palisades, get better than palisades. And my rock wall and old whalebones is done. That I'm a little less keen on enhancing. The administration bonus is paltry and the costs are high. But I think I will still make it into a proper fortress. I intend to hold it for a long time, so I might as well get the maximum return out of it. There's a strong argument for putting up even more fortresses. Just fortresses everywhere. Every fortress is a place that I can get more priests out. More priests, more better. I really want a fortification over here, though. Think about the strategy. We need to be able to kill each other, kill people in fights, and having a veritable army of priests is part of how I plan on doing that. Oh man, I don't think Hangzhou is respecting my plan here. Looks like he's poised and ready to fight me in Djibouti. Djibouti does not have its palisades up yet. Nor does it have the defense needed to deal with that. Seymour Guado, go and bring in more units over here, please. And Jasmine with love. I think you'll be the one that's grabbing them. Got the best leadership quality over them. I'm worried. I'm greatly worried about this. Nothing to defend, huh? Amber, you take all of the units pretty much. Cate Lars, you take what few there are and head back. At least if there were a fort here, I could ready myself for a big communion fight back. But there's no fort, and I'm not willing to just give up Djibouti without a fight. So we will have to hold on to this. Hey, look at that! We can see the Eternal Pyre! It's making Zerjan a very, very hot place, though, and I don't think they like heat that much. Dire portent, indeed. Lego Island doesn't need additional preaching. Djibouti might need some additional not dying, so make your way over there, please. You continue with the patrols. Getting some additional research going on here. You're continuing to crank out these potential communion fodders. Whew. Okay, they did not come for a fight. That's good. That gives me a chance to get my fort up and operational. There was, however, a fight in Hinamizawa. Shalor bringing it. Shalor getting destroyed. Gates of Madness giving us water gems. The arena fight's going on again. No way I'm going for an arena fight. DDR Jake will just kill everybody there. Palisades done in Djibouti. That's what we need. Now, who is working on these? Hanseatic Patrician. No, do not compete in the arena deathmatch. Death in the name is going to be very forthcoming. Make it a proper fortress. Same goes with Rio de Janeiro, please. Palisades are still underway. Please get me... Warlord. Is he one of mine? Yes, yes he is. He just has Glamour instead of the other thing. Glamour instead of Earth. I'd rather have Earth, frankly. Mostly because I don't really know or understand Glamour currently. You guys come on, keep preaching the good preach. Can you guys get over to Djibouti just yet? Not quite. In that case, take the Alexandrian route, please. Still a little tempted to fort up Argentina. More forts, more better. More forts, more priests to think my enemies to death with. It's a one-off cost, really. I shouldn't be too scared of doing it. Does DDRJ even still live? We could go and check, but we'll wait for the death match to see if he's still kicking. Yeah, go on. We're just having forts everywhere. I've never done it before. I've never forted everything up before. Never seen the need, but now I'm starting to really see the need. You brought over more units, that's fine. Seymour Guado, get back. Jasmine with love. Please grab them and dedicate quite a few of them to being a back row load. Again on hold and attack. Seems fine. Multi-talented old man. Can you surrender more of them over to Jasmine? Because Jasmine's got the better morale, which is what we're looking for. Draconians can be over here, really. Or I could split them. Hold and attack. Rear, please. No, do not retreat. Hold and attack. Rear most enemies. Need to do Shift R for that. Split them up a bit. However, now you shouldn't be patrolling. If the enemy comes at me, I want to be in a position where I can ruin their days with communion. So don't patrol, just wait. Which means we don't even need to wait here. We can go in the attack. It is indeed an idea. As long as Hanseatic Patrician's building up the fortress. Also, we should make sure that we are adding to our numbers here constantly. Get you all over to Isengard. Take back Isengard. Sorely tempted to fight in Hangzhou, but I should just raid with what I have. It's hardly much of a raid, but just doing economic damage to this guy is good. Although I could go effing snow into Zerjan. And trust me, I am tempted, but I know he would beat me back. He has the resources to do that. I need to make my move. There's an idea for taking Hangzhou, though. It's just I would not have the supplies for it. Just go Isengard and back again, no big loss. Heat scale 5, yeah, heat scale 5 from having the second sun there. The Eternal Pyre, rather. Second sun is something different. Catilars, Cargonis. Ferry over more units. This is costing me a lot in terms of supply. Might kick me in the rear end at some point. And I don't have the nature gems to go and make better of that. However, next turn I will have Conjuration 6, allowing Klusmus to do some site searching. You're the only one that can site search, but maybe that's okay because I will run out of Astral Pearls doing your big old site searching. Okay, okay. We're going to be pinned down for quite some time. We're just going to have to live with that. I had to step out for a bit. How did Jake get access to flying lizards? Air magic, conjuration. We summoned, I think, 3 loads of Draconians, mostly for desperation, but they will make for good siege chaff. Although I already have siege chaff in the way of thralls. Isengard battle. overkill, for sure. But I need to be prepared for them counterattacking. The important thing is to hurt them more than they hurt me. Bob on battlefield giving me money and an assortment of gems. Very welcome. Heat is up. Arena battle. Would you look at that? DDR Jake's nation got into the finals. Is that because DDR Jake is in the finals? Of course it is. DDR Jake, the prophet, is here. Highly experienced. Increased reflexes. Absurd skill levels. He's got his Wraith Sword and also the Just Man's Cross. A crossbow enchanted with pure fire. This guy is a very good thug now. Good hit points. He could certainly do with some better armor. Why rainbow armor? That's funny, magic resistance. It's funny because I counter this guy so hard. I can think him to death easily. And he's about to claim yet. I don't know why he does this. Why does he get lost? They just pass each other by in this, and now he just... Oh well, that's fine. He still kills. I think he regenerated there as well. Well, it doesn't matter. Once again, DDR Jake wins. He keeps getting all this stuff for... What's the nation called again? Kagasia. I hope I don't have to fight Kagasia then. Argonis spotted as they try to get in here. Lindum, fortress complete. Not truly complete though. Let's make it into a proper castle. And Gates of Madness. Get your fortress. Ooh, don't like the idea of running low on money. But I do like the idea of getting these... Oh, no, no, no. Don't demolish. Construct a better fort, please. I need that income to go up, and it's certainly not going up the way we need it to. Isengard is ours. They're just going to take it back. No question about it. Oh, God! I need solutions to this. There are no mages in Djibouti. That's a mistake. I definitely should have had a laboratory over in Djibouti. Alright, with that in mind... Get Apocryton over there to erect a laboratory. Klausmus, I want you to start casting Astric Knowledge. Really good spell. For 3 Astral and 25 Pearls, you find every site in a province. I should do it somewhere that I'm pretty much guaranteed to hold on to forevermore. Also, it's good to do it on Throne Provinces. Throne Provinces are highly likely to have extra sites. I don't really need Old Whalebones. It's likely to have water gems. But I could certainly go for Lindum. Let's search Lindum first. Once you've searched somewhere with Astric Knowledge, there's no need to search it for anything else. Nice that it actually shows on the map these days as well. Yes, 870. That's a good counter to my mind hacking. Too many targets for my mind hacking to actually hit them all. A lot of counters to my build, that's for sure. But we're still alive, for now. But only for now. Right, Ketty Large already there, just hold out there for a bit. All the rest of the units are on their way back. You guys, I might need you over in Djibouti real freaking soon, so get over. I'm actually eyeing up these heavy infantry, thinking they might be better than my frontliners. 10 and 12 versus 10 and 9. Considerably fewer hit points, a little bit better protection. I think the glaive makes it though. Hit for 23 versus 16. Yeah. Nice model on the heavy infantry these days though. Human Thrall. Someday I will consider them. The Draconians actually fill in the gap of the human thralls really well though, so they're less necessary. Speed Racist, keep on preaching. And yeah, Kete Lars. What to do with these units? Maybe just ditch them here for now. Fortunately, Djibouti has plenty of supplies. It's kind of good if they assault me in Djibouti. They will starve out and we will not. And we have a huge amount of province defense here. I just would really like it to be made a fortress and not a crummy palisade. Alright, this is fine for now. I've been meaning to leave for the shops, but the Hangzhou situation is too juicy. They certainly wouldn't put 870 people on the border for no good reason, but they're still not attacking me. Cripples die. Asterisk knowledge. Oh, only found one site. That's sad. Alteration get. Royal Tower get. Palisades, Fortress, and Fortress done. Treasury not looking good. They actually dispersed their units. It might be that they're trying to fight Shalor. Possible. Anything's possible, though. Really unhappy with my money situation. I need to solve it. Admittedly, when I stop building all these fortresses, my money situation will improve. Because these fortresses are costing me a bleeding fortune. Just the construction, though. Once they're constructed, a fortress has no ongoing costs. But one thing I really need to do while I'm here is... Where are you at? There we go. Apocriton, please erect a laboratory. And on top of that, most of my units here, except for Klausmost, migrate down to Djibouti. Because Djibouti's probably going to be where the fighting is, and I want you ready for that. Besides, you research fine there as well as you do back home. Dominion no longer a problem. Dominion was a big pressing concern early on, but the erection of all of our temples, as well as the bajillion priests we've put out, ensure that our... Well, our Dominion isn't just solid, it's good. It's expanding outside of our borders, which is always the sign of a good Dominion. I do not need all of you here. Let's go and have you come over to Djibouti. You guys are researching, which is a-okay. You guys aren't building anything, so again, back to Djibouti, except I want one of you back to keep this... they're constantly recruiting. Get over to Djibouti. Like I said, if there's anywhere I'm going to need my big forces, it's probably Djibouti. And again, flyers are really good at taking down forts, so if they end up targeting Lego Island, I could be in trouble. And if they do, they can pierce through Argentina, Alexandria. Could be a problem. But then that means there's not really any point in keeping you guys around here, because you don't really aid in province defense. Don't go that way. Do not go that way. Go via Alexandria. Parthia really needs to be made better, but I don't have 600 gold kicking around. Even getting rid of all of these recruitments here doesn't give me that, but getting rid of these does. Get that going. Like I said, unlike my troops, that's not an ongoing cost. Other than Apocriton and Hanseatic Patrician, everybody here is just doing whatever. So just wait a bit. I could even just order you all to wait. There's no need to preach. We already have more dominion than your preaching will get. Klausmus, I want you to continue casting Asterisk Knowledge. Lindum was a bit of a bust. What about Alexandria? Now let's try the old whalebones. Give it a chance. So what we got in Lindum was... What did we get in Lindum? Was it the Enchanted Field? 1 nature gem? Better than no nature gems, but still a bit sad. The bonuses to supply and recruitment points are fairly meaningless for what we do. For now. Whalebone's looking okay. If I want a proper castle, costs me a fair bit. We'll get it someday. Just dreaming of the day I can have more money, but my earth gems, my earth access... I need the nature gems in order to actually get some money coming in. We might, though. We might be able to pull something out here. With my defenses up, my enemies should be less inclined to attack me, but I'm still at war with those flyers. Swamps are the best, then fortresses for sites. Basically, all the crummier terrain has more sites. Yes, but the throne provinces have an even better modifier for sites. And would you look at that? 4 sites in Old Whalebones. I love it. Show me more. 1 water, 2 glamour boost, 1 nature, 1 water, and a double boost of cold. Cold's not really relevant, it's deep underwater, but still, nice. What else you got going on? Battle in Isengard, that's fine. We expected to lose Isengard, it was just there so that we could suckle its resources for a couple of turns. I was worried about this though, an attack on Lego Island. They're bringing in barbarians, crocodiles, flyers, heavy cavalry, light infantry, and more of their flying bastards. Good siege strength on those guys because they're flyers. Flyers get a bonus to that. And yeah, my province defense units are just garbage. They're not worth investing in. 2 afflictions cured. Fortress done in Djibouti, Rio de Janeiro. Whalebone's giving me glamour gems aplenty. Walls are damaged. How damaged? I don't get the Windspire air gem anymore. Already done 110 to my 1000. The AI loves sieges, by the way. They are drawn to sieges like moths to a flame. The question is, if I step out from Djibouti, does the Hangzhou massive army go into Djibouti? To that, I don't know. Unfortunately, it's really 1, 2, 3 steps away to get there. A lot of ways this could go wrong. We've already got a laboratory built up here. Do I grab all of you, move in? No, I really, really don't want to cast away my my mages. That said, I'm leaving my mages kind of at the reckoning here. How fast can you get over to Lego Island? Sweden, Argentina, Lego Island. Alternative approach. Isengard, Gold Coast, Lego Island. Kill and keep moving, as I like to say. Things went very wrong fighting their main armies before. Do I think I can right this wrong now? I don't have a good answer to that. I'm certainly going to lose my Draconians. It sucks to lose those guys. I could not involve the Draconians, but then I feel like I'm causing myself other issues. Jasmine, with love. Take more units on the front line. Strongly contemplating not even bringing the Draconians into the fight. Draconians are really good for taking out forts. They are not very good for fighting. They die in droves. They also clog everything up. That means taking Amber and Seymour Guado and Catilars out of this. I'm not opposed to that, though. Maybe just leave them be. The rest of you, though, into Isengard. 280 units. Quite a lot of priests. We don't mind that. They can also just do fire closest because I have... what do I have? I got Grand Blessing or whatnot. Divine Blessing, I think. As long as I make sure that's actually getting cast. And they'll never tire out in combat. There we go. Multi-talented old man needs to make sure that he does Divine Blessing and spells and he's okay. I feel like we could move everybody back a bit, right? That's how we perform best. I wonder if I could even sparse skirmish formation you here. Don't know if that would keep you around the edges or not. Might keep the bigger guys around the edges. No, it's just going to cost me. Stay on the back line. Okay. I don't think this is going to work very well for me, but one must try. I was contemplating bodyguards, but the thing is these giant, fat mind champions take up a bit too much space. And if they do fly back, at least these guys are going to maybe do something about it, as long as they hold an attack, which they do, as well as attack closest. I think I'll just have to chew on this one, but yeah, let's go Isengard, Gold Coast, Lego Island. If this fails, once again my entire army is mulched. So let's hope that it does not. The blessing will be done by my prophet, and my prophet will bless everybody in combat. But yeah, maybe raid this, lift Lego Island, and maybe even head back. Might run out of supplies in Gold Coast, but we'll get them back in Lego Island. I'm not too worried about starving here. You two just preach our problems away. Got a bit of money. I could enhance Arborang, but I'm more interested in enhancing Palisades at this point. You've already been done though. Let's enhance Arborang. Has to hold out against the Dredge and against the Misshapen. Lindum's looking okay. I still have enough gems to do more Ashric Knowledge, and that's damn well what we're going to do. Catty Lars, you just wait around there. All of you guys just wait for now. I'll grab you at a later date. Klausmus, continue to cast Ashric Knowledge. I got a good feeling about Alexandria. Go and check it out. We don't own any swamps after all. Could be that Rio de Janeiro has some goodies for us. Alright, here's hoping Isengard doesn't end up a graveyard for us again. Yeah, if you want to know about the glamour spells and just about anything, you can go and check it out on the Dom 6 Inspector tool. I linked it earlier, and you know what? I'm going to link it again. I'm not sponsored by the Dom 6 Inspector tool, but if I was, then I've got a lot of checks to pick up. Right, Alteration working its way. Ashric Knowledge gets us another 4 sites. God damn, this thing pays off. Saves a lot of mage turns as well. I don't like manual site searching. Ooh, that's pretty grim. My squishy mages are very exposed here. Ah, but they've already moved on. Okay, well this will be a slaughter. Enemies just thought to death immediately. Which is good and bad. Arborang gets a province income, Whalebones gets us free money. A worthy merchant at the bottom of the sea has given us a sculpture of gold. Lindum Castle is done. Fortress of Madness is done. Lego Island, but we repair the walls faster than they siege in Lego Island. That's good. Also, crippled units in Djibouti are getting uncrippled. Alright. Uh-oh, this might have been... Ah, now I see what they're up to. Look at that. They were taking the fight to Shalor, and my god, have they brought the fight to Shalor. Okay, do I have a spy available? I'm going to make the spy move more to Shalor so we can see what's happening there. I, however, am going to raid Gold Coast and relieve Lego Island. I also would rather like a laboratory on Lego Island. I don't like the fact that it's segregated away. I might have to wait, though. Castles of Madness become an actual castle. Rio de Janeiro become a big boy castle. Big boy castle underwater as well, getting a lot of big boy castles. Djibouti, I think, is already being made into a big boy castle. Right, or did I forget that? Looks like I never bothered. Problem is I also want more units being produced. I need to be able to have these as replacements for when my front line inevitably dies. I think it will inevitably die. It's alright, I can make do with what money I get out of what I hold right now. I wanted all of you to help out Djibouti if and when it comes to it. Klausmust, we can almost barely continue to Ashric Knowledge. I just need to alchemize myself some more. Since I'm not really using Glamour, I will turn my Glamour gems into Astral Pearls. Same could be said for Fire, absolutely. Got no problem liquidating Fire, we don't use it at all. It's kind of like playing Catan and going to the coast to turn your 3 sheep into 1 stone, or something akin to that. Haven't played Catan in forever. Right, where else do we feel good about? Come on, chat, help me out. Most of my places have about equal chance of giving me sites. We've already done Bob on Battlefield, Old Whalebones, and Alexandria, and Lindum. No, I didn't do Bob on Battlefield. You shouldn't do farmlands early, though. They're the least likely to contain sites. Yeah, we're about to check Alexandria's sites. Swamp in the top left. By that, do you mean Rio de Janeiro? It's not a swamp, but you know what? We'll go and check it out. So Alexandria. Alexandria gave us Singing Tree, the Tree, the Veil, the Windmill, and the Oak. So 2 Glamour Gems, 1 Death Gem, 1 Air Gem and Population Growth, and 2 Nature Gems plus a Witch. Ooh, oh wow, very rare Disease Healing Witch. Not even that expensive. God dang. Earlier on I said no to building up a fort on Alexandria, and now it's just becoming more and more desirable. Disease healing could really help out. Fortunately, or unfortunately, I don't really get old people, so disease is not going to be rampant, but if it ever is, the witch could help me out. Yeah, you are delectable, aren't you? Can't believe you're sacred. Yeah, so now this place has the witch, the Jade Sorceress, and the Jade Priestess, and I'm still not making them. Very cool, but the big payoff is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it's 6 gems. Cost me 25 pearls to find that, but it'll pay off quite soon. And this is going to be a long game, make no mistake about that, we're here for a while. Shouldn't need multiple level 3 site searching. It won't take long to search everything I have, and I do think this is going to be a long and turtling campaign. Hey, I'm back! I'll keep on preaching, just gives you guys something to do for now. I will move you around as and when needed. Still can't afford that erection in Djibouti, although I do want it. There's a lot of priests that always get flagged as having no job to do. And when that happens, I just grab them and I tell them to preach. Priests are interesting for this campaign because not only are they doing preaching, they're actually one of my strategies for attacking due to their Mind Blast. But making that work for me is proving difficult. Anyway, Isengard is mine. Not even worth putting a defense on. I'll give them 6 at best. That way I'm only paying 20 gold. The province makes me 147 gold per turn that I hold it. And hopefully I'll be too busy with Shalor to be busy with me. Interestingly enough, Shalor is attacking them in Ardania. So these guys might keep themselves so busy that I just raid through unnoticed. Yes, Zerjan has the Eternal Pyre going on, that's why it's on fire. Someday I hope to have my own globals up. Nature ones no less, and actually we now have nature income. So it's not unthinkable that we get Mother Oak up. Alteration 5, Nature 5 for Mother Oak, so Chef Rend can put that down. And I got my Fire Earth guy, but he's only Fire 1, Earth 1, so he would not be able to forge me an arm to give Chefrin an arm booster. But Chefrin himself should be able to get a Moonvine Bracelet to bump himself up to 6, I think. I don't know if that's... Oh, you know what, we can check. Dom 6 Inspector Tool. Tell me about the Moonvine Bracelet. Hey, he can make that. It's a nature booster that needs nature 3 astral 1. Chefrin has nature 5 astral 2, but because he's a big useless pyramid, he actually gets a -1 to his forging, taking him down to 4 and 1, which is still good enough to make this. So I want Chefrin to make the Moonvine Bracelet, boost himself up to nature 6, and do big nasty nature things. Chefrin is an excellent person to be doing big globals, because nothing kills him. Nothing reasonably kills him. Well, you know what, you could challenge him to a mind game, and a good astral mage would be very likely to kill Chefrin. But Chefrin dies, and what do? I just bring him back, because I have a bajillion priests that can call him back. Yeah, putting low astral on a pretender can be a bit of a liability, but Chefrin will be fine. Anyway, for that I need construction. A bit more enchantment than I have. Why did I want enchantment 5? I think I want enchantment 7. Earth 5. Well, you actually have that, so that's all the more reason to go down for enchantment. would quite like Riches from Beneath to get some extra dosh coming in. And I should have the Earth Gems for it, I think. So Enchantment 6. Then we get Construction 7. Then I can Moonvine Bracelet up for the big nature globals. Alright, we're getting somewhere. I just got here, says Overly Esoteric. Can someone give me a quick overview as to what Jake's Nation is all about? I'll be happy to give that serenade, but my throat's given out a bit. That tells me I need to take a water break. Refresh the water, and I'll be right back. Alright, there we go. Much better. I'm really having second thoughts about not taking that Death Throne, those 5 Death Gems. I'm suddenly thinking that I could get my hands on the Dark Seraph. Boost him up to the point where he could start making me nice death summons like Wraith Lords. But is there any more natural way to get myself death access with the access that I do have? I'm trying to think of any summons or anything. Nothing's coming to mind. That's where the Dom Inspector could come out. But first the question, though. What is this nation all about? I should have our summary up here, right? Here we go. This is our nation, what we have access to. We're an air and astral nation of Illithid creatures, weird tentacled beings. We also have weak access to fire, earth, and glamour, coming in through level 1 on our high mage here, level 1 on some slightly lower guys, and some random casts. So we could conceivably get level 2 or even a very rare 3 on some of those weaker paths. The problem is our frontline infantry are really terrible. We have mindless, useless human thralls. We have misshapen guys that don't even come out with weapons. They are insanely bad, even the cavalry ones. We've got some really squishy frontline spear units. We've got some more reasonable glaive champions, but their skills are rather low. And these guys were my strategy, these light mind champions. Kind of big and expensive, but from the back they mind blast my enemies to death. Problem is there are too many counters to these guys, and I've been countered too many times. Flying units coming along and just piercing through their only 7 protections killed them. They die to arrows, they even die to slings. And they do not actually affect mindless beings, so the undead and plenty of other beings are getting around that. So I'm pivoting a little bit into relying more upon my priests. My priests also know how to mind blast, but I have a bless that gives them a massive amount of fatigue reduction, meaning they can mind blast forever, whilst my glaive champions surround them and keep them safe. Now that isn't going to be enough. So what I'm doing is I'm fortifying myself up along my entire perimeter as much as I can. Of course that is being put under attack, but we will lift that. And the hope is that through site searching with asterisk knowledge across all my lands, I will get the magic access I need to dig myself out of this situation. I'm really considering taking that death access, but what else do we have? Dom Inspector Tool, help me out. I will want that information later. I want a unit with, should be a summons here, right? Yeah, here we go. I want a summonable, generic only death mage. What can you get me? We have options, but how many of these are reasonable? Fey Prince, Troll, I would like, at least 2. Hidden in Sand, Llama Queen, Contact Llama Queen, that already needs death. Tatarians, of course. Ether Lords, now they're an interesting... that's an interesting option. Don't you just need Astral to get Ether Lords? I'm trying to remember. Ether Warrior's Summon already requires 1 death, so that's a little bit out of my reach. Could Empower, of course. Empowering is always an option. Vampire Lord is Blood. And some of these higher ones are definitely outside of my range, but boy would I love a Wraith Lord. Given the options here, nothing is better than just taking my readily accessible death one. Yeah, I think it's death one if I do want to break into death. Which I may or may not. It's so tempting having this death access right here. 5 death gems a turn. I already have 21 of them. Don't want to liquidate them. If I take that, and I need a laboratory in Argentina, but there's nothing stopping me just smacking down a lab, grabbing the Seraph. I will not reasonably get a level 2 Death Seraph, but he also has some cross paths here. Death Fire, Death Air, Death Earth. I think it's just the initial death that I want. Maybe even just empower the guy. I think it's 30 gems to make him Death 2. 45 gems on top of that to make him Death 3. That does start getting real expensive. It all eventually ends with Wraith Lords, so that's the dream. Wraith Lords are a counter to a lot of things. They're easy and cheap to counter, but not everybody has the counter to Wraith Lords, and they are amazing raiding thugs. It's just looking very expensive to get that. But not going to get it if I don't try. Maybe Zaleb go over there to build a laboratory, and once I'm done going around here, I will send up my prophet to claim the old whale bones. I will tank the death. I won't be happy about it. But if I have the Mother Oak in Nargonis, that will actually raise the growth in my capital, the most important place to have growth. Although there's an argument for having Bob-omb Battlefield, since it's farmlands. But I think it will eventually turn farmlands into forests, so the capital is fine. So yeah, get Mother Oak there, claim the whale bones, enhance a death mage. I guess so. This is middle age. The full site search is great, but kind of expensive in late age in my opinion. I'm currently playing a late age Jomon game. I can't keep up with the cost. Currently playing. I like my Dom 5 games started and ended on the same day. Alright, a bit of a trek, but I think it's what we'll do. Let's continue this raid around, get the main army back to Djibouti, claim the old whale bones, get myself a death mage, and at least consider myself broken into death with that. This is a very bad map for an underwater nation. There is a good bit of lake, but I'm cut off from it, sadly. So all I get are these 2 water provinces. There's something like 7 or more over in the other location. But much as I wanted, I can't seem to get to it. Another couple of sights sound, living water and singing stream. 2 water gems, 1 glamour gem. In the end, that's still 3 gems every turn. 8 or 9 turns, and it pays itself off. We've also got a battle in Gold Coast. This is us raiding through, hopefully without issue. We should just be able to go blip, and away they go. Gosh, that's loud. They're starving in Gold Coast, which is sad. Yeah, this is a problem. My supply usage is way higher than my available supplies, and I don't want to use my nature gems making things like cauldrons of broth and whatnot. But that's fine. They will stop starving when we get into Lego Island. Although they get hungry, wow, some of them are getting diseased. Well, that's not good, but they'll get out of here. Gold Coast is mine. He hasn't taken back Isengard. Lego Islands will be liberated. Although the fortification isn't really under any great strain. We repair them faster than they injure us. What else is going on around here? Rio de Janeiro. The Lake of Living Water has been found. Sentient forces dwell below the surface. What? What does this mean? I think it's a site that can be used. Ah, here we go. Wait, no, we don't. What does that mean? Sentient forces dwell below the surface. Perhaps one... Oh, skilled in the path of water. We don't have water mages, so too bad. I don't think we'll be caring about that anytime soon. Also appears to be some nasty stuff happening here. Dominion down in Alexandria, Fortress in Parthia, Palisades in Argentina. I want that lab over there. These costs are getting really high. My income isn't keeping up so well. Otherwise, a lot of people doing a whole lot of not much, but that's fine. Klaus Most, continue to site search Astric Knowledge. Maybe not Djibouti, though. Where do I fancy my chances? Forests are next, so let's do the Gates of Madness. Doesn't have any sites so far. I think a place can have up to 8 sites total. I don't know if that changed between versions, though. Why did I put a spy in Isengard? Because I want to keep an eye on what's happening in Chalor. It's actually really, really bad for me if Chalor falls to Zerjan. Because then Zerjan holds 2 capitals. That's a lot of strength. Conversely, though, if that falls, I could pierce through Zerjan and take the waters. Imagine a world where I stroll into Effensnow and then I go into the waters and just take all of this water uncontested from Chalor. I'm imagining that. I have an non-aggression pact with Chalor, but imagine breaking it. With the numbers here, I really think that Chalor is going to be in a bad, bad space. That does open me to the water. Do I have another way into that water? No, but Effensnow does offer me a good opportunity. I think that's what I'll do. Once I cut back through Lego Island, we're going to swing back up and around and go through Effensnow. I have no contact with Chalor. Does that mean I have an unbreakable non-aggression pact with them? That could be a problem if I'm not able to contact them. How does one break a non-aggression pact with someone that they can't speak to? And they're right there as well. Oh well, something to consider down the line. As for now, all of the people that I do have, not you, just get preaching. I do want Parthia as a better province. Argentina definitely needs to be better, but that's going to have to wait a bit. The laboratory took first call. Nothing for any of you guys to do but preach. Don't worry, you'll be part of a proper army at some point. Oh, what I really should do is make sure that this lines up a bit better. One of those mind champions more around you, more enveloping you. Get preaching, get preaching. Okay. I'm impressed Chick's still alive. When I went away, things looked grim. They did look grim, but we managed to get our defenses up. They're being tested, but I think we can test them right back. Quick version of this rando faction. Oh, we've been through it. Dr. Zoidberg thinks you to death. Asterisk Knowledge gets me 3 sites. Nice. Fire Gem, Water Gem, Death Gem. Summoning Banes. Banes are good units. I'm just not sure if it's worth a Death Mage's time, considering how hard pressed I am to get my Death Mages. Alright, what's else going on? Gold Coast. So they immediately take back the province that I just took, and boy, what an army they use for it. Yeah, see, this kind of stuff scares me. It's not like their units are that great, but they counter me pretty damn well. We are weak to missile weapons, and we're weak to people coming along and chopping us with dual-wielded bronze axes. Man, okay, I take it back. These units are pretty good. Scary. Man, of all the units I had to have fighting me, why do I have to be the ones that tear me a new one? Okay, how about Lego Island? What's going on here? We come back, we lift this siege without issue. They are flying. Concerning. We win, but I don't like how easily they got here and started chopping me up. If they had a larger army coming along straight over here, they just mince my units. I need to switch out from these mind champions down to my Wait, oh, my prophet is there. Multi-talented old man. I need to switch out to these inferior priors and give them bodyguards so that they're always surrounded by these guys who can at least take a bit of a beating and return a bit of a beating. But in melee, all of these guys just die. It can be done though, but I need a bunch of units for it. Good thing I only lost 1 champion there. I was expecting to lose quite a bit more given that they jumped into me like that. Gems in the Royal Tower, Gluck and Growth up, Arbor and Castle completed, and Afflictions cured. Good. And try and route out the nasty stuff happening here. And now that I have a lab here, I can start making this Seraph. He's not sacred, so he certainly comes at a cost, but he does fly. That's quite good. He can fly around really fast. So I want to keep making a bunch of you, to the point where I might want a better fortification here. I'm going to build a fortress, and you just get researching while you're there. Now that Lego Island is secure-ish, let's grab all the units we brought over here and bring them back to Djibouti. Do we go back the way we came? I don't think so. Go Argentina, Sweden, Djibouti, and hope that they don't attack Lego Island again. Although if they do, is it that much of a concern? Point is that Jasmine needs to make... Wait, not Jasmine. Jasmine's not my prophet. Where's my prophet? Multi-talented old man. Get over to Old Whalebones. Can't believe I'm sacrificing growth scale for this, but I really want those death gems. While we're at it, Klaus Must. Continue to asterisk search. Tell me what Sweden holds. We've been doing well on the forests that we've been searching so far. Oh, my poor money. Axeman, hide and wait, see what goes down in Shalor. I still don't have any diplomatic communication with Shalor, which is sad, very sad. I need to break the non-aggression pact to go and fight them in the waters. Man, diplomacy might be my undoing of all things. All of you guys just keep on preaching. I want you guys available so that when I need you, I can call upon you. Could happen sooner than you think. Wish I could make so many more units, but the treasury is hurting. Bigger rear unit would do fine, I think. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I just don't have the units for it, and even if I did have the units, the supply usage in enemy territory is inconceivably bad. Unfortunately, most of my frontline bases are in farmland, so supplies should seldom be a problem for me. Should seldom be a problem for me. Everybody keeping busy? Good. Ain't never seen dominions like this before, says AFK. Every run with dominions is going to be different. It's like a run of Slay the Spire. Hey, once again, Sweden comes through for me. Sweden has Astral Pearl, we like those, and Nature Gems, we like those as well. Excelente. What else is going on? Calum has Glover as their prophet. Shalor has Jack Daniels, the Hammer Commander. Jasmine's unit dies. Isengard, that's fine. Isengard is there to be traded. A battle in Korchin, we've got our eyes on that. Hello, Shalor. This must be a mercenary unit of Shalor with the Vine Men. And they're gonna die. Eaten by wyverns. Bunch of castles complete. That's good. Cuts down on my costs if they're already done for me. All these units need to go back to Djibouti. Fortress is being built over there, as it should be. Fortress will allow us to get one of these Seraphs per turn. Cool that we're fighting Seraphs and we're making Seraphs. Right, with Lindum done, do I just want you over in Djibouti? I'd quite like to concentrate my Mage Corps. Well, my Priest Corps. Having stronger priests isn't actually any real good for me. They're just going to be more expensive. They still Mind Blast just as good as anybody else. What about all of you? Nobody's doing anything fancy. Let's get them over in Djibouti. It's quite likely this is where the core of my attacks are going to be. It's just a shame that getting from Lego Island to Djibouti is such a pain. Sweden, Argentina, Lego Island. Because I'm going through forest and that, it's not working out so well for me. Research is coming along on enchantment. The Mother Oak someday will be mine. I am 5 turns away from affording it with Nature Gems, so I need to be tight on my Nature Gems until then. I also have to hope that nobody else takes the Mother Oak from me. Do I have enemies that do nature? I should consider that. Also, Djibouti, I would really like you to consider having some frontline units. We're going to need these for bodyguarding. God, everything is costing me. Right, I'm out of Astral Pearls, but I still have site searching to do. Site searching is a big priority, so you are going to alchemize down all of my fire gems. I am loathed to liquidate my air gems. Water gems I don't care so much about. Need those earth gems, need those nature gems, don't care about glamour gems. Well, that'll do for now, but this is getting very expensive to do. Ashric Knowledge. We've checked all of our forests. Is that true? No, we have not yet checked Parthia. Let's go and check out Parthia. Gates of Madness need to be making us more priests. There's not much for you to do in Rio de Janeiro. I don't worry about my border with Calum for now, so get over to Djibouti. Not much to be done down in Old Whalebones now that it's defended as well as it is. Yeah, you just stay there preaching for now. Alright, holding out. How does a castle work underwater if you can just swim over it? I don't know, maybe the gravity is really strong down there. Dominions works in 2 dimensions, sadly. Isengard's barely held. Hangzhou looks very intimidating, and it's a swamp, so it's horrible to take. I really think going through the Grand Reef into Clanker's Cavern is my way forward. I need some extra strength, and the water is good strength for me. It's just getting there is hard. There is another idea that says fight Archacephaly. Archacephaly don't counter me all that well. Oh look, Archaecephaly decided to get some Draconians as well. Magnet boots? No, they're wearing the iron boots from Zelda, of course, Andarius. Well, open air castles can be flown over. You can even raise so many skeletons that the skeletons get risen inside the castle you're sieging, which is so cool. Hey, this is really working out. Sapathia has Earth Gem, double boost on Glamour, and another Earth Gem. Still worth it. Korshin fight with the Hammer Commander, who just dies. Pitney Bank fight. Pitney Bank? The throne of Pitney Bank. With the Great Mother there. Seldom do I use the Great Mother. There's some good heavy cavalry, although it more just speaks to the Vine Ogres not being particularly good at killing them. Always great to see my enemies just throw their resources away. Goodbye, Calum. Shalor. Now this is the interesting fight. Zerjan has taken the fight, breached the walls, and they are fighting against what the hell is that? A spine frog, a large amphibian beast from the warm swamps and marshlands. Highly poisonous skin. Oh god, yeah. 20 poisonous skin. They can also just eat enemies. Cool. They grab their prey with their tongue and swallow it whole. Cool. These are not insignificant units you have here. Ashley Graham, the Mason. A lot of big old negative supply bonus giving champions. But come on, against these numbers of flying units, your days are numbered. Again with the frontline archers. I think you shot Illuminata and stopped her from doing a spell. And there go the flyers! Oh god. It's a rout. I'm impressed at Sharum's staying ability here, but they're not going to manage it. That's such an ungodly number of projectiles. We turned on the infinite ammo cheat for the flyers. I would have no answer to this siege. Is that true, though? I can shut down flyers with Storm. They don't have Storm immunity. That said, I'm not sure I have an answer to 1,425 of them. Ooh, boy. Battanian fiends all over again. Alright, our castle's done. Sweden troops are starving. Yeah, some of them are actually getting diseased. It was a mistake to go through Sweden. Supply usage is too high. I should solve that, I just don't want to. Gift of Health is a bit far away from me as well. Alright, get into Djibouti. You'll have all the supplies you could need there. There's also a healer. The healer will get to work on you. And multi-talented old man is heading over to Old Whalebones to go and claim the throne, despite the damage that'll do to my economy. Klaus Must. We're out of gems for you to go searching with. Am I out of empowerments? I need 25. I guess those air gems are going away then. Bye, air gems. Let's have enough to do 2 of these. Asterisk knowledge. Tell me what's going on in Arbarang, or Argentina rather. Argentina is completely unsearched. Arbarang has at least been a little bit searched. Agent Hunk, market trader. Just preach where you are. God, man, Zerjan is terrifying. Now they've claimed a second capital. They get the gems from there, the massive income from there. Shalor still exists in the water, but because of effin' snow, I can't get over to the waters. Although I'm not sure if effin' snow is a way to get to the water there. Maybe a spy would be helpful to just go and sniff that out for me. I think I have a spare spy for that though. Ah, I've got Axeman. Axeman, go over to Uedora, please. Scary. What are you doing, Friskin? You're carrying a bunch of units, which I may want over in Djibouti. Please get them over there. Take some of the mind hackers as well. The rest of these guys can just preach. I don't think this will be a big deal for us currently. Actually, you could all just go over to Djibouti. Save me all the problem. Okay, like, all of you guys, there's surely nothing better for you to do than just preach. Preaching does nothing, but keeps them busy until I do need them. Stops the game from telling me I have all these people that are doing nothing. Lego Island preaching is useful though, Dominion is quite low there. I think you can preach up to 3 candles if there's a temple there. But what about my Seraph? You didn't get your bonus. Deathmage may enter to summon a Bane. That could well be worth your time. Go over there to Gates of Madness and summon Banes. Just generating free troops with free upkeep, I might add. And I think Banes can enter water as well. Alright. I am so terrified of Zerjan. And another thing, if I hadn't messed up my expansion, I could have gotten to Berlin's Eternal Airport before Archocephaly took it, or at least to Hadrian's Fence to get Londinium. Then I could have taken the waters. Oh, how I wish I had the waters. My troops are better than anyone else's troops for having the water, unless Sharon has some weird thing. What's Shalor made of? Ah, okay, I take that back. They've got weird snake creatures with half-decent magic resistance. That is competitive in the water. Ucha. Fortunately, they are slow. I think I'd still have the advantage of those guys, but it wouldn't be a free fight. Maybe time to start manufacturing fly swats en masse. I need the biggest fly swat you've got. Alright, how are we doing on the research? It's getting somewhere, surprisingly. Enchantment soon for Mother Oak, then I get all the nature gems. Nature gems can be used to make massive pots of brew and or... well, preferably bottles of eternal wine. Keep my troops drunk and, more importantly, supplied. Someday I'm going to have to deal with the Zerjan menace, and it's probably going to be them dealing with me. I just have to hope that they butt heads with Calum and others rather than me. It's not looking good. Nothing is getting better for me, that's for sure. And claiming the Throne of Death is arguably going to make things considerably worse. Alright, Monastery and Frozen Flowers in Argentina. Oh, huzzah! I can get priests! Decreases unrest. Okay, is that really an Argentinian thing? More battle in Pitney Bank. It's just Caleb killing themselves. Ardania. So they're not done, Shalor and Zerjan. But, and no prizes for guessing how this fight goes. Total Sharon annihilation. Axeman sadly got discovered in Ardania, so I don't get the information that I was looking for. I already knew Clanker's Cavern was there. I wanted to know how the connection works by F and Snow. Don't really have many free spaces to just recruit scouts. Oh, Luigi's hiding around in Sweden. Luigi, go to F and Snow and check its adjacencies, please. And we're getting our units that got diseased on the Hungry March through Sweden cured over in Djibouti. No big deal. Although I could go to Isengard and just continually raid them. I just worry about getting caught out. We saw how many thousands of units they had over in Shalor. They could still be there ready to fight me rather than Calum. Oh, I feel the pressure. At least I have a bit of money. Let's get the last of our forts fully upgraded. Is that just Argentina? Argentina, which now craps out a Seraph every turn. Speaking of the Seraph, go and enter the Bowl of the Lost. Continually make me some. Then some. Make me some Banes, that's what I'm after. No question about me having a lot of priests, and they do mind blasting, and I do like the mind blasting. Jasmine with love is there. Make sure that you've got all of your units there to potentially help us out. And there's more asterisk knowledge to be done. Cast us. We already checked Argentina. Let's check Arborang. Just trying to check all of my units, max out my gem income, which doesn't look too bad. It's just frustrating to know that now that they have Shalor, my enemies in Zarjan get Shalor's massive amount of gems. I can actually see what it is. 3 Earth, 2 Nature. Boy, would I like that for myself. And they didn't have to site search for it. They just killed and took it. Supply usage might be getting a little high out there. Amber, could you take these units and take a step back to Nargonis? It's getting a little too hungry over there. Also, some of you could shift troops over to Djibouti. At least Jasmine with love can handle them with hefty leadership roles. Just kind of holding my breath at the moment. I wish I could be more proactive, but I don't know what I could do to that effect. Ah, there we go. Arborang does not let me down. Gem deposits for extra dosh, which is bog for water and death. Mercury pond for even more water. The water is just getting liquidated down to astral pearls, but there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. Something I will need to continue to do here. It's almost enough. Air gems, like I said, I'm not thrilled about using air gems for this, because air gems are very powerful for evocations. Where do we do? Where do we do? We've done all the good looking places. I think we're going to take care of Grand Reef next, just because farmlands are the least likely to hold sites. And we've got to play the numbers here. Grab loads of these units, please. Seymour, Guado, leave them behind. Grab these over. Take them all over to here. The supply usage is fine, especially with the Draconians out of the way. Just get them over here so we can put them to use. It does say maybe get another Castellan so that I can move them around better. Maybe I should worry about the situation if I'm ever put under siege and I run out of supplies. Well, if we're put under siege, we are busting out whether or not we have to use a communion to make it happen. Gosh, I don't like my situation at all. I don't like not feeling proactive. I need a way to bust out of this situation. Hey, there we go. There's our Bane. So he can go into the water. He strikes with the Bane Blade. He's not ethereal, but he's got damn good protection. Just making a small army of these guys is probably no bad thing. Question is, can multiple people go in there? I don't think so. I think it's limited to one. It says a Death Mage may enter. Couldn't hurt to check, of course. Could not hurt to check. Okay, everybody that's not doing anything are just my plentifully created priests, and that's fine. 16 commanders. Is negative supply bonus functionality different from gluttony? Not really. Gluttony essentially is the negative of supply creation. I suppose not quite, actually. Gluttony can apply to a creature that need not eat. So a creature like a demon doesn't need to eat food but does it anyway. I think Lanka has those. They can eat the goods that other creatures might want themselves, which is a little different from just not creating that food. Dire Portent. Somebody's put up the Eyes of God. Dong Zhuo can see everything that goes on in the world. I wanted that, but I want many things that I'm not getting. Enchantment is up. Asheric Knowledge has gotten us a Deep Crevice. Or Earth. Earth isn't bad, but it's not immediately useful. I'm having a hard time putting down any more of these for now, so you're going to have to go and research. I don't want to liquidate all of my air gems. That said, they're not being used. And if they're not being used, I cannot justify not putting them to use. So let's get ourselves another 25 Astral Pearls and cast our knowledge on Gangplank Galleon. Gangplank Galleon, which also gives us additional money, and we're curing afflictions. I love to see it. There's my Mother Oak. It costs 50 nature gems. I almost have that. Otherwise, none of these really speak to me except for maybe Riches from Beneath, which I cannot afford. My Earth Gem income has been paltry this whole time. And yeah, you cannot enter here, just one of them can go into the site. Alright, that being the case, the death guys are not for battle. So there's no problem with just keeping them in Argentina. Oh, hello, Death Fire. That is fun and funny. If I want the Death Booster, it takes Death level 2, but it gives Death level 1 and costs only 10. Funny, I thought the Skull Staff was harder to make. But I think Wraith Lords got harder to make as well, so maybe me thinking about making Wraith Lords is already a bit too ambitious. Even so, claim the Throne of Ascension. Let me consider that. Freaking love Wraith Lords, but Death 5 is needed. Death 5 is a huge order. Let me reconsider my death summons. If I had a little bit of death, how well can I boost that? There is Mound Feed. He's Death 3. Summoning him as a Death 3, which means you could use the staff to summon the Mound Fiend, give the Mound Fiend the Death Staff, then he boosts up to 4. If he's at 4, could he make the Skull item? I think it's Skull, right? Skull Face requires Death 5 to make. I'll look for other boosters. Just desperate to think of any edge here, and Wraith Lords are pretty damn cool. It's just a lot of work to get there. Ring of Sorcery, I don't have the Astral 6 for that. Jade Mask is a bit special. Scepter is unique. It's also unique. Skull Staff's a relatively cheap one, but yeah, I don't think I'm boosting up death anytime soon. But I should work towards it. That's all the more reason that I'm taking the Throne of Death. The extra death gems will help in that regard. Yeah, empowerment and death for 30. I'm only getting to 3 out of the 5 that I need. Scary stuff. That said, it might take a while, but I would be able to empower you up to the point of getting Wraith Lords if I really wanted to go that far. Let's consider it. We will mass our death gems. We certainly will not be using them, though. You brought in some units for Jasmine with Love. And Jasmine with Love can lead a lot of units, but they do reach their limits there, don't they? Alright, then I probably want another Castilian. Leave behind the rest. You get back. What's Seymour Guado doing here? Oh, you have even more of them. Alright, just ditch them there. Get back. I missed you there. Ditch them there, get back over here, recruit another Castellan. Although there is also the idea that I give a lot of my priests to them as bodyguards. But the difficulty I would have with supplies getting through here is also quite terrifying. A lot of problems looking at me right now. Why is death specifically seen as the solution? Because I've gotten easy access to a bunch of their gems, and I've used Wraith Lords a lot in Dominions 5, and the AI is very bad at dealing with Wraith Lords. Wraith Lords really demolish lots of chaff, and even lots of fairly good units. You need good counters to deal with them that the AI don't often use. That said, though, I can feel the clock ticking. There are so many threats around me. Archocephaly is building up a lot of hefty different units on my border. I'm scared stiff of what's happening over in Zerjan. I mean, I'm open to other ideas for how to take on this problem, but I'm pinned down and I'm very weak. Currently I'm going for some big globals if I can get them up. I'd really like to get Riches from Beneath, Gift of Health, Mother Oak, just make loads of money so I can make loads of units to serve as a meat shield to keep my Mind Blasters operational. And Mind Blasters do remain one of my main ideas of going forward. That and Communions. I can certainly win with Communions. Well, win. I can put up a good fight with Communions. Even the games inclined towards death. Later era civs tend to lean into blood and death. Earlier ones use more variety. Yeah, death is just really good though. There are a few problems that can't be solved by just spamming 7,000 skeletons at them. Throne of Death is mine. My growth scales will hurt, but that's okay. Giant Anemone in the Shimmerfish Reef. Nature is very welcome. Glamour is just fuel for yet more site searching. But we have what we need for Mother Oak, so let's get that one down. Mother Oak is going to generate me, was it 10 nature gems? I swear it used to be 5, but 10 nature gems a month. Yeah, also +2 growth in the province, so very welcome on my capital. Boost up that income, something fierce. And then those gems will probably be put towards some wine for my people. Contemplating raiding Effin Snow. Imagine just taking all my priests out here with their bodyguards, go to Effin Snow, claim it, break my non-aggression pact with Shalor, retreat if I have to, and then punch into the waters, just so I can take something. I'm also hoping upon hope that I roll the 1 in 40 chance that I get this guy with 2 in death. But there's little to be lost by just bringing the guy out a fair bit. Just be sure to research when you do pop out. Feels real bad not doing much until now, though. Got the Castilian, don't need no more of them, just get me more of the priests out. At least the priests can do a lot of mind blasting, provided they live long enough to do so. They don't scale up quite as well as hiring these guys. Well, not this one, but the regular troop version. But those regular guys don't have the utility in combat that I need. Blast Effin Snow, get into the water, huh? Weird that you can't break a non-aggression pact with someone you can't contact. I wonder if that could be abused against the AI. Am I blind, or isn't he at war with the people who own Effin Snow? Yeah, I am at war with these people, Zerjan. I'm worried about Zerjan a lot. I can beat them if they attack me offensively, as in I'm on the defense. Outside of that, I'm in a world of worry. Fiskin. You're not actually a very good leader. I want you to ditch all of these guys and focus on making this castle, which I've neglected to do so for a long time. Otherwise, most of those people doing nothing are just my priests. Turtle hard. Are there spells which significantly counter air units? Yes, Storm shuts down flyers. They can no longer fly in a storm unless they have storm immunity. That would stop them coming and killing my back row, but then I'd need to storm. To be fair, I could probably forge an auto-casting air spear. I think that's available. The Mother Oak is mine. Archocephaly has Axeman the Prophet for Dongzhuo, curing those diseased units. Not of their disease, sadly. Oh god, now we have so many people in Djibouti that we're actually starving here as well. That's a bit of a problem. Jasmine with Love. Could you take as many of these units as possible and just, I don't know, keep them in Grand Reef, maybe? Yeah, plenty of supplies in Grand Reef. Don't want people starving to death over here. A good sign that perhaps I need to actually make some... It feels like a waste to ever have Chefrin make those kinds of things, bottles of wine and whatnot. If Alexandria could at least make me a few Jade Priestesses, then they could do it. It's only a level 1 tech to be done. There, that's what I'm looking at. Nature 1 costs 5. Reasonable enough supply bonus. I'd need a lot of them for these poor suckers, but if I need them, I'm going to have to make them. I was avoiding this for a long time, but I guess I'm doing it. Let's go and build up a fortification in Alexandria. Damn you, effing snow. Might just raid effing snow and then take a step back. I can even use Jasmine with Love for that. Your army should be sufficient. Yeah. Requires 400 supply. Should be fine in Grandleaf. Just run over to effing snow, take it, break the thing, and move back. And then consider another further raid. That's what I'll do. As for you, chef friend, you got Mother Oak down. Good. I want my construction up, and then I want... What in the world was it? Our earth gems are slowly piling up, but emphasis on slowly. I already got myself up to enchantment 6. Was that with earth in mind? Because I can get riches from beneath if I had the 70 earth gems, which I don't. Man can dream. Gift of Health is at 7, as is Mass Regeneration. Mass Regeneration doesn't target the whole place. Do we even have... Yeah, there we go. Army Regeneration. Now that's the stuff. Still would like Gift of Health down, but that's Nature 6. But you can get Nature 6, because you can make the Moonvine Bracelet. Alright, make it so then. Make it so. As for you, alchemize what you can. Good thing we're getting all those water gems, because I don't really use water gems. I don't mind turning them into astral pearls. And then wherever we can find more gems. Could it be that Djibouti holds all the secrets we've needed all along? It's not impossible. Nobody important seems to be doing nothing. I just have lots and lots of priests lying around because that's a big part of my strategy if I can ever get it to work. The research these guys are doing is pretty impressive though. It's a bit of a shame they're all tied up in Bob-on Battlefield. If they're in Djibouti, just imagine the sizable communion they could have. But that, of course, is risky to their lives. They're easy to kill. Alright, keep it going. It always seems to be the strat. What do you mean, it always seems to be the strat? Oh, damn. Yeah, Djibouti was a letdown. Pitney Bank, as ever, they're dying there. Corchin, as ever, they're dying there. Another affliction cured. So, Jasmine with love. Go and raid F and Snow. This comes with big risks. Raid, break my non-aggression pact, step back. Try and go and take them on at a later date. I do worry about reprisals. We'll worry about that later. Supply usage situation improved in Djibouti massively by pulling out my massive army. Fire closest, hold an attack closest, stay with troops. There's no blessing to be done, so that's also okay. Let's also make sure you're bodyguarded up as can be. Still making more units here, which is good, good. Income is going somewhere. Hi Jake, hi chat. Some nice impenetrable strategy gaming. Impenetrable is what I'm trying to make my nation, but impenetrable doesn't win. In fact, I could easily lose to not having all the ascension points. What do I have? I got 1, 2, 3 points. And I don't negotiate any other thrones here. Tough. A lot of you over in Lindum. Might want you back in Djibouti. Same with all of you, just move them over to Djibouti. And let me think. Hang on, I don't even need a fort here, do I? It's the lab that I need in Alexandria. Ah, but there are no resources. It will need a fort. Okay, never mind then. Do construct a palisade here. And also, Brute Queen, go and erect a laboratory there. Get some low-level nature mages over there so that they can make me bags of wine. Now, here's another question. Would I rather make bags of wine with a dwarven hammer, or would I rather save up my earth gems for riches from beneath? The answer is probably the cheaper bags of wine, because nature gems are a bit more valuable to me, even though I have a lot more of them than earth gems. So Sheffrin is going to forge a dwarven hammer, and that dwarven hammer will be used to create the endless bags of wine. The hopefully endless bags of wine down the line. Okay, Jasmine with love, don't let me down in effing snow. We got construction 7. Why did I want that? I think it was a booster or maybe an arm that I wanted. Rio giving me glamour. Djibouti Castle is done. Troops in effing snow are starving, of course they are. I could make a witch or two, bring them over to the diseased area. Might well be worth it. Starving in effing snow is a good sign that we took effing snow, and look at that. Easy money. Of course, there was almost nothing there to kill. Oh, hang on. Effing Snow does not connect to SeaWorld. I was a fool to suspect that it would. This could be a problem. Uedora is very well protected. Ooh, Farm of Plenty. I should have had that information. I sent Luigi over here anyway. Difficult then. Notably a massive army around me, waiting for an opportunity to slaughter me. I'm probably going to run back to Grand Reef then. Dang. I mean, the alternative is that I run into Zerjan and then head south into SeaWorld. Just get my army into the water where they can do more damage to Shalor, but I need to break the non-aggression pact with Shalor for that. Alright, Jasmine, take a step back. Maybe my spy can get over there and tell Clanker's Cavern that I want nothing to do with them. Maybe. Otherwise, I need you to make me that laboratory. We're working on the palisade. I might also want the witch to get rid of some of the disease that I have back here. Some of these units are getting mighty disgusting. Yeah, that is unfortunate. And Chefrend, you just get back to researching. Although I did get construction, didn't I? So what you could actually do is forge me that Moonvine bracelet. Astral, nature booster, make it so. Gosh, I do not like being pinned down like this. I want to be aggressive, get out and kill people. We tried that twice and both times it failed. Miserably. Oh, damn. Somebody went and dispelled my Mother Oak. Dispelling is an astral spell. What astral enemies do we have? We did get out of F and Snow before they counterattacked. Could have taken that counterattack though, but we were starving over there. Tax is down. Luigi got spotted and destroyed in Serjan, so I still can't communicate with the folks in Clanker. I want to tell them I want to kill you, but diplomacy is binding. Troubling. Okay, everything's going bad here. Get you that Moonvine bracelet. No sign of any 2 death mages. That is a bit too much to ask for, though. 0 resources, because Alexandria gets sucked dry by Djibouti, Narognes, Argentina, and Bob on Battlefield, leaving no resources to even make the crummiest of mage. It's only 1 for a witch, that's why we need a That's why we need a palisade here. But we're working on it. Brute Queen, you just get researching while you're there. Oh man, I think I lost more than I gained on that Mother Oak then. Real bad. I don't know if the AI knows exactly how much to dispel your spells by, but I did put the minimum into it. Okay, well, carry on. At least I know I have a huge amount of my priests at the ready. Kayla making gin. Willoughby, the new Draconian Keith prophet. Well, I still got my prophet. Multi-talented old man is sitting around in old whale bones with very little to do, but my dominion seems strong enough. Oh, maybe less so in Arborang. Why are you guys not preaching it in Arborang? And don't say, because you didn't tell us to, Chief. I'm telling you to do it now. Ah, Perithia doesn't actually recruit priests. Please change that. Ongoing costs are getting really high, so that's increasingly concerning. Riches from beneath. Earth 5. I have that. Solves some of my money issues. I just don't have the Earth gems. Of course, that doesn't help that I went and spent a bunch of them. Damn, I want that Mother Oak back. Maybe I'll have to make do with my regular nature gem income. Not good, not good. Alright, alchemize down the rest of my fire gems and water gems, please. I want you to cast another Asterisk Knowledge on Royal Tower. Another Nancy Drew place. Surely will help me out. Sure are a lot of you over here. Go and join in Djibouti. So freaking pinned down. What do I do? Maybe going for the death isn't the worst idea. Look at that, I'm raking in the death gems right now. I just wish one of these guys were 2 death by default. It would make empowering them up to 3 feel less bad. Glamour ritual stuff we have going on there. That's coldness down there as well. Another place for the glamour. What you doing, Chefrin? At least he feels a bit too afraid to attack me as well. And as long as my non-aggression packs hold, my other flanks will be okay. I wonder if diplomacy is a bit overpowered. If this were Dominions 5, I am certain the other races would have declared war upon me by now. That province had both Seymour Guado and Yuna. The chance of that must be quite small given how many names are on the list. Yeah, but conversely we generate a lot of names. Nothing in the research queue. I'll change that. Hey, there we go. Brigand. Oh, actually, Brigand Lair is bad. You can recruit villains, but villains are awful, terrible units. Low skills, just low everything. Admittedly, they're stealthy, and at least they don't cause unrest, but their lair does. Good thing we keep unrest in check by having very high order. There we go, unrest reduction increase. What else is going on there, though? Oh, please don't tell me battles in Djibouti, I don't want to hear that. The Lake of Living Water. Uh-oh, right, so they want it. There are 30 units besieging us. Mostly dispossessed spirits, sea dogs, and whites. But I have a funny, and it's not very funny, feeling that all of these flying units in Hangzhou are going to fly over to Djibouti right about now. Do we just deal with that? Do I have a way of actually getting that storm thing that I was talking about? I've got... oh, here you are. What's the thing that auto-casts Storm? Staff of Storms. Start a spell casts Storm, shuts down flyers. I think. Cold provinces, blizzard, cloud effects dissipate. Flying becomes impossible. Shooting is very difficult. That's good because both of those things are bad news for me. What's also bad is that at some point this will become an Air 5 thing to make. I only have Air 4. Do I have an air booster that could be made? Bag of Winds. I thought Bag of Winds was an air booster, but no. Well, that's where the Dom 6 Inspector tool comes in. I need an item that is an air booster, please. There's Horn of Storms, Construction 5. There's Winged Helmet. Alright then, sounds like a Winged Helmet boost into making the Staff of Storms to shut down those flyers. Yes, please and thank you. Here's your Dwarven Hammer to help you make that cheaper. So you make that, then you use the Storm thing to shut them down. I will alchemize gems for you if needed. This thing costs 40 gems. I'm sure we'll have that. We will make it if needed. Oh god, I do not want to liquidate my death or my nature gems for that. Scary. But yes, get that going. Shut down the flyers, destroy them, whatever means necessary. Is that very magical? Very powerful magical item, a Barrel of Laughs. I believe it's Barrel of Air that you're thinking of. Here we go. A very heavy gift of water breathing for 450 size worth of people. So that's about 150 humans, because a human is size 3. Enable a commander to travel underwater with an army consisting of da-da-da-da-da. So we're all just breathing out the barrel. Hopefully no one farts in that thing. Right, so Djibouti's in trouble. Djibouti's in considerable trouble. They aren't able to do any damage, probably because it's packed full of people, but that will cut down on my supplies and will eventually starve. So the dream is that they all bring over their units. Well, actually that's not great, that's a bit of a nightmare. They'll probably do that anyway. I get the storm thing, so I shut down the flyers. I sit in the back row, surround myself in bodyguarded shank guys, think them all to death while they're unable to advance on my back row. They also can't shoot me very well in a storm. I murder them, and then we counterattack. We don't let up the push once we have that going on. Wish these palisades were ready so I could start getting my nature mages to build supply items. Might mean that Sheffrin should forge an endless bag of wine or two. It kills me to make you do this, Sheffrin, but I need that wine. Or I will need that wine. Klausmost, I can't actually afford to have you site search right now. I might need everything to get that storm of... well, that storming item. And I might need a lot of people helping me out in this, so get away from the Gates of Madness. Got a decent amount of Banes. Don't think I want the Banes for this fight, though. Let's save them up so they can actually do some raiding of their own account later on. Loads of you here. Get over to Nargonis. I don't think I'll need communion power to deal with Djibouti, although I'd hate to not and then regret it. I don't think I have the spells to make it worth my time. Has Conjuration 7 got anything for me? It's got Living Clouds, which can be really badass. The reason Living Clouds is so badass is that you get 4 medium elementals, but you also get more depending on your level. So if you use a communion to boost yourself up to like level 10 or 12, you'll be summoning tons of Living Clouds for only 2 air gems each. Or per batch of them. Even so, I've got Gift of Health. It's right there. Should I just take Gift of Health rather than do the other thing? Can I do Gift of Health rather than the other thing? I absolutely can. Alright, get that Gift of Health up. We have Dominion 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 in this province. I need to count it. It said at the bottom. That's going to be an 80% boost in the max health of everybody here. Pretty useful for a fight. Alright, get Gift of Health up. Pray to, well, ourself that it doesn't get dispelled. Units going to Cargonis to assist. 1 in 10 chance that they get a second nature path. I'd always hope that it would be death too. But yeah, I really don't want to liquidate down those death gems. Not on your life. Okay. Don't give up hope just yet. that can come later. Oaken Army. Bark skin. +7 natural protection on my very squishy units. Could have some utility, but I don't wander around with Nature 4 mages. Could summon the worm that walks down the line, though. What about Thaumaturging? Tempting as Master and Slave might sound, with a communion, Master and Slave is very easy to resist. I find you have to cast it multiple times to even make a difference in a fight. And then you're only absorbing the enemy's chaff. Maybe get the Conjuration? Still eyeing up that Wraith Lord. Perhaps a dream too far to be had, but a man can dream. Summon a Mound Fiend, boost the Mound Fiend, get the Wraith Lord. It's not unthinkable, that's the thing. Get on it. And Jasmine with Love, you just do what you do. You have a very good supply of water gems, weirdly. So what's something good to alchemize? Oh, well, it is. Yes, it is good to alchemize, and that's exactly what we've been doing. Gift of Health is up, although hopefully it doesn't just get dispelled like it did before. Calum tries and fails, tries and fails. Nature gems, we do like them. Palisades of Alexandria done. And they are damaging Djibouti, because they brought in their units, 650 of them here. Oh god, Djibouti would be falling if they just brought in a few more units. Fortunately, this buys me just enough time for you to forge me that Staff of Storms. Sadly, you need 40 air gems. I don't have 40 air gems. So you're going to have to alchemize. And this is really sad because I alchemized air gems into astral pearls and it's 2 to 1, so... what was it we needed? 40, right? Okay, that should do. Ah, but you need to wear the helmet. Also, you had the hammer. Damn, we didn't need to alchemize that much. Could reset the turn, actually, but let's not bother. Staff of Storms, let's go. With that Staff of Storms, we shut down the flyers. Otherwise, we need to be ready for the fight of our freaking lives. Probably not a fight that goes well for us. Really unlikely to be a fight that goes well for us. On the plus side, I can finally get going with some of these units. I'm thinking Witch, but Gift of Health already gets rid of that disease. But Witch has nice paths and is quite cheap. 25% getting a Nature 2 out of you, which is... I'm sure that's some utility, but you're much more expensive on the upkeep. 144, 62, 82. I guess I'm getting witches. Alright, make me a bunch of witches. It'll take a bit of time, but that's okay. Chef Rend, you just get back to researching. Unless you want to make me some wine. Ooh, you get a summary of what people are actively holding on to. Cool. Nice addition. Those were sometimes very hard to track down. Okay, I get one more turn before Djibouti falls. Next turn I've got to save Djibouti. If I don't, I think everything falls. I think I need to stop recruiting more of you guys here. I don't have the cash to be keeping up with it. Although I might need those reinforcements real soon. Don't have the leadership to move you over to Alexandria into Djibouti, but I wouldn't have the resources to keep you alive on the march anyway. Alright, hold out one more turn. You got this, says Dark Young, well aware that I don't got this. How does one man live so disingenuously? Alright, yet more fights of the AI going into the death cloud, which is why I like to keep my spies there. Bob on battlefield gives us luck, but Djibouti has been breached. That means this turn they're going to storm it, and I need to defend it. Unfortunately, if I race everybody in there, we're going to start starving the turn afterwards. But what's a man to do? Well, who wants this storm staff? It should certainly go to the person that's most likely to live. But I didn't leave any Castellans behind, did I? No, I did. I got Not Home. Not Home, hold on to this. Why can you not hold on to this? You've only got one hand! Oh god, what? That explains why you're not getting your weapon. I actually think that's because they made the bow itself its own item slot. Right, things are making sense now. Okay. Well then, Air Mage, you hold on to it. Heck, you went to all the effort to have the damn thing. How are we gonna do this? The way I see it, everybody needs to take part in this. Break that siege. Jasmine, get involved. Every priest I have, get in there. Whew, okay, this will be a big one. Mind Blasters, just go off into the corner because we don't care that much about you. And then all of you guys, there should be plenty of them here. Right, I want you all enjoying some bodyguards. I need to make sure you all have the correct orders as well. Mages should get involved casting spells from the back line as well. Gift of Health is up, so actually people starving to death isn't too bad because they will... Well, they'll still be hungry, but the Gift of Health will save them from dying and eventually cure their disease and afflictions. Wish there was a faster way to do this, and maybe there is that I'm not aware of, but ensuring that I have loads of my Mind Blasters covered in bodyguards means that the bodyguards will be on the outside and they'll be on the inside, where they'll be safe from... Well, there's a storm, actually, so there's no flyers to keep them safe from, but they could still be attacked by fast enemies that get around our flanks, which is still undesirable. Would you rather have 4 hands or 3 miscellaneous slots? Hands. I suppose it depends what I am, but in most cases I'd like the extra hand. After all, you want copper hands to give yourself hand slots, but seldom do you want, I don't know, copper necks or copper fingers to give yourself more miscellaneous item slots. But yeah, that is certainly going to vary from Thug to Caster to Utility to Booster Mage. You better well protect the priest carrying that storm things, or things could go pear-shaped in a hurry. That's why it's going to the big guy who has more health. Gift of Health proportionally gives people with high hit points even higher hit points. And we're not big on armor, so I'm going to have to be relatively big on... well, it's like a nimble build in Battle Brothers, right? Your hit points are your protection. Oh, keep misclicking. I need to hit that and hit G. Down there, G. Down there, G. And now I've run out of guards to give, so the rest of you will have to make do. Jeez, okay, right. Well, I got a lot of people to give fire closest orders to. Fortunately, this can kind of be done easier, but just by holding the number 1 down, because I've got fire closest mapped to number 1. So these guys should fire indefinitely. They're going to get the bless from my prophet. And, well, unless my prophet actually gets interrupted in his movement order, which could happen, the enemy could intercept him, especially if they cloud trapeze onto him. But assuming that doesn't happen, all these guys are going to get my blessing for reinvigoration, which means they can consistently and constantly fire. And by now I think I have more of these guys than I ever had of the mind-blasting other units. The big guys that fit only 1 to a square, who will also be present for this fight, and I don't mind them dying because they are too big, too chunky, and too expensive. And hopefully I've built up a critical mass of priests at this point. God, man, there's got to be an easier way to give them this order. I didn't want to waste 1 turn having them bless themselves just in case the other priest guy wasn't there. Okay, there we go, priests. But that wasn't all the priests, was it? No, I've got more moving in, don't I? You guys. You guys could also be given bodyguards, that's a thing. As a non-islander, why do things go pear-shaped? I do not know why we use the term pear-shaped for things going bad. Oh, hang on. I don't want to accidentally give any of you one of my Dragonians as a guard. Dragonians are too big. These guys are going to starve so much in combat. Well, they won't starve until after combat, at least. And if I lift the siege, we can repair the wall. That puts the onus back on my enemy to take me out. But this isn't good. This is just me defending. I'm not getting any stronger. In fact, by many accounts, I'm getting weaker during this time. My enemies are likely out-researching me, out-gemming me, out-incoming me. All the while, it's all I can do to survive. But I'm not about to roll over and let them feast on my delicious crustaceans. We're not crustaceans, are we? Right, get in there. How's this look now? Massive bodyguarding going on here. Mine champions blast from over there. You guys defend. You guys hold that. Maybe a little further out. I don't know how far this is going to go. What about the people that are not doing that kind of stuff? I just want them to cast spells. I don't really care what they cast. They'll figure that out. Fiskin, you don't get involved. Where is Fiskin? Oh god, I gotta find him, and he looks like everybody else. Not racist, but... where the heck is Fiskin? I have a way of doing this. If I select all of you, that's going to highlight who is not one of you. There you are, Fiskin. You just wait around. You don't contribute anything to this fight anyway. All of you guys just cast spells. It's easy as that. Hopefully they do clever things like Body Ethereal and Iron Skin, but I'm just going to leave it to them. I'm not going to bother giving them some fancy orders. You also need to just cast spells. You'll already cast Storm, and look at that. Nice health, reasonable enough protection. I'm sure they'll be fine. Of course, now you have flying, but hopefully the Storm will shut you down. An air formation losing its proper shape, or a balloon puncturing and going pear-shaped. Ooh, from the Royal Air Force lingo. Learning so much while playing video games. I never thought we'd see the day. Spix, are you casting spells? You better be. Not home when away. You can sit this one out. I don't have an army for you to command. Where did not home when away go? There you are. Don't break the siege. Just wait around. Jasmine comes in. The rest of you come in. I still don't have my delicious bags of wine or anything like that, but I suppose that's okay. Alright. So we slaughter them in Djibouti and hopefully counterattack. Hopefully. Still don't have my packs of wine available. I want that witch to crank out the bags of wine. Maybe Sheffrin should make a bag of wine or two. It's not unthinkable because I could tell him to... Oh no, he can't equip the Dwarven Hammer, and I don't want him to waste nature gems by not using the Dwarven Hammer. Alright. Alright. You guys just hang around with the preaching. With the preaching. With the... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hold on. Hold on. I don't have... Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. I do not have my... Multi-talented old man prophet. I just about lost my mass blessing there. Okay, don't worry about it, because... No, do worry about it. If multi-talented old man can't get there, my priests won't be blessed. That might not be a problem. The only difference is they're going to get tired by casting their thinking people to death magic, and that shouldn't be a problem, right? Surely we'll have them all dead before that becomes a problem. Better than wasting a turn doing blessing, right? I don't trust that. Here's what I'm going to do. Some of them will do blessing, just to keep the hope alive. That said, once they're done with their fire closest, oh, they might move in for attacking. Alright, these guys are getting their blessing then. It's of grave concern that my priests would run in for fighting. For some reason I thought my prophet was in the adjacent province, but no, of course I moved my prophet over after my previous prophet died. Alright, well, glad I double-checked that. If you set a couple of priests doing blesses, shouldn't that be enough? Should be, but I just want everybody blessed from the get-go. Right. You need to be around for these things. Get yourself back over here. A lot of priests over in Lego Island, but that's fine. They can just keep the preaching going. A little unhappy at the lack of units over in Lego Island, though. Oh, wow, not very happy at the lack of resources on Lego Island. Just try and make what you can. Barbarang, keep the preaching alive. This is a big fight for not much payoff for me, that's for sure. Alright, have at. The priest clutter is real. Where can I see which turn it is now? Guess we'll double check once this is over. Alright, battle in Djibouti. This is us breaking that siege. We do have the storm up immediately. So whilst all of these guys may be flyers, unless some of them have storm immunity, they will not be able to fly. And that is a big thing I wanted. Their archers losing half of their shots, I also want, because we are very vulnerable to being shot. My entire... I can't even call it a mage corps. My entire priest corps here are all low on protection. They got good hit points now thanks to Gift of Health. So they could survive 1 or 2 arrow shots, but beyond that they're in trouble. That guy's hiding in a bush. But yeah, even if they were to fly at us, we do have ourselves completely encircled by our bodyguards at least. So now let's see how the thinking to death goes. So there we go. There's Storm. Bang. Glad that we got that just in time. I think they entirely murked the Banes. Not what I was expecting. There goes the Blessing. Interestingly enough, one of them summoned an air elemental, which does have storm immunity, so that was able to just immediately pierce into me and start trampling things. It shouldn't be too hard to kill that, even if it is ethereal. There we go, it's already dead. Go, 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 my priests. It feels like it's just not targeting the way I want them to. They're certainly getting it going, and they're not fatiguing because of reinvigoration. But they're mind blasting. I just feel like it should be hitting so many more units than it is. Look at the amount of Mind Blasters I have and how few of these things seem to be hitting. I guess it is negated, but still. Concerning. It is looking good, though. We're taking losses, no doubt about that, but it is looking good. And we can see our regular kind of chaffy Mind Blasters, they reach 50 fatigue and then they move in for attack. But my priests don't know what fatigue is because of reinvigoration. They're also getting etherealized by the astral mages. That's quite handy. So I think I've finally managed to counter the flyers. Flying at me certainly countered me, but shutting down their ability to fly, that counters the counter. I'm starting to think that as well, overly. Maybe instead of attack closest, they should just attack randomly. But I think they tend to prefer the back row that way, and that doesn't favour my front row. But look at this poor guy. He's doing a good job surviving all of that mind blasting. Alright, not bad. What was that cost for me? Minimal. Only 11 of my 586 Glaive champions died there. Whereas they faced enormous losses. I like it. 180 plus 87 people constantly mind blasting. Not bad. With this amount of mind blasters, is it better to target randomly? Yeah, I think it's not a bad idea to split them up into two squads. Maybe the Mind Champions can just target wherever, and the Priors target closest, because that's the easiest thing for me to do quickly at a change. Unfortunately, I'm also being attacked in the Gates of Madness. Wait, they must have flown over here. Wait, what? Who that? Okay, I'm getting attacked by some fat bastard here, and he is going to do me in, because I didn't anticipate a lot. Ah, you took third Rome. You must have taken that off of Calum. I'm not too worried, because the Gates of Madness isn't somewhere that you're about to siege down anytime soon, but that still wasn't nice to see. Alright, question is, what do we do from here? I have too many units. The supplies are holding, but only barely. Jasmine with love, you take a step out. Multi-talented old man, take a step in so you can do some large blessing. Still getting ourselves the Banes there. Honestly, you could just grab these Banes and go on the attack, couldn't you? Do you have undead leadership? No. Are these undead? Yes. So, blip. Wait, who even can have undead leadership? My Seraph, of course. Surprising. Might have to use you to move those Banes around. Still no 2 death coming out of here. It's a 1 in 40 shot, so it's not great, but I still want it. Yeah, the trouble is, even though I was able to beat back that army, they're able to make another army like that without too much bother, and I am not able to happily siege down Hangzhou. Or can I? Why can't I? I have Gift of Health. Why don't I just go and bust Hangzhou so fast it makes their head spin, and then we come back and we heal up all of our deficiencies in Daijobu? Riddle me that, Riddle Master. Sorry, Narky, you're going to have to get involved. I know you don't want to. I don't think I need all of my Astral Mages, though. But what if we just grab all of these guys, and we just make the offense? I don't need to traipse all the way into their land. I just want to take out this fort. Ah, but even if I take the fort, I can preach and make it my dominion. These are all priests, after all. Turn 1, smash Hangzhou. I'm going to bring in the Draconians to aid with the destruction. And then get there in one shot. Draconians in battle, huh? Draconians can't fly. Hold and attack. Actually, I'd rather they just didn't attack at all. Could they just hold and retreat? I don't want them involved in the fight, but I do need them involved in the breaking down of the walls. I suppose I don't need to. I've already got about 1,000 wall breaking capacity, but they've got 1,000... No, I do need them here. Damn it, Amber. At least they won't be able to fly. They don't have storm immunity, so they're not going to cause me too many problems. Let's just make sure they're way on the back row and don't really get involved. Hold and attack closest, please. And I said I would change these guys to just fire on whatever. Fill the queue with wait commands. Can't do that with regular units. All you can do is give them a single basic order, like attack, flyers, or retreat. This is okay, though. Just don't want them getting involved. Right, so we're going to break through Hangzhou. We are going to starve, but the idea is we take Hangzhou, then we retreat to Daijobu, and then if they ever go for Hangzhou, we just slap them. As long as Gift of Health stays up, my units can always get replenished by just stepping into my friendly dominion. Then we just kind of poke forward. Once Hangzhou is taken and he exhausts himself trying to retake it, we take Effensnow, we take his capital, we hold his capital. He can no longer make his own... Actually, what units does he only have access to there? This is Bazijo with Zerjan. His Hydra hatchlings, they're annoying because they dispel out poison. His really nice looking flying sacreds. God, imagine having these guys. Good for taking chaos scales, amazing defense skill, flying, magical weapon that does paralyze. Extra damage on demons, but that's pretty niche. Extra hit points during summer. Is it summer? It's early spring. Okay. Doesn't change the fact that I'm going on the offensive here. I could even take Shalor off of them rather than take Zerjan. It's a thought. After all, I have non-aggression pact with Calum. On the other hand, if I take Shalor, I'm lifting the pressure of Calum off of Zerjan. So, difficult question. I feel like Hadrian, I could march on Rome, but should I march on Rome? The flyers won't fly anyway, Choshra. We have Stormstaff. Also, hey, Henry of Skalitz has popped out. Henry of Skalitz, please grab this hammer and please constantly forge me bags of wine until the end of time. I know I'm going to need them. That eats half of my nature gems every turn, but I've already got Gift of Health up, and well, if I ever try putting up the Mother Oak, it seems to get dispelled. Who the hell dispelled Mother Oak anyway? It's someone with astral access. And at a glance, they don't have astral over on my enemy, Zarjan. Could have been Archocephaly. Shouldn't you make a backup Stormstaff? They're very expensive. It's 40 air gems, 4-0. Not made of gems, you know? Klausmust, we might be able to do another Ashtric Knowledge with you. Alchemize down those fairly useless water gems, please. Ashtric Knowledge in Lego Island? That's not a desirable place to cast it because it's a farmland, but alternatives are Bob-on Battlefield. Yeah, just my other farmlands are my targets right now. Oh well, farmland just means less likely, not impossible. Go and do Guardia first. No, Guardia is easier for the enemy to take. Plus it already has a site. Go for it. It's a shame I don't have anything to defend multi-talented old man with, but he needs to get closer. Okay, 33 commanders are doing nothing. Yeah, but it's mostly just priests, right? Oh, whoa, whoa, glad I noticed these guys. These guys should be researching. I don't want them in the fight, but I do want them researching. You need to join them, though, Harnke. Yeah. Should be fine. Might not, though. Wouldn't that be something? Keep the priests pouring out. Keep the army pouring out. They might be hungry, but aren't we all? Supply usage 987. Starvation does impact on morale, so it's not free to just take it even if you have Gift of Health. But at least we can split up between Grand Reef and Djibouti on the way back. What about the Castles of Madness? It doesn't appear to be under siege anymore. Why not? Right, I get it. Those were mercenaries, weren't they? Yes, and they just got hired by Kagasi instead of you, so they just buggered off. Cool, then I don't even need to worry about that. Starvation affects morale. Once again, the endless undead hordes stay winning. I'm working on it, right? We have the death gems. Should I just empower one of these? Empower, make a death staff, get a Mound King, give the Mound King death staff, empower the Mound King, create a Wraith Lord, then create a bajillion more Wraith Lords. It would save me 35 death gems if I could get the 1 in 40 roll for one of these guys being level 2 death. That's a lot of earth gems to save. I suppose another thing to consider is that I'm a wee ways away from having Wraith Lords anyway. Not that far, actually. That's only 4 turns away. Maybe I should get to work on that. Alright, Marvin Branach. Seldom has anybody been more fitting a name to be my death mage. Please empower yourself in death. Oh, it's 30, not 35. Alright, I can't believe my idea of going for victory comes from completely off-pathing into death. But it's about the only edge I have, all because I found the Throne of Death. But currently, I'm just not getting the leverage I need. Ashric Knowledge got me a Dreamlight. Sounds like a glamour thing. It is absolutely a glamour gem, don't mind that. Archacephaly have Ib, their new prophet. They keep getting prophets of Dongzhou killed. How in the world could servants of Dongzhou be dying at an alarming rate? How could this happen? Alright, Hongzhou, how does this go? There are a lot of us, and there's not a lot of you, and you cannot fly. It'd be amazing to suddenly find out that their bless is actually storm immunity. But I'm not spying any blessed units anyway, so let's see if the targeting works any better for me. Definitely a very different looking army to what we had with the Bull People. In the Bull People we had a front line of very important sacred units. Not tons of them, although we did end up making quite a lot down the line. But here it is supermassed chaff with freaking priests as my damage dealers. Unexpected. These guys aren't here to fight, these guys are here to siege. Go. See, that's better. Looks like they're just targeting a lot of different people. Now, more of that, please. They're so slow when they can't fly at me. Getting the Storm of Staff was such a good idea. Brilliant, and I might be able to one-turn crack this fort. Yes, immediate breach. Your troops are starving badly due to lack of supplies. They must get more supplies or they'll surely die. Surely. Lovely. I don't know how one of my priests died. How did one of my priests die? What the hell killed it? Was a single arrow shot? No, the enemy didn't secure any kills. How did you die? It's only one priest, that's no big deal, but how? Maybe he got plagued? I need to look into that. Free gold, the breach, the affliction's cured, starving badly. Alright. No good reason not to one-turn crack this place. So storm the castle, you as well. You guys do not. Maintain the siege, don't storm. Supply usage 1164, supplies needed, or supplies gained about 300, so just take this and then back away, get healed up. They shouldn't be able to take Hangzhou back fast enough for me to not be able to counter them. Zerjan owning Shalor is just not right. There's another idea that says press the advantage, but I really don't want to lose tons of my units over this. And tons of them are getting diseased. They'll hold out a bit, but I need them back in Djibouti to lift the disease. Or even all the way back into Nargonis, where the Dominion is much stronger, so the Gift of Health is much more apt. Sadly, level 1 priests can't preach above, I think, 3 Dominion in such a situation. Do I have what it... Oh, hang on. There's Marvin Branach looking at his level 2 death. I'm tempted to make another hammer, but I don't think I will. It only saves 2 death gems, and it cost me 15 earth gems. So you go and forge Skull Staff. Get you up to death 3, and then at death 3 you're going to summon the Mound Fiend. And the Mound Fiend does the rest of the propelling up. Very seldom do I do this kind of move. But I'm doing it now. I take it Hangzhou as being as much of a pain as it is in real life. I don't know. Very heavily defended fort in a freaking marsh that I have to take? Couldn't imagine why that would be troubling. Surrounded by such delightfully provinces with all those supplies, but cannot have. Djibouti was a great place to put a fort down. Zerjan has got to go. I think we might just retreat to Djibouti and then go on a warpath up to Zerjan and take it. I don't know what goes on behind Zerjan, but seeing that Fagerborg is back here, it could be that Fago and Zerjan are slugging it out here, so Zerjan might not be as strong up here as they might seem. Which does just make me more afraid of the other AIs I have to deal with, but cross that bridge when you get to it, right? I'm surprised we're even still kicking at this point. Multi-talented old man, I want you in there for your divine blessing. I really wish I give you better protection. It really shouldn't be hard for me to just make you something. Why the coyote? Could we just make an armor of knights for them? There's no laboratory here, but I'll get you that when we can. Alright, do I have anything else to worry about? I think not. Let's just take Gongjo. We shouldn't even need to go through the walls, right? The walls are broken, but we should think everyone to death. The problem is they're going to have archers on the walls, and that's going to hit some of my casters, but that's how things go. It's like they've never heard of the Mongol pillage as you conquer strategy. What is there to pillage in the swamp, though? Alright, here we go. Storm is up, so half of the missiles get lost anyway, which is just wonderful. Just, yeah. Why this? This must be a Dom 6 change. I never recall there being on-the-ground archers like that before. Hopefully we can think them to death before they even really start shooting at us. Here come the shots! Get dodging, everyone! Dodge and think. Okay, the archers and the ramparts are dead and buried. Good, the incoming arrows have largely stopped. Slight complication, they're deploying the Vine Men. The Vine Men are mindless. I cannot kill them with my brain, but I can kill them with my glaives. Slicey slicey. They are blunt and pierce resistant, but half of the attacks from glaives are slashing damage. Gelatinous cubes are also mindless. But that just means that we're surely going to target the Raven Igniter of the Battle Keep. And now that they're dead, these mindless units just dissolve with no magical guidance. Wait, what? Okay, that was glaive. I thought you got mind-hacked damage, but of course that's impossible. Yeah, get out of here. What's the damage? Not seeing many holes in formation here, so hopefully we got through that all right. 2 of my priests died, 1 of my glaive champions died. The priests are very cheap to replace. The glaive champions even cheaper to replace, so the losses are laughable. Good. Of course, now that we have Hangzhou, we have a bit of a question. Do we preach or do we retreat? I think we take our many priests and just preach. This will give us the Dominion here, means we don't need to retreat. One of you should probably construct a temple for us. Chest wound on you. Oh yeah, starvation is a problem, I can't forget that. Starvation's a big problem. How big a problem? Amber. get the siege people out of here over to Nargonus, or maybe even to Gates of Madness. Easier to fly over to Zerjan from there. I would love to just suddenly get my Dominion here. It would be badass. Jasmine. There's not enough UI space. You require 423 supplies. Amber, you require 200. So I'm ducking my supply needs by 600. That's almost enough. But it's not quite enough. There's no laboratory. There is a laboratory here, actually. You there. Take the bag of wine. Multi-talented old man. Also take a bag of wine. That will actually solve my hunger needs. Jasmine, take over F and Snow. Amber, get over to Gates of Madness. Everybody else preach. Gypsy Moth, build a temple. My hero, which I am risking a lot by taking you out here. I probably shouldn't be doing this. You're my only massive air mage. In fact, why do you even have the winged helmet on? Put it away. You don't need the boosting anymore. Truth be told, you don't even need the Staff of Storms. I want you kept safe. You are too good to be bringing on campaign. Just sit here and research then. Multi-talented old man, you take the Storm Staff, and the additional bit of food can go to... Gosh, I don't know. Everyone looks the same. Everyone is the same. I guess you should have it then. Does that mean I'm taking you on command? I don't know. Right, that should hopefully get supply usage down to a manageable level. Problem is, a lot of the people who are still diseased are going to die. Unless I pull them back to Grand Reef instead. But I really like the idea of pushing on to F and Snow. If they want to come up north, they kind of have to go through Hangzhou, right? No, they can go via Uedora into F and Snow. Counterpoint, take Uedora. Plenty of supplies to be had there. Counterpoint, there are 1,060 of the flying bastards over in Ardania. It's a lot of good counterpoints. Okay, Amber moves out. Jasmine with Love goes to F and Snow. We get the Dominion here to heal our units. We continually make enough bags of wine so that we can actually hold out in Hangzhou. Almost indefinitely, actually. Yes. Then they try to attack us. They don't take us down because we have so many people manning the walls. They starve to death. All the while, Jasmine with Love can take out Zerjan. Maybe. No, because he's got a free path through Uedora somehow. Oh, I see. He does actually have a tiny little land connection over here. Alright, screw Zerjan. The point is keep my own units alive, have him waste himself on me, and then counterattack as we did with Djibouti. That should work out. Can't imagine why it wouldn't. Okay, I can get behind that. Where's that Mound Fiend of mine, by the way? I thought I got a Mound Fiend. Must have imagined that. There you go. I want you to cast Summon Mound Fiend. Okay. I'm as surprised as you that we're holding on here, but we're not just holding on, we're starting to seize the moment. It has been long overdue. It's at turn 62. I think I won the previous game by now, but gotta put that out of our head. We've got a job to do. I want to finish off searching my lands entirely. However, what about Hangzhou? It's got a cliff, sure, but it's a swamp. Swamps are amazing for magical sites. So I want to alchemize down my water gems for astral pearls. Just need 25 of them to cast Astric Knowledge on Hangzhou. Wily Coyote and friends, get researching. Anybody that's useful doing nothing? You guys are all preaching right now, which is fine, but I don't like the fact that we have Something weird going on here. Could you instead maybe patrol? You can try. So many extra priests in Lego Island ready to counterattack. Plenty of supplies there as well. It's a shame I can't make many champions because there's no supplies to be had. Arborang and Argentina defend their own supplies with their own castles. But I could make more units just over there. God, I could make a lot of units over there. You should be the one with all the units that I might need front lining. There's Highland provinces for you, full of resources to be taken. The income continues to be of grave concern, though. How are we doing on fixing that? See, it's enchantment for earth riches from beneath, but with my crummy earth income, I don't trust that. Nature income less crummy, but Gift of Nature's Bounty is a level 7 and Research 9 spell. I'm never going to get that in good time. It's going to take 4 plus 8 turns to get that reasonably. Might be worth going for, though. Get me that. It'll solve all of my money problems if it doesn't get dispelled. Out of curiosity, how hard would a true world conquest in Dominions be? Is it one of those things where at a certain point it's just a formality? Yes. Even more so than EU4, really. At a certain point you are the strongest, and all you have to do is just keep beating down your enemy. Even if they win a battle or two, you have so many resources, you just crush them. You have all the magical paths, you have all the gems. Let's say they have something you think completely unkillable. Just think up a solution for it. You have the resources to do it. A counter is always cheaper than the thing that is countering. Wraithlords are a great example, right? I'm going to a great extent to make a unit that is very powerful, but you could just kill it with one of those sentient blobs of jelly because it eats it. Speaking of, do I actually have the spells to make the Wraithlords competent in battle? I forget what it is. I think it might be Evocation that I need. Crumbs. What is Soul Vertex? I know it's a death thing, but where is Soul Vortex? Enchantment? It's not Thaumaturgy, is it? Hopefully not. Alteration? Ah, it's Alteration 6. Alright, I'm going to want that before I get Gift of Nature's Bounty. Soul Vortex is a very big part of the puzzle in making Wraithlords as good as they are. At least in Dominions 5. I don't know if that's still the case, but why would it not be? Also really nice having these Banes around. Even nicer that I don't have to pay for the privilege. Good units overall. Certainly better than my standard units. Of course, if and when I ever put them to use, I do not know. So is this going to work? I'm hoping it works. We take F and Snow with these guys. We retreat the Dragonis, we hold Hangzhou, and we stop starving to death in Hangzhou, and we preach so hard, including with a temple, that we are able to heal our diseases. Good. Apparently Grim Harbinger is mixing up Hangzhou with Hangzhong. How could you make such a foolish... I had no idea myself. Deep crevasse to be had over there. We know about deep crevasses. The Mound Fiend is here. Kagasia has Wen Chao. Keep him away from Guan Yu. So this is our march into F and Snow. Is it a bad march? No, it's a very good march. Easiest freaking money. Destroy their temples. Afflictions cured. F and Snow, more disease. Not unexpected, but it's quite easy to retreat Jasmine into my dominion. Let's have a look at those troops. Very horribly diseased. But Zerjan is right there. I could march right on it. If I fail, though, I lose a considerable chunk of my thinking to death units. Dispossessed spirits, fire snakes, champions, sea trolls, hydra hatchlings, gelatinous cubes. Very strange army composition. But if I go for that, they're certainly going to bring everything they can. Oh, hello! My glorious friends, who I never once considered attacking, Shalor, have come out of the waters with an army of freaking useless mermen. And they're pinning down Ardania. They want their capital back. Fascinating. Does that change my approach? We are good on supply in Hangzhou, and we have some Dominion there. Excellent. I mean, there's still a lot of horribly dying, diseased people, but it will get cured. Well, maybe. Tough call. Zerjan is right there, but this isn't the best of armies for going on that march. I think I should pull back and get my army healed up. It's better for Zerjan to exhaust themselves on me than for me to exhaust myself on them. Yes. Let's also get ourselves some replacement priests while we're at it. Any more Caesar 3 in the plans? I don't have any Caesar 3 maps to that are getting the juices flowing, so to speak. So no plans currently. It's not saying it won't happen, though. Love this song. Here you go, Gypsy Moth. Don't let me down. As long as someone is carrying these supplies, it's all good. And where's our Mound Fiend? Marvin Branagh, surrender the Skull Staff to the Mound Fiend. The Mound Fiend is now sitting pretty at 4 death. No protection on you, but you've got a good amount of hit points, so you should survive any random thing that might hit you. And you, I also need to empower in death. Sadly, that costs 60 death gems. But thanks to me claiming the old Whalebone's Throne of Death, we have those death gems. Costly, but it's all right. I'm gonna alchemize more of these gems that I never use. Especially the glamour gems. Damn, I've got a good number of you. And that allows me to do yet more Ashtrick knowledge. Maybe not on F and Snow, I'm unlikely to hold that. So I guess we either do Legoland or Guardia, and I'm doing Legoland simply because it's fortified. Alright. Supply usage is fine over in the Gates of Madness for you, Amber, and it's a one-shot to get over to Zerjan with you. Very cute. I should keep in mind that Jasmine with Love does not have the Storm Staff, so I don't shut down the Flyers. That puts you in grave risk. All the more reason to get back to Narognas to heal up. Alright, don't lose everything by pressing the advantage too far. Well, the invitation there, Redborg, is if you have or know of some good Caesar 3 maps, bring them to my attention. If they get the creative juices flowing, then I will once again serve that rotten old toad toga boy. Good. Princess Beatrice successfully empowered himself in death. Conjuration get, alteration to come. What was the conjuration for again? The Wraith Lord, of course. Ashtrick Knowledge finds nothing in Lego Island. Sad place to be. Once again, Korshin holds out against the meager attacks. The AI is very bad at taking high-level thrones. I guess I should be thankful. The Royal Tower has given me an air gem. Afflictions are cured. A hero! God, do I need a hero. An unimpressive farmer until he visited a holy warrior, foretold that he'd become a great hero. He is frenzied compared to normal men, and a skilled shapeshifter to take on a bear totem. Really? I'm not seeing the bear totem here. Air Astro... Oh my god, I had a double death unit come to me for free. Come on. So much for all that empowerment. All I needed to do was wait a few turns, and he just comes to me. Ah, oh well. Oh well. Recuperation, amphibian, to death. Yeah, you're just going to... Hang on, that means you have undead leadership. You should lead my Bane army. Frustrating, but oh well. Anyway, Baney individual. If I want to summon a Wraith Lord, I need 40 death gems. Am I willing to liquidate Astral Pearls into death gems to speed up that process? The answer might surprise you. It's 30. 33. 34. I'm not willing to give up nature or earth gems. I could be convinced to give up fire gems. I need 4 times 6 of that. That's most of my air gems. But Jake loves Wraith Lords. And Wraith Lords love him. Alright, there we go. Begin. Begin the Wraith Lording. We should be able to get 1 Wraith Lord every 5 turns. Why does Jake like Wraith Lords so much? Wraith Lords are immortal. The only way to kill a Wraith Lord is to soul slay it. Or kill it on another astral plane, but that's a different story altogether. Meaning, you can send them out to raid, they die, they come back! And Gift of Health cures their afflictions. They also come pre-equipped with a good set of armor and an amazing weapon, and good skills and triple magic path for casting something like... the word has escaped me and I was trying to do the research for it, wasn't I? Altercation, Death, Soul Vortex, there we go. And next turn they will be able to do Soul Vortex, which is when I'm getting them, so yes. Unbelievable! From nothing, we break into Death 5 and get Wraith Lords. I used to always think, man, who would go to such effort to break into non-native schools of magic, and now I'm beginning to understand. Right, get these guys back to Nargonis before they're all dead, please. How are the people doing in Hangzhou? So many units just hanging around. Guard the commanders. Guard the commanders. Yeah, some of you guys are getting horribly diseased as well. We could do with that being healed. Not sure I want to pull back with you. I'd rather not, if I can avoid it. But the Dominion is quite weak here. It's much stronger in Djibouti. Alright. If that's the case, do pull back to Djibouti. The other idiots can spend their time... you get out of here. You guys go and preach this. Djibouti's got really good Dominion strength, so they will get their strength back over there. Yes, that's fine. Etna, here you go. Keep another... If one of my guys holding a nice supply item dies, then another one will pick it up, so it's no big deal. The main thing is I don't want multi-talented old man to die, because he priest blesses everyone. And I don't want the hero to die, because he's really, really good. Wasn't I meant to give you some armor? Maybe. I think I gave up on that idea, though. Endless bags of wine continue to flow. Klaus, just get researching. Alright, pulling back to regenerate ourselves a bit, and then we can go back on the attack. Having more bags of wine is going to make it a lot easier, because we're not going to face the supply problems that we did before. But things are turning around nicely for us. Let's keep going. What's the average TTWL, time to Wraith Lord? 5 turns per Wraith Lord. But if you mean getting 2 Wraith Lords, it depends entirely on the nation. If I hadn't found that Seraph or gotten that hero, I would have had no native death. I'd need an additional 50 death gems just to get 1 commander into death. 1 crippled unit dies, that's no big deal. The Wraith Lord is here. There was a battle in Hangzhou. They just walk over and take it. I don't really care. They just walk over and take F and Snow as well. I still don't really care. That wasn't the point of taking those provinces. Afflictions cured, patrolling, blah blah blah. Jasmine with love, there are your units. They will slowly but surely not be dying anymore. He's probably going to bring a lot of units over to Hangzhou to siege it, but that's exactly why I have all these people ready to counter siege if they're about to break Hangzhou. I want to heal my units up a bit more before I go back on the warpath. These diseases are really piling up. I'm really glad Gift of Health hasn't been dispelled. That's why I want to save up enough nature gems so that I can recast it if it does get dispelled. I have no idea how the AI decides whether or not or how to do dispelling. Right, first Wraith Lord is Single Mother. So I don't know where the name Single Mother came from. Way before I had a structured way of adding people's names into my games. About the only way you could do it was through Patreon. Even so, I searched through all of my histories trying to find where someone submitted the name Single Mother, and I found nothing. So, how this has ever come to be, I do not know. The reason that sticks in mind is I had a tank called Single Mother in a Xenonauts playthrough, and I still didn't know where it was from. Right, Single Mother, you are very important to me. Get on the back and cast these specific spells, please. I want you to do Invulnerability. Actually, Soul Vortex is more important than that, so Soul Vortex, Invulnerability. There's something to be said for Skeletal Body, so get Skeletal Body up, and then cast 2 loads of Horde of Skeletons, and then attack. Doesn't really matter who you attack, just attack. I'm going to save this as number 5, so that way if he has something else to do, I can just press number 5 and he does it. And now you're going to raid, but where do you raid? Nice thing about them is they also have decent map move at 20, and like I said, they don't need any equipment to make them good. Also, they're ethereal, just to add insult to injury. And it's a lot of injury. Taking the 3rd roam, oh right, on top of that, they are fully amphibian, so they can enter water. I think we're going to go around through Wuchao compound and strafe the north. At the very least, I'll get information of what's going on there. And if you ever die, you will respawn in Argentina. Maybe not the most convenient place for you to respawn, so there's an argument that says bring Princess Beatrice somewhere more usable like Hangzhou, or even just Djibouti. Yeah, probably Djibouti. It's a shame, because all my death stuff goes on over here in Argentina. Also, I don't need death mages anymore, so let's stop recruiting them. Get back to doing more priests? Sure, we like priests. Get to your researching. So Hangzhou is barely under siege, only 40 units are at it, although I don't know what, if anything, they'll reinforce it with. If you experience downfall, you'll respawn in Argentina. Argentina or Djibouti, pick your poison. Alright, no need to push things, just let my units heal up for a couple of turns, then move back out on the attack. Jasmine with love, wishing that she had some actual supplies for her units. And I could give that to you. I'm not a monster. There we go, let's lower your supply consumption. I don't want to move these guys back to Nargonis, even though it would heal up the units better. Why do you say that, Jake? Because I want them close enough that they can react to nasty things happening in Hangzhou. No good reason not to add more units here, though. Every bag of wine allows me to get another 25 of them in without concern. And the Gift of Health really aids me. Not a lot of disease going around. Love to see it. It's getting cured then. 234 commanders are doing nothing. That's all of you, isn't it? But you have nothing to do, so just preach. Then only 50 commanders are doing nothing. Still a lot of commanders doing nothing. For example, Gahar. Herr Commissar, you just go back to the death of Argentina. Gahar. You enter. Maybe a better death mage can summon more banes. I don't know if that's the case, though. It just says a death mage may enter. You know what, actually? God, where's all my money? Very soon I won't be able to hire more units, so I'm going to have to claw those back a bit. Yeah, money's getting out of control, at least until I have my big nature cast. Alright, do enter that site. I was thinking about having you research, but you're fine as you are. Okay. Could certainly optimize. There's a lot of units doing nothing that could certainly be doing things, but got enough on my mind as it is. Instant breach on Hangzhou. Bad sign. Means they brought in their everything, and I don't have my everything to counterattack that. Rio de Janeiro is losing population, but gaining resources. Lovely. Right, not keen on just losing Hangzhou, but they've brought in the big guns. That means if Megatron's doing his big push, we gotta push back. Get stuck in. A little lacking without my Jasmine with Love, though. I'm a bit saddened about that. There is a half-decent argument that says let them take Hangzhou. They take Hangzhou, I move, I pin them down in Hangzhou, and then I just kill them inside their own walls. Alternatively, I just kill them. I think I'll just kill them then. Units are still quite injured, but largely getting better. What I could actually do, I think there's a hotkey for taking all diseased and wounded, right? W for wounded, E for diseased. E for diseased? Wait, that's everybody. Don't you lie to me, game. E. Oh, that's experienced. D for diseased. Diseased, get out. Diseased, get out. Wounded, get out. Wounded, get out. Diseased of you, get out. That didn't help much because I'm still bringing in a lot of woundeds here, haven't I? Get the diseased out. Get the wounded out. How do I select healthy units then? I don't know. Also, you're diseased. You're diseased. Get them in. I still have space for about 20 more units. Okay. That should suffice. 114, 109, 110, 110. Some of the 110s go in the back, some not. Hold an attack, fire wherever, stay behind troops, that's fine. All of the diseased people that I left behind could just stay behind and get better here. I don't really care if these guys get wounded, that's not my concern, but I do need to move on in. I don't know, I wasn't seeing a shortcut for only healthy units. All unit, same type, wounded, starving, slowing, limping, experienced, diseased, crippled, and non-crippled. I don't see anything for healthy. Right, hopefully this is enough to take out Hangzhou. It might not be. We're bringing in 628 units, but I don't have the big reinforcements of Jasmine with Love here. And I am taking on a lot of enemy units, perhaps more than last time. This could go awry very easily. Prophet is there. Might want to bring in my mages just to help out. Couldn't hurt, could it? Hey, where's that Wraith Lord of mine? Single Mother, you want to get in on this? Could be cool. Soul Vortex, Invulnerability, Skeletal Body, just run on in. Would be entertaining. The Soul Vortex could hurt my own guys, of course, but them's the breaks. If that's the case, do not do Horde of Skeletons. Just get rushing on in, and maybe go for the rearmost enemies while you're at it. Might backfire. I can see a lot of ways that this goes wrong. You guys are just on spells, which is fine. How are our not alms doing? Well, we're about to watch more of them in action, aren't we? You guys also need to join the Fire Closest Orders. And I need you to break the siege. And I want you all further back to join them. Wait, is that really where everybody went? Ah, doesn't matter, get everybody over there. All million of them. Yeah, I can see a lot of ways that this goes south, actually. Because I don't have the sheer bulk backing of your numbers. It's a lot fewer of my frontline troops. And there are a lot more of theirs, aren't there? 620? We weren't dealing with 620 last time, but I'm not willing to just let this province go. So we shall charge on in. Could you guys get involved? No, too far away. Could actually send in Amber as well. Don't want to, though. Maybe I should. Big, chunky additional units, but you're going to eat all the food. I don't want you eating all the food. No, I'm not seeing it being worth our while. How about you guys? Got a lot of you going on over here. Failing to patrol anything out, but do try. And then there's a lot of you over in Lego Island, just doing what you do. No real need to expand into Gold Coast or anything of that sort. That said, starting to get a reasonable enough of you that you could go on the offense, but I suppose that's not what we're about. Get Enchantment 8, get Gift of Nature's Bounty, start doing some more damage. Eats into my research to have my mages attack. I'm worried about this fight. Worried about Hangzhou. At least this time when I go back there, I have the supplies to keep people alive over there. Also, how do I have even more of these guys? I thought I assigned them all. Funnily enough, it means I won't have an actual advancing line. That could work against me. I won't be able to drawing fire. All the enemies are actually going to come right up to my mage core with no line to prevent that. Well, I've got a frontlining... got a frontlining Wraith Lord. You know, one Wraith Lord can surely beat 670 flying buggers. Lack of a front line has never deterred a Master General when leading Mind Blaster, says Alpha. Oh, I'm not liking the length of these rounds. Okay, Hangzhou. Let's not beat around the bush, let's see how that went down. It's kind of a front line, it's an everywhere line. I just hope nobody casts a giant meteor right into the center of all of this. Oh boy, I am so glad I have Storm up. These guys flying, encircling me, and just eating me alive would completely destroy me. Also, these getting close would destroy me. That Fire Flare, area of effect 1, armor piercing, fire magical damage, destroys my Illithids. So it's a good thing they have... Oh wait, they've got very high magical resistance. Uh-oh. Give it your all, everyone. Oh yeah, the flaming snake things also destroy Single Mother. Because it's magical damage, it pierces through ethereal, and he's not going to like that much. Holy smokes! Just Man's Cross shot you in the leg for enormous damage. Wow, okay. That doesn't sound good. How dare you counter my man? Didn't make him limp, surprisingly. Oh, those snakes are getting close. They're also trying to banish my Wraith Lord. He's not looking too hot out there. A lot of things are not looking too hot out there. Bye-bye, Wraith Lord. Oof, nice casting of fire at my guys. Sire, they are on their way. Also, these lions have heat, and my Dominion has heat, and they are breaking through to my squishy guys. Steiner's legions, save me! Where did they get all these fire beasts? Yeah, the lack of a front line is doing my tatty in here. They get right up close, they can do that flaming breath on me. I have no idea which way this fight's gonna go. Not a sausage. I don't like all the projectiles going right into my mage core, though. I also do not like the sight of my bodyguards fleeing. We need you to keep the priests alive. The priests who are now on the front line. Oh, what a miserable time to be alive. I overlooked this small detail. My enemies are fire resistant. They don't mind having all these hot buggers on their own team. I think I see some retreating going on in the ranks, though. Yeah, some of them are shattering. Keep it up. Unfortunately, that's never going to happen for their summer lions, who are mindless and therefore cannot be mind-hacked. Excellent counter, by the way. Alright, there is no more magical leadership. I just watched one of the Summer Lions dissolve. Yeah, there we go. Get out of here. Get out of here. Oh wow, you put out your own fire before you burned to death? We got a survivor here. We got a whole host of survivors here. It's a rout. They're trying to run away, but again, the bless that I took was not for my foot troops, it was exactly for these guys. They're not getting fatigued because of reinvigoration. They can mind blast almost indefinitely. So whilst normally we would get too tired to keep burning their brains, they can keep doing it, so their retreat is still going to be stunted by this. God, that was unpleasant. So I need a front line. All these guys in the back, they didn't really fight at all. I need a front line so that that chewing of my mage core doesn't happen. So I don't want to talk over the game. The game might be a bit quiet. Maybe I should turn up the volume. Alright, we did it. We did it, Reddit. It was not an easy order, but Hangzhou was protected. And it only cost 25 of our priests. And I can crap out 25 priests in a couple of turns. I doubt my foe can crap out 520... Actually, he could. He totally could. Still happy about that. Those summer lions, all dead. Fire snakes... Ooh, too many of those fire snakes survived. They're not mindless, we should have been able to mind hack them, but they've got very good magic resistance for an animal. Something about animals is they usually have very low magic resistance, but not these ones. Golden damn fire snakes. Battles don't go endlessly. After, I think, 100 turns, the attacker retreats, and after 150 turns, the defender retreats. And I think about 200 turns in, everybody dies. Ooh, hello, look at this! Furude Rika found the Bow of War, Seymour Guado grabbed a Burning Pearl, Longcat found the Red Dragon Scale Mail, and Tim Bernard found a Fire in a Jar, so we actually got some goodies out of that. Lost a quarter of my Glaive Champions, but just consider that as money I don't have to keep spending. Gates of Madness under attack? If you say so. By what exactly? They're actually pinning down some of my gems, which I don't appreciate. Vetis? Where are they even getting those? Okay, well, we made it, despite our directions. How about some of that cooler stuff we found we put away? Rika, put that bow of war away. Who else picked up something cool that belongs to the Pretender? A lot of injuries sustained, but that's not unexpected. We can gift of health most of it away, as long as it's not disease, right? Disease is a problem. Simple injuries, less so. Actually, we have a way of dealing with this, don't we? We can go, hey, fire in a jar on Timbernyard. Temporary fire gems and cold resistance? I don't think so. Throw it into the trash cannery. Burning Pearl to give fire resistance. Actually, could be useful. But not for you, Seymour Guado. Put it into the lab. The lab is like a Resident Evil locker. They're all interlinked, so you can just grab from wherever. Whenever. The scale mail's pretty cool, but it's not for you, Longcat. The additional fire resistance is pretty cool to see. I want that. Okay, that seems fine. Whew, big fight, but it was our big fight, and the day is ours. The treasury is not so much ours. That treasury is looking very sad. I need to repeal some of my recruitment, at least until we fix our income. Yeah, some of these numbers are looking very sad. Get away. Good job, Hangzhou. Now what about Jasmine and co? Interesting to see that Calum is now getting on the fight with Zerjan. That does inspire me to go north. I'm also inspired to go to Uedora. That was quite the retreat. So they would have retreated to Shalor and Uedora. If I chase them down in Uedora, I could probably put them to sword. 80 is a far easier number to digest than, what was that, 700 or so? You'd think, right? You'd think. Despite everything, I still want these guys added in as bodyguards. I know that completely ruins me having a front line, but with the numbers that I have right now, I wouldn't be able to have an effective front line. Just have a deadline. You guys get researching, because I'm skimping on research a little too hard right now. The rest of you, take on Uedora. And we don't need blessings when we have divine blessings, so just do fire closest. Well, there wasn't the argument against using fire closest, because it seemed to have them chew up their targets on poor targets. Don't know if I buy that. As long as I have my divine blessing, though. We don't need blessing. Just bothers me that I have to go through all of them and change this. As you can see, we got a long list of these people. Okay, I no longer even want to go through and do this. Taking on Uedora. As long as Calum keeps you pinned down there and puts Shalor to sword, I should be able to Uedora and then meet up with Jasmine with Love and Serjan. As Serjan is the capital, it should have a lot of resources, but the fact that they have the Eternal Pyre there tells me that it's going to be so hot we're going to lose out on a ton of resources. So what's my solution to this? My solution is make sure that we have those loads and loads of wine to hand. And since I've learned that my enemy loves to use fire, multi-talented old man, equip some fire protection just in case. I'll give you that as well. And that also tells me that my old coot hero, wherever he is in Djibouti? Yeah, he is. You don't need that. Put that on. And just continue keeping the bottles of wine available. That way my supply usage is now in the negative. So going on the offense seems even more sensible. We take on Uedora, we take on F and Snow, we can verge on Serjan. I am going to hope that I just broke the spine of Serjan's entire army. And then we round up and take his capital. It's been a long campaign. Thank God I've only had to deal with this. If I've also had to deal with everything else, I wouldn't have been able to react in time. Thankfully Dom 6 is loud enough to block Avorion's cacophony of torpedo incoming sound spam. I modded that out, and I strongly recommend doing so. You just find the sound file for it and then reduce its volume by about 90%. I think the game crashes if you remove it, so I just edited the sound file. Don't ask me how I did it, I forget where it was and how it happened. Rio de Janeiro has a lot of priests. Rio de Janeiro continues to crank out priests. Rio de Janeiro's priests are not put to much use right now. I need them to replace my lost priests. God, I wish there was an easier way to give these commands to so many people. You'd think there would be, right? Like, they're all selected. Just let me push one button to give them all the command. Unfortunately, you don't get over here fast enough, but I will bring you in regardless. Yeah, to Grand Reef. Maybe even Gates of Madness? Grand Reef, effing Snow Surgeon. Okay. Missing out on a death gem because of the siege on you. Vaetes are... okay. Once again, they've hired a mercenary band to lay siege to me. They're not breaking down that wall. The siege will go away when the mercenaries go away. It's not worth my time fighting them. It's better that it costs Surgeon money than me time. Although it does pin my units down here. That could be a pain in the bum, but I'm not about to fight them with my beloved Draconians. Although I could fight them with my Banes. Nah, don't be silly. Got a lot of units over here as well. I'll keep them there. Never know when the Gold Coast is going to start acting up. Wish I had units over here to go and raid Gold Coast. Again, don't really want to provoke Calum into fighting me by taking awkward stretches of land like that, though. Ton of you in Arborang, holy moly. Could I not pull back from Arborang? This is clearly where it's all going on. Decent number of units. Are we sure we couldn't go on a raid here? How would we do that anyway? I struggle to think of any meaningful raiding we could do. Probably better to keep the units here in case Vanheim or Calum or Arcosyphily break non-aggression pact and attack me. My focus has to be on deleting Surgeon. They've been a thorn in my side for far too long. A lot of commanders doing nothing though. Slightly better. Eudora with priests firing, divine blessing. Jasmine with love. Jasmine with love uses a bit too many resources for my liking, but I think we'll be fine in Surgeon. Importantly, how are your units? Looking good. How are your units? Hard to get a good overview, but I'm not seeing a lot of disease, so that's ideal. Let's go for it. A couple turns away from another Wraith Lord. I know our Wraith Lord died, but the Wraith Lord will be back. Have no fear. They might have not looked very effective in that fight, but that wasn't really a Wraith Lord fight. Wraith Lords are effective at raiding, and boy do they raid good. Another battle in Hangzhou, though. Crippled Death, battle in Eudora. Hopefully they didn't reinforce Eudora. They didn't, really. But this is a bit more than the 80 I was advertised to be about to fight. And again, those fire lions are a problem. They are heated, they are ethereal, they're a pain for me to fight. At least they have no protection. Okay, I'm not too unhappy with that, but my front line crumbled like crazy there. Okay, I am a bit more unhappy with that. Those losses are huge. Definitely more than the 80 I was promised. Still, I take out their temple. We took a bag of wine off of a dead priest. Yeah, man, quarter of my units lost and then some is not good attrition. What happened in Hangzhou? Just a few of them coming in, easily dispatching my pathetic defenders there. How about F and Snow? Do damaged units heal over time? In most cases, a unit will gain all of its hit points back at the end of the turn. So after all the battles they've been through, they'll go back up to their max hit points. Some things prevent that. There are a lot of different things to prevent that, really, but in general, that's how it'll go down. Oh, wow. Someone's getting the much easier fight in all of this. F and Snow. Also, they're starving in F and Snow. Magical Sight to be found. Hangzhou is damaged. Gates of Madness. Yeah, man, F and Snow's supplies are really poor. So what do we do with you guys? These are some retreaters that we had. Some starving retreaters. Get in there, Futaba. Do I double back on Hangzhou? Put some scant defenses on Uedora, but they'll probably get smashed. Head back to Hangzhou, or do we focus on Serjan? It's difficult to think about that now, but let's just make sure that Hangzhou isn't under great threat. At least my front line will be back. I want these two units to come together. If they want to get back up to Serjan, they can go via Uedora. And the vast amount of priests I got can actually join in and make up for those losses that I just faced. That's fine. Want them to join over there, though. Yeah, that was a lot of priests to lose. Enough for me to want to replace them. Get over there. With you as well? Actually, yes, I think so. Those death gems of mine. Come on. I'm going to be making more and more Wraith Lords now. It's tempting to actually liquidate down to make another Wraith Lord or two. Beatrice, you want to do that? I don't need Glamour Gems, and I don't need Fire Gems, and I certainly don't need Water Gems. But I do want Wraith Lords. Eventually the Wraith Lord will be back in Argentina. Other future Wraith Lords will come back in Djibouti. Don't know how damaged they're going to be, though. Although you have the healer trait, I'd rather you weren't over in the front lines there. To think Djibouti used to be my front line. I shouldn't think there'll be any starving going on here, but just in case there is, Jess, go and grab one of those bags of wine. A lot of priests to be had in Lindum as well. You know what? These priests can also come and join the Djibouti fun. Since I did lose a lot of them, we certainly need a lot to replace them. Hopefully the damage has been done to my foes and we can move on and hopefully do something about Serjan. Looking at that, thinking about the armies that they use, they've got quite a few mindless bothers. At least the Storm helps out in those kinds of fights. The Storm has been negating a bit of the enemy's heat aura, but not all of it. Alright. Yeah, injuries, those persist unless you explicitly heal them. I'm quite fortunate to have both Gift of Health and some army healers. Well, one army healer, one disease healer. But overall, units will die. They will age, they will take injuries, they will have random events. It's very unlikely that you have a unit that's just never gonna get hurt. Wraith Lord is back up. Uedora, they're probably just going to come and take it, no problem. Ooh, I didn't pick up all of the spare units. That was a shame for me. Once again, people kill themselves on Korshin, but I'm more interested in Hangzhou. Is the big Earth spell for added income still in the plans? That's part of it, but I would like to get the Gift of Nature's bounty down. Oh man, what a difference it is having a front row. That's how it should go down. I should not have split my units, but I wanted to have some of my units not die to disease. In the end, it cost me to not do that. Water Bracelet, Lodestone Amulet, Shambler Skin Armor, a bunch of goodies found on these. Yeah, what a much better kill. F and Snow, they're just going to take the province back. That's no big deal. Under siege, but they can't take us. Fire Warrior died. And Single Mother is back. Single Mother is also enjoying a chest wound, but that's not my concern. Get over there. I want some raiding done. Get over to 3rd Rome. And there you are. Chefrin. That's funny. That's my god's name. Take your orders and get stuck into not Sao Paulo, although I wonder if you could handle Sao Paulo. Horse Tribe Archers, Claymen, Fire Snakes, Fire Drakes... Netter of Kings, now that would destroy you. Destroy even a bunch of you. But I want you to go up via 3rd Rome. Go and kill those little vetties. Where's my other Wraith Lord? Single Mother, can you get over here in time? No. Let me go over to 3rd Rome, though. You guys are all moving on over. Hangzhou is fine, and the supply usage is nice and low. Keep you researching as you should. You don't need that bag of wine. Give it over to any of my priests. They're all good. The priests are here. Just give me all of the freaking priests. And also... Where are you? Jasmine with love. Now here's an army. Okay. Jasmine with love should certainly have the Storm Staff, right? No, so you're already protected now that I've given you all this stuff. So do we go via F and Snow? The supply usage is low enough that I think we can take F and Snow and then Serjan, but Eudora is just the better province to go via. I think that'll be fine. Yeah, Eudora, then Zerjan. I've had it up to here with freaking Zerjan. Their capital falls. I don't even need thralls for this. We have the numbers to make it matter, right? 808. It'll be down in 2 turns then. But it'll be down in fewer turns if I deploy Amber. That should work. It should work. How are we doing on the research, though? Working our way towards Gift of Nature's Bounty. Long way to get it. These are difficult to research spells, but this spell largely solves my money problems. Also worth noting that Chefrin could consider casting Gifts from Beneath. Level 5, he has that. 70 Earth Gems, I have that. Yeah, go on then. I'm long overdue some actual bleeding money. Let's get Riches from Beneath. Hope it doesn't get dispelled. Last time I put up a global, well, the first time I put up a global with Mother Earth, it got dispelled, and I'm still unhappy about that. I might put it up again. As long as it lasts 5 turns, it will at least pay for itself. Boosts growth in Cargodness as well. Yeah, that did the trick. Thankfully, lowering the volume on the sound file works on multiplayer, even when I'm not the host. My ears thank you, says Jarzoni. By this point, I think I know Avorion inside out. I've actually been playing it a bit more in my spare time because I've wanted the kind of things that Avorion does. I'd rather play a different game, but I'm struggling to find a different game that does things as good as Avorion does. Alright, I know there's more that I could do to set up, but let's just get stuck in with this. Yeah, units age, Wetter. As they age, they gain more experience, but all races have a different age at which they become old. For humans, it's about 50 or so. For certain malignant crossbreeds, it's in the low 20s, which is sad. And some ancient things like my lithoids can live for thousands of years, especially gods and dragons too. But eventually, everything can grow old, and there are some nasty things that can rapidly age you, as in decades every second. That can be a way to kill something that's otherwise fairly unkillable. Let's say you've got a human clad in ungodly impenetrable armor, and you just can't kill him. Just cast Decay on him, and he will rapidly age to death. Good job, Chefrin. We're blessed among the peoples. My armies are more well equipped and numerous than ever before. Good. Hangzhou, I expect it to just, splat. Uedora, that's the actual battle site. Yes, even the undead can get old. They live a long time, but they will age and die. Let's have a look at some examples, shall we? Snakes. This is a 10-year-old snake. By the age of 32, it will be considered old, and once it gets really old, its skills dilapidate, its maximum health goes down, everything will eventually die to old age. Which isn't necessarily true. There are some things that go around that. There are very few absolutes in this game. Not even everything ages to death is true. I believe the chalice prevents aging altogether, and some things reverse aging. You can do a blood feast, I believe. Just bathe yourself in the blood of virgins will reduce your age. Trolls grow old at the age 150. Here's some humans. These flagellants are humans. Human age of being old is 50. Wouldn't I know? What about these weird winged creatures we've been fighting? Ah, much like humans. The Kalins are of lighter stock than humans, but still age like humans. Even these ones? Yeah, even your fancy-looking guy at the back here? Yep. What about an elemental? Oh, right, forget that. This is a bugged elemental from the mod. How about a spirit? After 1,000 years old, even a spirit with no corporeal body will become old and tired. Yeah, you really need a front line. Porcolin de Saint Coquille, the igniter of the battle, dead. The de Saint Coquille line ends here. There we go, much better. What a difference having a line makes in my defenses. The Gates of Madness. Can the Wraith Lord take on the midgets? There's my Wraith Lord. Wait, the midgets are gone. No, I was here to kill midgets. Oh well. My Wraith Lord is going to... Why did you have some ones pop out of you? Oh, you're actively drinking the substance of this plant. Even plants grow old. Yeah, since he's got... oh boy, where is it now? He's got spirit form? That's new. No iron skin. No skeletal body. Ah, okay, so skeletal body is a waste of time on you. Duly noted. He has Soul Vortex on, and he drinks the land around him to restore his own fatigue value and his health. So he's just drinking up the plants around him. Interestingly, my foe has let out some little salamanders with flame poison attack. That's cool, but poison doesn't affect the undead much. There's another thing that has no absolutes. Yeah, flames don't affect the undead. Poison does not affect the undead until it does. This guy's actually a real problem for me. He's got gems, he's summoned this fire elemental. Oh, but there we go. The Bane just... the Wraith Lord just killed it dead. Smashed the fire elemental in the body. The fire elemental was ethereal, but the Bane Blade is magical. And can you drink salamanders? They're mindless, but I think they have a life force that the Wraith Lord can drink. I'll be able to tell if the Wraith Lord's fatigue goes down. He's at 100 right now. And now he's at 96, and now he's at 57. Yeah, he definitely drinks the energy from salamanders. Good thing he brought in the undeads to fight. Oh god, the undead secured the kill! Okay, Long Dead hit the Chanter in the head with a spear for 22 damage, so Sheffrin doesn't even get to secure the kill that he deserves. If I could be a Dominion's unit, I would probably want to be a Wraith Lord. So cool. Anyway, good job. You lifted the siege. Cochin, not much going on. Canada, not much going on. Worldwide cold, not a big deal. Hangzhou under siege. Also not really a big deal. I think I'll just leave Hangzhou for a bit. The mages will continue to research. I'm more interested in my main army putting an end to Zerjan. It's a free walk over there. Sure, I have some diseased individuals like poor Lily Ritter here, who's not long for the world, but needs must. Reinforce this a little bit. Serjan is still in Ardania with a massive freaking army. That's scary, actually. That's the kind of thing that makes me not want to march on Serjan. That's a terrifying army. Where does he keep pulling them from? Out of Shalor, maybe? Yeah, worm mages with their immortal beetle summonings. So many cool builds can be done in this game. I think I go for Serjan. I don't have a good reason not to. I'm going to need Amber to help break the siege. And I want Sheffrin to continue the flanking on 3rd Rome. And I want Single Mother to go over there as well, but Single Mother, it's a bit too fast. It's a bit too slow to get there because of the snow. The cold snow actually slows down your speed of moving around. Could you take Effin Snow instead? No, Dispossessed Spirits will do you in because they're ethereal. What about taking back Hangzhou? You just walk over there and lift the siege. It's just some champions and... Yeah, go and take and secure Hangzhou. And if you die, you'll come back soon enough. It's not my concern, largely. Not ideal, but it is something. Really wishing I was putting in some big battle spells. It's not unthinkable to do so, but we're not doing it, are we, huh? There's no laboratory here so that I can move over some extra supplies with Amber. Amber really eats a lot of food, so I worry about getting diseased on Serjan. But if I just take Serjan, life will be a lot easier. Put an end to that damn Eternal Pyre they have as well, because they're certainly putting those fire gems to use. But if I siege this, they're certainly going to bring in all of this bulk to face me, and that's a healthy amount. Look, it's mainly fire snakes. The single largest contingent of units here are fire snakes, and fire snakes are a problem for me because of their magic defense. Also, this is a land of drain. We don't like that either. But whether we like it or not, we still have to deal with 118 commanders are doing nothing. Who? Where? The people of Lindum? Maybe all these people I brought over to Djibouti? Actually, probably all these people I brought over to Djibouti. You can actually flank around here to Serjan if I really need that. Maybe. Yeah, go on, circle around to Serjan. Maybe one or two of you bring an additional bag of wine with you. Could be useful. Alright, give it your all. Weird question. Everyone will know where I can get the modded province names for Dominion 6. I just got the randomizer up and running. I want the full experience. I've got it on my public drive. My public Google Drive. And you might easily have no idea what I'm talking about. So let me just fetch you a link. It's a mod that, well, Nick's made. I populated it with names. Hell, I didn't even do that. You guys added the names. I'll take all of the credit. That seems only fair. Where are we looking at? Dominions. And share that. There you go, Maxine. Grab the global names list.zip and extract that into your Dominions mod folder, and then you'll have the same names I do. And if you take one look at the file, you'll easily be able to see how to add more. I periodically add more names as more people join the community or add other names they want in. I add to it. Dong Zhuo once again is up to no good. He's gaining additional astral pearls. I don't like that. How about a fight in Serjan? Do I like that? Oh yeah, I like that. Prepare to freaking die. Also, the dispossessed spirits are not mindless, and their magic resistance isn't that high. That means they can be thought to death. And they only have 1 hit point, so thinking them to death is a very trivial affair. Away they go. Beautiful. The entrance to Serjan has been breached already. Good. Freaking good. Bless your soul. I agree. Do bless my soul. So here is our Wraith Lord, doing what Wraith Lords do, which is casting Skeletal Body. I need to remove that from his scripting because it does nothing. Hordes of skeletons. And then they all come to attack, and how does that happen? Let's see, hitting you for nothing. Hitting you for nothing, because your protection roll is 32 plus exploding 20. Do you ever land a hit? Yes, you do. You do 8 points of damage, which Ethereal negates, because Ethereal negates 75% of hits that land. As long as they're benign. If they're magical, it's a different story. So you got a feel for these guys. You think you're pretty cool, right? There's a dozen of you. You're charging this one little mook that's just standing there. He's the size of a regular human. Okay, he's a bit scary. But, you know, there's loads of you and one of him. You charge, you don't hit him. You see your spear, your lance, your broadsword, your hooves. You see them connecting and they just do nothing. And then one time you do swing your sword, you hear the chink, you do make contact, and it wasn't strong enough. All the while, this guy is freezing you to death with a chill aura. He's spooking you to death with his scary face. He is drinking your life soul with his vortex, so you're actively getting tired and weaker. And even when you do hurt him, he regains health because of that. God, I love Wraith Lords. Oh, now they're bringing in the heavy guns. They're bringing in all the barbarians, and the light cavalry are coming in for a piece of me. Alright, get to work. Yep. And just to add more insult to the injury, he brings in more skeletons. Ever mention that I love Wraith Lords? God, he's so cool. You poked his eye out. Well done. He's only going to regrow that eye. Glorious. Alright, how about Hangzhou? I believe I sent another Wraith Lord to try and lift this siege. Wraith Lord's going to die here. No question about it. With all these fire snakes going about, that's a very good counter to a Wraith Lord. Although, if the fire snakes can't get to me... It's actually useful to me that you're surrounding me with all these people that I can drink with Soul Vortex, but it still just takes one good fire breath and my guy dies. I said a good fire breath, not any fire breath. Come and have a go, you useless bastards! There we go, he's dead. Pretty cool though, imagine having multiple Wraith Lords, and we will, someday. Anyway, his loss is no concern because he's immortal, he will be back. Give him 3 months and he'll be back in... I forget if you were from Djibouti or from Argentina. Still, 27 losses on their side and we didn't have to do anything. What is this? Well, whatever it is, I don't like it. Grand Reef. Oh, they did come over to Grand Reef. I always wondered if they were going to cross this river and come and have a go with me. At least from Grand Reef, they can only go into a fort. But that's my deep crevice. I'm going to want it back. I'm losing Grand Reef. I hope I didn't have units there. Just 12 champions that didn't have a home. You guys, on the other hand, can go straight over to Serjan. That could be useful. Because you better believe I am taking Serjan. Don't need the Seizure anymore. The supply usage actually is fine. I still don't want you here, but it's cool that you are there. I'll keep you. The rest of us, though, are going to storm this castle. Speaking of poking eyes, how are your eyes doing this long after LASIK? They're fine. I haven't noticed any degradation of the performance. Of course, they will eventually, right? They just fix your eyes as they are. They don't prevent aging. But quite luckily, all my pathetic eyesight came about in my early teens and did not get any worse. Just as well, because I hate wearing glasses. I think glasses look great on some people, but I don't like wearing them. I don't like the feeling of having that thing on your face. I've got a lot more money now, courtesy of riches from beneath, so we can actually afford to go on a bit of a rampage. I'm going to take Chancelwood and the Wuchao compound and just generally raid the north with my Chefren Wraith Lord, and Zerjan hopefully falls. Would you look at that? I was expecting a big counterattack from all of those nasty-looking units here, but Calum came along. I'm dubious about that. There's no way Calum defeated all of that army using freaking archers and temple guards and heavy cavalry. Wish I had omnipotence, especially when I'm streaming a game. I'd love to be able to see these battles. I know it would give me a slightly unfair advantage, but I think it'd be so good just for the stream to be able to look and see those battles unfold, because they are interesting. If anybody knows of a mod that can achieve that, I'd love to hear about it. I'm aware of omnipotence for Dominions 5, but I don't know how to fold it into a proper normal game. Alright, Serjan should fall, Shefrin should raid. I'm not going to liquidate down for another Wraith Lord, or will I? I certainly could. I do love getting my Wraith Lords operational. Princess Beatrix, how do you feel about the matter? You're right, we don't use Glamour Gems for anything. Get me another Wraith Lord, please. And all these other losers just get preaching. Any problem to dry eyes? All the problems I had with LASIK were gone in a month. I had to use eye drops for about a month because, yeah, your eyes are dry for a month afterwards. And what else was there? I wouldn't say it was itchy, but there was certainly a strange feeling on your eye, like you had an invisible scab there. But I don't have any problems touching my eyes or anything like that. I don't wince at eyes, so it wasn't a problem. The only downside I've had that has persisted is that I am more sensitive to bright lights. And that's hardly a problem because I live in a sunny country anyway. I'm wearing shades most of the time. And I just turn all my monitors down to minimum brightness and complain bitterly when I get flash banged by a bright light. And you know how Brits are, we're happier the more we can complain, so it's really a net gain for me. They are doing damage to Hangzhou. I have to hope they don't have more units in Shalor to add to this. I'm not in a position where I want to lose Hangzhou. There's actually a very good chance these guys circle around and take over Hangzhou. But it's more important that I take Serjan, so I'm going to take Serjan, and if I must, I will cycle back. Otherwise, you guys are doing good. Keep preaching going strong, brothers. Parthia has a lot of units. We don't need all these units over here. I want more to help out. Get over to Djibouti. Loads of research going on. Love to see that. Because we're still working our way towards Gift of Nature's Bounty, which solves all money problems ever, as long as nobody dispels it. Does mean I have to cast it, though. 70 nature gems, but we will have the nature gems for that, so that's excellent. Red links, you just keep preaching. All of my many death mages. I never got any double death mages. We had to empower Marvin Branagh. At least out of the Caliphs, is that what they were called? The Seraphs. Of the Seraphs, none came out double death. Which is fine, it's only a 1 in 10 chance they had a second path, and a 1 in 4 of that 1 in 10 that I get double death. Keep on preaching the good preach. Actually, we don't need preachers over here, do we? Get down to Lego Island. Lego Island needs preaching. Keep the research going. Doing a very rare check of all of my units to make sure they're all doing something. No more of this 40 units have nothing to do. Give them stuff to do. I'm actually going to check. Good, good. Let's take Zerjan. There's nowhere that should be able to reinforce it in time unless F and Snow come in for a slaughter. Even if they do, they will not prevent the storming of my 644 units. Amber, do you want to get in on this? I know I have Storm up. I probably shouldn't. I won't. I'll keep Amber around just in case, though, on the siege. Play Undead, cast Burden of Time, enjoy enemy old mages dying, and then they get collectively stomped. Yeah, casting Burden of Time in a multiplayer is a quick way to getting yourself killed. Of course, just overcast it, and then no one dispels it. Yet more Wraith Lords for the collection. I am very unhappy with what I read. Why am I unhappy? Because although we had the fortress battle, the entrance has still been breached. That means I failed. I don't like that spoiler, but let's see how exactly we failed. How would I have failed? This isn't a very big army. We have our storm up. It's nothing to do with the Iron Giant getting involved. He is mindless, so our mind-hacking abilities don't work on him. He doesn't trample, though, but he does do shatter fisting. Damn, we just rout? Why are you running away, you cowards? You're not even out of morale. On the plus side, they are also running. Yeah, the randomizer should not say it has 1400 errors. That probably means that you made too many random nations. Don't make more than 30. Play it safe and make like 20 or 25 or so. 30 was the most I could squeeze out without errors. Alright, so we failed. We lost a ton there, including my mind champions. I'm concerned. I might not be able to get that on a second stab. We still have it breached. I made 30. Time for 20. Yeah, try. I have had errors with 30 before, but I got this 30 to work. Hangzhou is under increasing siege. Can I take Serjan? God, all my units got scattered to the wind, though. They're over there in Third Rome. This is problematic. That was a lot to lose. Can't think all my enemies to death. Especially when they come at me with mindless units. It's an interesting counter. Okay, how about... Oh, I dread to read the retreat details. Oof, I can't read all of this. Retreated successfully to Uedora. Alright, so good. I have a lot more units over in Uedora. Successfully retreating, no less. Don't need a back row where we're going. Put it all in the front row. Get stuck back in. I'm not willing to lose this. I'd sooner lose Hangzhou than fail my siege on Serjan. Glad I kept Amber then, but Hangzhou is reinforcing. That fortification might not last. These poor guys might be stuck there and dying. Djibouti, you have a lot of units that might be able to save them. And so does my capital. Alright, Kate Lars, go and grab as many of these no longer horribly diseased units as you can and bring them over to Djibouti. We'll try and save Hangzhou and secure Serjan, or Sanjan, or whatever we're calling it. Okay, a lot of losses for the independents over in Pitney Bank. That's a bad sign. That means Calum is getting strong enough to claim some high-level thrones. Let's check this out. What the hell was that? Giant warriors. Is that their god? Gunnar Tonneson, the Ahura of the Waters, ruler of the 365 heavens, the whirlpool, the evening star, trying to banish all other pretenders and become a true god. Shock trident, bow of war, dragon helmet, copper plate, cheese shoes. Tamed lightning, dancing trident, which we see going on around him. Summoning loads of ice elementals. You don't see those very often. That happens if you summon a water elemental in a cold province. Mammoth is going in, getting shredded. A few very brave temple guards running in, showing off their magic weapons and quickness. Quickness working well for them. Good defense. Excellent protection. It's cold, so they're getting extra protection due to ice armor. A lot of extra protection. But there's no way they're going to beat the Great Mother. It's actually quite impressive because the deployment of the Ice Elementals is doing a pretty damn good chill effect. That chill 5 is freezing the vines in place. You wouldn't think they'd have fatigue problems, but that's what's happening. Also, they're cursed somehow. Where's the god? Oh, there they are! Dangerous prospect running right in, Pretender God, man. Extremely dangerous, but that's what he's doing. He doesn't give two hoots. Shock Trident, Chi Kick, Bow of War, jumping right in. That's the Gunnar Thompson we know. Verbally strike next. There we go, he's looking at that Earth Elemental. The Earth Gnome of Pitney Bank. Bizarrely low natural protection on one of these things. They're only really... Oh, they've gone berserk as well. Good fighting. You're taking one look at Skanderberg, the Ivy King, and thinking, this Ivy King has got to go. Your units are messed up, though. They've done damage, but they are about to be completely shattered. He's still kicking, though. He's not morale routing, unit routing, any kind of routing. Where's he going now, though? Ah, there he is. He also has Awe. So it's a very hefty morale check for any unit to try and do a blow at him. We just saw some of that. Awe negated the attack by Ahura of the Waters. Awe roll 24, morale roll 16. You need a lot of morale to strike through all level 5. And these little jubs don't have it. However, mindless undead summons, they can all strike through Awe. They generally have 30 or 50 morale, which will negate almost any amount of Awe. Very impressive fight going on from the Pretender God. Also, if he does rout, he can fly away, so he's not going to just die in the rout. Probably. The Indies are routing out now. Has he given up? No, he's still there. I thought he flew away, but he just wanted to get closer to his targets. Yeah, fatigue is a problem for him. At over 100 fatigue, you can no longer strike back. But you do regain 1 fatigue per turn, or 5 if you're tuckered out. So he will still be able to make attacks. He's got that 4 encumbrance going on, but now he's getting squished by the Mother. Orbulon, the Great Mother, is trying to trample our little Pretender to death. But our Pretender is now morale routed, so he is out of here. Honestly, the worst of all outcomes for me. Calum can come and take this quite easily, and they didn't lose their Pretender God. So Calum remains strong. Calum will get stronger as they take this. What are you dancing about on? 77 kills for you, so you become even more experienced and terrifying to deal with down the line. Where's Pitney Bank? Here it is. Oh god, it's not far from my borders either. You and Archacephaly haven't been fighting quite as much as I want you to. Scary stuff, but the world's a scary place. Next turn we move back into Serjana. We try to take it. Hangzhou remains a problem. Got a lot of people here preaching the good word. And I'll have reinforcements. I think I can protect Hangzhou as long as they don't get in many more reinforcements, but I really want Serjan down. The fact that I didn't take it last time bothers me greatly. I'm starting to think that maybe I shouldn't even have Storm going up. That way my flying units can get in there and fly to the back, but it's also quite likely that that backfires in a lot of ways. My flying units are really easy to kill. Also, hello, chef friend. I want you to go over to... Wait, I thought I just took Wuchao Compound, or am I imagining that? I thought I did. No, Sheffrin took 3rd Rome, didn't you? Is that really what happened? Or was it Chancelwood? My mind is going. What happened? Our forces defeated the attacking force from Surge. Ah, I see, I see. You didn't get a chance to go and move because they attacked into 3rd Rome. Okay, it's not what I remember, but I guess it's what I'm forced to remember. Move over into Chancelwood and Raider in the north. Just kick them out of here. Make sure that Calum can defeat this. Quite a bit of you over here in Lego Island. Get that preaching going, pretty please. Hey, hello DDR Jake. Join the preaching brigades. Yet more preaching to be done. Yeah, the Dancing Trident animation. I think there's the Stone Bird animation as well. Stone Bird is a surprisingly good addition. That length 5 on it for repelling. Let's go. Yeah, they should have been a bit louder about that documented change, Eraratu. In Dominions 5, you had a different file structure to adding mods as from Dominion 6. In Dom 6, they have to go inside additional folders. I think they did that so it could work with Steam Workshop, but it caught me unaware. It took me about half an hour to figure out why my mods weren't working. Dire Portent. Global enchantment from Dongzhou, but which enchantment? Dongzhou is fairly putting them up. Now he's got Dark Skies. I think that works for me. We have full dark vision, I think. We have full dark vision, so we should be fine. Also, our mind blasting attack is not affected by darkness, so that should help us out. Sadly, the only thing I have up... No, I got 2 things. Health and riches. I just wish I had Mother Oak back. What else is happening this turn? Pitney Bank. Calum finally took out the Great Mother. Looks like he just sent in his god to soften things up. And now his god oversees the operation with the big boys. Get in there, Draconians. There we go. There's the Great Mother. And I don't think she's going to last with this many fighting her. She can trample. And she loves having her bugs out to help her. But the beast should tear through her, although that's impressive protection on her. 20 natural protection boosted by earth magic. Also poisonous barbs? That's hilarious. So actually, the Draconians... Can we see that on anyone? Here we go. The Great Eagle scratched you with talons and beak, and that gave you 21 points of poison damage. That's going to do 3, then 2 times 10, then 1 times 10 poison damage. I'm afraid you're dead, Great Eagle. Actually, it could well survive that, but it's certainly going to come out worse for wears. If I didn't know how strong that Anunnaki was, I would think the Great Mother will have this. But now I've seen the matchup. Size isn't everything, although whenever he goes for his chi kick, he's actually poisoning himself. Is he going to survive that? 84? No regeneration? Yes, yes he is. The Great Mother is dead, the Independents are routed, the Vine Men, no longer having magical leadership, just fade away. I love that fade away animation, great addition. Of course, some of them don't get the privilege. Impressive work, Calum. I just worry what throne it was. It's definitely level 3 throne. With Great Mother, I suspect it's some kind of throne of growth. What's happening in 3rd Rome? When I left 6 hours ago, we were blasting people's minds. Alright, good. Surjan out of there in 3rd Rome. They were attempting to fight us. Glad I buffed up its defenses. Shallower once again failing pathetic little attacks. They want to dislodge me out of Surjan. Oh, they really want to dislodge me out of Surjan. Oh man, I might have met my match now. However, they have really lost a lot of their fire snakes, so... As long as the fire snakes and the fire lions aren't coming to get me, we should be good. And the whole reason I'm able to hold out against these guys is because of this. Storm shutting down all of their flyers, making them slowly trudge along at combat speed 8, is the difference between life and death. Otherwise, they just jump to the back row and massacre me. I no longer have the bodyguards to keep my casters safe. It's all on the front lines. Nice cleanup, though. Very, very nice. Good, that's a lot fewer then to worry about. I don't know if they were trying to lift the siege or not. I don't know if I have a good way to know if it was the same units that they had inside the gates or not. But Zerjan is still breached. We are going in there. They're trying to take me out in Djibouti. And I didn't defend Djibouti, so he just takes it out with some barbs, so that's no big deal. Chancelwood with my Wraith Lord doing what he does. Perhaps the AI doesn't understand Storm. What's there to understand? His flying units cannot fly because it's a Storm. That's the whole reason I invested in getting Storm. I still didn't remove skeletal body off of you. Right, I'm going to remember to do that right now. Shefren, my friend, my ally. Don't bother with that. Just do another horde of skeletons. And then I will save that as the number 5. And I believe I had another Wraith Lord right here. It's Etna. Great name for a Wraith Lord. Etna out of Disgaea. Go and save Ground Reef. Actually, Djibouti's under siege. Go and lift the siege on Djibouti, please. Argentina's single mother. Go and... No, don't raid Calum. Calum are our friends, kind of. Do head up and around to Grand Reef, though, and of course... There we go. No skeletal body for you. Let's reinforce this with barbarians. Actually, I have a lot more money coming in, so I can afford to do a lot more province defenses. Can we actually take Zerjan? It would be all of my Christmases at once to just take Zerjan. I am sick of dealing with these guys. A little worried about some of these priests not being told to just fire. To that effect, give me just all of the priests. And if we see anybody that doesn't have fire closest as their command, we know to give them an order. I worry about that because if they don't have that as their order... Hang on, you need to get back a bit. If they don't have that as their order, they might think that a better thing to do is to cast spells. And I do not want them casting spells. Oh heavens no. If they cast spells, they're going to be casting crummy little Priest 1 spells like Valor of Courage or some kind of low-level smiting spell. No, you need to think your enemy to death. And they gotta add an easier way to do this. It's certainly easier than going into these and individually adding the fire order to them. What I actually might do is just say fire as one of the orders. I'll make that number 2. So some of them do closest and some of them just do wherever. Because I think just having them all do the closest is causing some bad stacking. Can you preach next to the besieged castle? Yes, you can preach outside of a besieged castle as well. It's one way to Dominion kill somebody. Let's say a castle is full of an enemy that you cannot defeat. You can pin him down in his castle and preach his Dominion away, and that will Dom kill him, allowing you to win without ever having to actually fight them in battle. It's a savage way to kill someone, but it totally works. There's even a spell that you can cast to turn their Dominion into yours, and that's a way to very aggressively Dom kill somebody. Dom kill, Dominion kill. Alright, there we go. Now you got your Storm Castle orders. We have more than enough supply. The thing is, the actual supply usage on these guys is massive, but they're all drunk on wine. This wineskin is enchanted with the powers of creation, produces an endless amount of wine. The wine can feed up to 75 soldiers of barren lands. Well, hardly. It's realistically going to feed 25 people, because people eat the amount of size that they are. Size 3, 3 food rations. It'll do nicely, though. I'm just a little worried. Our units have been really reduced. Remember when we were over 600? Now we're 420, and we're still trying to take down Serjan. But they shouldn't have any reinforcements to give in. These areas are empty. Uedora is still mine. I'm going to reinforce it a touch. In quite a few places I should just all around go around and do a reinforcement. Let's go and take that castle as best we can. Starting to wish I'd brought in my Banes, or even given my Banes over to my Wraith Lords. Derfuder, M. Bison, Porcolini, they're all over in Lego Island, and they're all preaching, because for some reason we're having a very hard time keeping our Dominion in Lego Island. I guess Calum are just too strong for that. What in the world did Calum take? They almost certainly took the Throne of Creation. If they did, that's not a big deal, but I'd still rather have it than them. Arbarang, keep it well preached. 50 commanders doing nothing. Alright, let's see what we can do about that. Who is doing nothing around here? Fiscan generally does nothing. I think I'll just tell you to wait rather than do nothing. Got a lot of you here preaching in Djibouti. Do I care about that? No, just keep preaching over there. I think I brought you over as reinforcements. Barbarian Horsemen. You could just lift that easily, but we already have Etna breaking the siege, so it's no big deal. Princess Beatrice, I don't have more fodder for more Wraith Lords, so just get researching for now. And now there's only 2 doing nothing. Alright, Zerjan, please fall to me. I'm not saying everything is done with my enemy if I take his capital, but it certainly makes matters easier for me. Alright, there was a battle in the Fortress of Serjan. Let's not read anything else. I don't want spoilers on this. This is my my army of exhausted and yet veteran units. Some of these guys have been around for a long time and are boasting very high experience, boosting attack, defense, not strength, but morale. No longer do I have the units to fully enclose my Mage Corps, if we even can call this a Mage Corps. And he still has a disgusting amount of units here. I don't like this. Where's he getting all these fire snakes? He must be summoning them with his eternal pyre of fire gems. Worrisome. Alright, let's hope this fight goes better than the last. Damn, he's got all these mindless buggers that I can't kill, but my Draconians are getting involved this time. And we are zapping his Mage Corps, which should be good for routing them out. But I worry about routing out myself. My front line all but dead. Get that siege golem taken care of. A few of those guys will bust any fortress. Okay, we're advancing. Gelatinous cubes are size 6, Draconians are size 6, meaning the Draconians will not be absorbed by the cubes. They will still get acid touched, but better than being instant killed on trample. The enemy is routing. Oh, the enemy is so out of here. Oh, thank Christ for that. They can only run into the water. What a bizarre place to put your fort. Hold on, let's have a look at this fortress. For one, it's not rounded, so the corners are a massive weak point. Look at this elevation difference. You could just run and jump over this wall. And it just extends into the water. What? They're meant to be a fire nation as well. Oh well, don't care. Serjan is down. The losses, palatable and palpable. finally down. Was their god there? A message from Zurjan. You killed our god! You're damn right I killed your god. Who was it? It wasn't the golem before you get any funny ideas. Wait, maybe it was. No. Any of these guys look godly to you? It's you, Bazzy Joe the Master Enchanter. He was well equipped. He did have the fire resistance to handle his burning friends. Ritual returning. Haha, joke's on you, that doesn't work if I take your home province. Simulacrum. A copy of whom it looks like. If it dies, the caster will reappear where his body is kept safe. Which is in the province I just took. You are dead. Dead. Lol, you died. Impressive magic paths on this guy. But he dies. How does he die? He's got 24 magic resistance, hitting him with my attacks. Oh, don't tell me. But do tell me, because I want to know. I have a suspicion about how this went. But I need to confirm. Right, not Draconians. I'm looking for Bazzy Joe. Activate eyes. The ordering on this list is not helpful, but... There's Bazzy Joe. He's not taking any hits of fatigue damage. Does that mean he's still in the map? I don't see him, though. Ah, there he is. How did he blink forward? Did he actually cast blink or use blink? Maybe he just moved faster than I could notice. He's very spry for an old man. So I'm keeping my eye on him. I want to see what happens to Bazzy Joe, the Pretender God. He's made himself big. He actually gets bigger as well. He's still there. Leading from the front, just like Captain TBW. He's also next to a Spectral Mage. Ooh, those guys are scary. One of my random generators has size 2 monkey sacreds using sticks and stones. You'd be surprised what you can do with sticks and stones. A lot of ammo and it attacks twice per turn. Consider that. Got him. He just got paralyzed. It was unlikely that we got through all that magic resistance, but monkeys and typewriters failed to resist. We got a 9 plus 21. That's an exploding 5-sided die that exploded 5 times. Just getting over his insane magic defense, paralyzing him in place, meaning he is a sitting duck to an attack, so Draconian need only get over there and swipe him. Come on, kill a god today. He also has Awe 2, so you need a morale check to get through it, and Draconians have pathetic morale. There we go, get out of here. Get out of here, Bazzy Joe. Returning. He magically disappeared. We only need to land 1 hit on him to make him magically disappear. But since we took the fortress, he had nowhere to go to, so he dies in the Spectral Plains. Get out of here. Argentina's got some copper for me. Ooh. No, Chile's the copper capital of the world, isn't it? Scout found in Pitney Bank, but he just runs away. Hangzhou walls are damaged, but not broken, so I can circle back around and deal with that. What else is going on? Wow, we actually didn't take back Djibouti, but we certainly killed a lot of people. And again, my Wraithlord is immortal. Even if the Wraithlord kills 1 person and then dies, he still did more damage than he cost. Unless you get soul slain, that's a different story. There we go. I gotta remember my enemies can fly at me when I don't have storm up, but they fly at me to get drank by... Where is it now? I never know where to look for it, but the vortex that absorbs their health and their... Oh, they run away before they get drank by it. Ghosts are a good counter to Wraith Lords, funnily enough, because they can't be sucked dry by the vortex. Trolls, on the other hand, can. So there we go. Not a lot to show for that, but... Was that even looking at the right thing? How did all those barbarian horsemen die? They still want me in Eurydiora. I reinforced Eurydiora. Probably not enough to deal with this, though. Yeah, those fire snakes are so deadly. Fire magic is all about aggression, and boy does it do aggression well. Wishing I had fire snakes, but I don't really have fire synergies. I have a bit of fire access, though. Great Sage and Monkey Spam. No one can stop me, says Maxi. I love just coming up with builds, but what's more fun is actually doing them. Even if it takes hours upon hours to do. Go, Death Mage. And one of them died from a disease. Not unexpected. Okay. We have been pinned down for about 7 hours, thanks to Zergen declaring war upon us, and having a lot of ways to defeat us. But we knuckled down, we pounded them into submission, and we've now claimed their capital. They can no longer create their special troops here. We're going to take the north, strangle them in the south, hopefully take Shalor before Kalem can, and then we should have the strength of 3 nations. Capitals are strong. I mean, look at that. Wow, actually, that's a pretty low population. They must have had death scales. Compare their 27,000 population to my 48,000 population. Unrest playing a small factor in here. Anyway, the tide of this may well be turning. Of course, we still have a lot of other nations to deal with. What I'm getting at is that I'm not doing that today. I always aim to finish these in one go, but this is turning out to be a very long uphill struggle. I wouldn't even say we've reached the top of said hill and can look down on others, but at least we found a bit of a plateau from which to work from. We're going to save it from here, and we're going to continue this on in another session. What does my schedule tell me that I have available? Can I do it this week? It says wildcard tomorrow. I don't have anything for that. Let's carry this on tomorrow, shall we? Same time. I'll start at noon, and we will probably need another 7 or 8 hours. Don't even know if that'll finish it. But yes, I will be back with this tomorrow. It's been a great fight. I really thought my goose was cooked right at the start. But with some good diplomacy and some turtling down, we got the strength to punch out. And I'm glad to see my strategy working. It just really needs some help. You can't just think enemies to death. You need a front line to die for you and clog up the enemy lines. And we're not done yet. Since we have the money, since we have the resources, and since we have more land to take, we should be able to make more creative uses of a frontline flock to protect my mind thinkers. I'll see what I can do with that, but we will see with that tomorrow. So until then, this is cheers and a cheerio.